Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another Warrior Esports tournament. We've got a lot of teams here for you, and my name is Rubel.
And he will be casting today with Bobble, and that's me. Yeah, we have 18 teams, so we're going to have 5 rounds total. The first round's going to be a small one. We're just going to have 2 sets of teams playing to the advancement match to get into the basically the best of 16.
Yep. So of those first 18 teams, the first 4 that will be playing this first kind of challenger bracket that's going on is Nintendo Only versus Team Electric. Alpha Doge, however you pronounce it.
Doge. However you want to pronounce it.
We will fight that for another day. Alpha Doge versus 4 Napo Senpai Daisuke. I hope I did not butcher that awfully. So that's the first challenger round. We'll have those 2 games. We will be watching one of those.
Yeah, we will be watching Alpha Doge versus 4 Napo Senpai Daisuke. And in any case, we love hosting these tournaments for you. You guys can help us out, continue to host these tournaments if you follow us on Twitch. Just help, one click of a button, really, really easy for you guys. Doesn't really cost you anything at all, and helps us out tremendously. Also, we're going to be hosting some fantasy esports stuff going on. Rubel will tell you a bit about that.
So, as you know, probably heard League of Legends. They recently did their sort of fantasy league thing at fantasyesports.com. And we have our own league over at Warrior Esports. It's Warrior Esports Fan League. You can find it. They're going to post it in the doobly-doo, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, it'll be in Twitch chat. It'll be in all the chats. It should be linked by an admin for you. Otherwise, it is fantasyesports.com. And then search for Warrior Esports, and that'll get you to it.
Yep, and you can do all sorts of stuff on there. And it's actually going to be a really good place for you guys to just kind of get to know the community, because we are kind of our own little niche community. There are some teams that are returning. Some of the big ones are Attack on Children. I think they've played multiple tournaments.
Yeah, we've been seeing them in most of these tournaments.
And
Xanark and Apes are also another one that have been in several of the past previous tournaments.
And the Big Booty Bandits are here to raid again once more. Those are the only raided today.
Yeah, raided today.
I'm still not trying to pronounce that one, but yeah, they are also back. And yeah, there might be some other teams that are back, but they probably had some name changes. So anyway, that's what it looks like for this first round. We have these 2 games going on, and then we'll get to all the other teams. So should have quite a few. What is it? 6 games we should be watching here for you guys. So stick with us. There's going to be a lot of them.
Yeah, we've had some great games in the past tournaments. We should have some great ones today, and hopefully we can keep you guys interested and excited. We're getting into the lobby just now. They're putting the teams together and getting it started, so we should be into character select very shortly. Up until then, we can talk about some of the most recent patch notes. One of the most important things to me, as I main jungle, is the Wriggles Lantern Feral Flare nerf. They nerfed it previous patch, just increasing the gold, and increased the gold cost by 150, significant but not huge, and the upgrade cost, where it upgrades itself from Wriggles into Feral Flare from 25 monster kills to 30. And that's a pretty big change. The monsters only respawn every 70 seconds. Well, between 50 and 70. In any case, they only respawn about every minute. So, 5 more stacks is basically another entire clear through the jungle plus a little bit more. Yep. So that adds, at the very fastest, over a minute to when you can get that Feral Flare stacked. And more practically, it adds more time. Also means if you get behind, it's harder to get it stacked. If they start controlling your jungle, it can be almost impossible to get that Feral Flare stacked now.
Yeah, and as far as items, that was pretty much the only item change, except for trinkets. They made it so you can use trinkets at 30 seconds now rather than just at 120 seconds. And other than that, items stayed pretty much the same.
Yeah, there wasn't that much change with items. That trinket change was very important. It was originally that where you could use those the trinket wards, basically. The main thing was the trinket wards to defend against invades. And they moved it up to 120 seconds because basically there was no way to invade with the trinket wards. The biggest problem was, without those trinket wards, the best thing you could possibly do is just 5-man invade. Just all-in invade, basically, as soon as you could get into their jungle. And that got kind of boring and was fairly difficult to defend against, actually. So, while, they didn't consider it a huge problem at solo queue level play, it was getting really boring and kind of destructive to the highest level of play. And I'm sure there's plenty of solo queue games that it was just kind of miserable in. So, they wanted to go back. So now invading is much more dangerous and much more costly, but you can still all-in invade. You're just much more likely to end up not with a catch, just getting one person alone in a bush that they probably shouldn't be in, but instead you're probably going to end up in like a big string-along 5v4 fight that lasts for that first minute of that game.
But pretty much other than that, there was a minor change to Summoner Spells. Heal it no longer removes the Grievous Wounds effect, which cuts healing effects by 50%. So it still provides a lot of that healing benefit and the movement utility, and removes a lot of effects still, but it doesn't remove the Grievous Wounds anymore. So minor change. The biggest reason why it's of note is Ignite now kind of counteracts it a little bit more, since Heal is kind of one of the go-to summoner spells right now, especially in that bottom lane.
Yeah, when they gave Heal that major buff, they certainly overbuffed it. But they really wanted to push Heal because the summoner spells had gotten kind of stale. So they're like, we want to push another option. They basically wanted to give a utility support spell that you could you could basically strip Ignite off, because Ignite was basically the go-to support spell, and pretty much top and mid were both taking it. The problem is Heal is almost the same amount of health as Barrier is. So with less people running Ignite, Heal is basically just better than Barrier because it targets 2 people, and it gives you that move speed buff, which is very, very powerful. It also lasts longer too, because it's actual healing instead of just Barrier, which is 2 seconds of damage, a damage shield.
So we are still working. It looks like we're having trouble contacting one of the team captains here for this first game. That's why we're not quite in the game. So just give us a few moments. We are still working on it. But in the meantime, let's take a quick look at some of the champion changes here for this most recent patch. The big one, Braum.
The man with the mustache and the gigantic door of a shield. Yes,
he is a monster. He is a monster.
He has been dominating. It's not that surprising. They tend to release champions overtuned a bit. So it was a little bit undertuned. But they buffed him very, very quickly. But they do tend to err on the the overtuned side, simply because it's a new champion. They want everyone to buy it. They want him to be awesome. It's not that exciting when you release a new champion. Everyone's like, whatever.
Braum is one of those where he doesn't have massive amount of damage, but the utility CC and just sheer damage reduction that he provides for his team is absurd. Just absolutely absurd.
They did a great job of what they wanted to do is kind of have an actual tank, like a front line, have someone who his positions in team fights were between the enemy and the allies instead of like in the middle of them. Renekton is like the classic tank right now, where he isn't really on the front lines. He is deep in the enemy lines. He wants to be getting all of his abilities off on all of the enemy team and diving into the squishies. While with Braum, that's not as good. He wants to be between them, and that's because his signature move, his E, Indomitable, is his shield, and that blocks attacks, all attacks.
I think it's Unbreakable.
Unbreakable? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I think it's Unbreakable.
In any case, he throws his shield up. The first attack, all damage is blocked. And then all attacks after that, the damage is reduced up to 40% at max rank. Lasts up to 4 seconds. And the biggest thing, aside from that massive damage reduction, 40% is a tremendous amount of damage reduction, is all projectiles stop on him if they would collide with that shield. So he can block things like MF ult. They stop on him. They don't hit anyone behind him. Caitlyn, he would block anyways, but things like Caitlyn Q will not go past him and hit other people behind him. It only stops on him. So that's very powerful. Also, he can just reduce a tremendous amount of damage and really block things from getting behind him into his squishy lines.
Yep.
He has a jump where he'll jump, it's his W, stand behind me. He'll jump to an allied minion or champion, and give them both armor and magic resist, which scales with his bonus armor and magic resist as well.
Yeah, he's just got a lot of tremendous tanky utility, and a lot of his abilities just scale off his tankiness. So it's actually pretty good.
1 sec, we're working with some logistics here. But in any case, while Rubel works that out, I can keep talking about Braum. His passive and his Q to go together. His Q applies his passive and has a slow. It's a single target skill shot. Stops on the first person collides with. Has a pretty average range, about a slightly longer, about a Caitlyn auto attack range, and but it applies a stack of his passive, concussive blows, and that lasts for 5 seconds. And once it gets, anytime he hits with an auto attack, he hits with a Q, or any of his allies hit with an auto attack, he applies another stack of concussive blows. When it gets to 4 stacks, it triggers doing a bunch of magic damage and stunning the enemy for up to 1.75 seconds. It starts at 1.25 at low levels and then scales up as Braum gains levels. Now that's a great stun that can be triggered, like the classic thing is Braum Lucian. Braum, hits a Q on an enemy. Lucian, Qs or Ws, or just dashes forward, hits them with an ability, and then double hits them, double attacks them with his passive, Lightbringer. And that basically auto-triggers Braum's passive, stunning them. So, but there's a lot of other things that work well with it, but it is just great CC, and you can apply it to multiple people. There's a cooldown. It starts at 8 seconds, drops down to 6 seconds as he gets higher level, where they can't get concussive blows applied to them again to restack it and restun them. So that's that's his basically power CC move is out of his passive, and he can apply it to everyone, kind of like Udyr running around bear stunning everybody in a team fight. Yeah. His ultimate is a very powerful knock-up, and some people were joking about, they're like, how do we buff Yasuo without actually changing anything on Yasuo? And how you do that is by making someone with a very powerful knock-up ability. And here we are with Braum. His ultimate knocks up everyone around him for 1.5 seconds. Very powerful, Malphite level knock-up. And knock-ups are obviously more powerful than other forms of AoE CC because they aren't affected by tenacity. They don't get reduced. You will always be in the air for 1.5 seconds.
So it looks like we will be having this game up in just a few seconds. Sorry, we were working on a little bit of logistics there. It looks like we finally wrangled down one of the team captains.
We should be getting into Champion Select very, very shortly, in less than a minute, hopefully. In any case, back to Braum. His Glacial Fissure, it also shoots out a line. That knocks up everyone very slightly, unless no one got hit by his knock-up, in which case it will knock up the first person hit for 1.5 seconds, and then it leaves a slow field. And now we are into Champ Select, so we can start talking about bans.
So Xin Zhao, very quick first ban there, very strong jungle presence. He's also pretty strong in that top lane, but jungle has been one of the more common scenes where we've seen Xin Zhao. Master Yi, another very strong jungle ban. Lucian, he's like the top AD carry. We're just flying through these. Braum, like we mentioned, he's a very strong support right now.
Yeah,
so they just decided
probably overtuned. His stun is very powerful. He brings a tremendous amount of CC aside from his stun. And his durability is tremendous. So Lee Sin,
very popular jungle, often played at top lane as well, but more so in the jungle just because he's got that high mobility, very consistent damage. He is a very solid champion.
Yeah, all these are pretty standard bans. Zen and Master Yi are both Feral Flare junglers, and I feel like they don't necessarily merit high ban worthiness anymore because of this very significant nerfs to Feral Flare since it was released.
Yep.
Xin Zhao's clear speed is actually very bad. He does not clear the jungle very fast at all. His early ganks are very, very strong. That's where his power comes in. But because of how much harder it is to stack your Feral Flare and the nerfs to it where there's much less healing from Feral Flare, I think it's much worse.
So the final ban was the LeBlanc. They just didn't want that burst caster, and the first pick is actually Yasuo. So very solid pick. He most likely going in that mid lane. He is a very strong, depending on your playstyle, some people get the Q first, some people can actually get that E, because if you can abuse those stacks and abuse his mobility, you can actually mitigate a lot of damage and actually do a tremendous amount of burst, even at level 1, with just timing your auto attacks and your dashes correctly. So he's a very strong pick.
Yeah, his level 2 is probably the strongest level 2 mid in the game, bar none.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other side, we have Kha'Zix jungle and Janna. Janna's a little bit surprising to see a support picked up. They probably just wanted to take it away from Yasuo to make sure they didn't have a power knockup. But they go ahead and pick Lulu, who has a very great knockup to work with Yasuo.
And once again, the blue team, they quickly locked in their AD carry support as soon as they saw that Jaina, I guess. And they decided to go with that Lulu Graves combo, which does have some synergy once Lulu gets that level 6, and Graves, he likes to get in there, which means the Pixie will do a lot of work if they can land it. So there is definitely a little bit of synergy going on there. Kind of some interesting picks currently going on the purple side. Caitlyn did get locked in, but there still looks like they're deciding on that top spot.
Yeah, they're just cycling through. I don't think anything... this would probably be an AD in Italy if she was going top, but it could still be a Italy. So we'll see.
They do have that mid and top still open, it looks like.
Yeah, with Kate, they would... with Kate and Gianna, they have a great poke comp. Kha'Zix has a little bit of poke, too. Syndra would be a more conventional pick here. Speaking of, Kha'Zix has gotten some nerfs recently too. His most recent nerfs were pretty serious, most notably the range on his isolation damage, which is a lot of his damage, was increased. So he's less likely to isolate a target, and towers count against isolation. That's very, very important. So he's no longer the jump in, murder you under your tower, jump out kind of guy. It's just not going to work as easily. Yeah, these picks are going very quick.
Yeah, Nidalee. She did lock in that Nidalee there, and so kind of an interesting pick. Blue team very quickly locked in Nocturne and Trundle. So they finally locked in those kind of tanky champions. We'll see on Nocturne. He can be either built very offensively, or usually it's one offensive item and then tanky. And then Jax just goes for the Jax there for the final pick for purple team.
And this is kind of impressive. Jax is definitely considered one of like the top champions right now. And that's no puns. No puns intended, but he is one of the most powerful champions out of the top lane and out of the jungle, but most importantly, out of the top lane. And so, yeah, blue team definitely going with kind of a very strong, beefy dive comp. They can just get in there. Nocturne and Trundle can, Nocturne, ults at you, and Trundle will just run at you, and you can't do anything about it. Yasuo has a tremendous amount of mobility. Graves is, the tankiest, most in-your-face of the AD carries. And then Lulu is the best support to help all of those people because she really wants, she works best when her team is in there.
Yeah. And Trundle, he absolutely loves it once he's in there. The biggest problem that he does have is if their pillar or his frozen domain doesn't give him enough movement speed to stick to a target, then he has a little bit of trouble. But with Lulu, he should have more than enough time to be able to stick to targets.
If this stuff goes down how we think it will, I expect we'll be seeing a lot of Nocturne ults into Lulu ults.
Yep.
Just because that's really the best hard engage
Followed
they have.
By Yasuo ult. Like, if they can synchronize this very well,
those three ults will be tremendously powerful, and that'll give Trundle enough time to get on top of them. Because if you look at the purple team, they have a great poke disengage comp. Jax is just a very power pick, but he's probably going to be doing, they have a great poke disengage with Jax split pushing, which is why I'm not surprised at all that he has teleport here.
Yeah.
Jax is going to be split pushing up top. It'll be interesting to see, because Trundle is one of the few champions that can really 1v1 a Jax if he stays even in items.
Yep.
Jax needs to get ahead to be able to 1v1 the Trundle, just because Trundle has tremendous amounts of sustain, and that AD steal on his Q is bite. So yeah, this is a classic like hard engage beefy tanky team versus a disengage poke split push team.
Yep.
So two of the like really strong meta team picks we're gonna get to see, and we'll see how well it works out.
What I found was actually pretty curious was the Nidalee pick after the Yasuo, because Yasuo, he's got that wind wall, which means he can block a lot of those spears, especially and he's gonna be in the minions, which means those spears are going to be a lot harder to hit. So it's one of those kind of, she might be able to make it work, but it's also a little odd, because usually Yasuo, he loves it when people have those skill shot abilities, because then he just throws at the wind wall and then he'll clear the minion wave and kind of let it push to towers. So,
and I mean, to be fair, his wind wall is on a 20-second cooldown, her spear's on a 4-second cooldown, basically. So she can throw out, several spears around, while he's, while he has that wind wall up. But her, Nidalee is known for her notorious weak pre-6, and especially weak wave clear, while Yasuo's wave clear is good. And once he gets static shiv, absurd. And that's almost always first buy on Yasuo. Yasuo, you see different builds on him occasionally, but really there's one build path. It is really static shiv into Infinity Edge. You really shouldn't be building anything else, because that gets you to 100% crit and gets you the extra bonus crit damage. And that's really his damage spike. That's kind of where you need to be. So, in any case, yes, this should be really interesting. Yasuo is a very strong pick against Nidalee, so Nidalee might have slightly counterpicked herself. But it's, if the Nidalee plays well, it's hard to get a Nidalee out of lane with that heal.
Yes, this is true.
Any melee champ.
She does have a lot of sustain, and she does have that ability to be at range. She just has that bad wave clear until she does get that Cougar form.
So a lot of it's going to be making sure Yasuo is really on point with his mobility and not getting caught. Because if he gets caught by 1 or 2 spears when he doesn't have wind wall up, and he can't dash away through minions, he's going to end up in a lot of trouble. Because if he's low, he can't actually be in those minions because Nidalee can just all in him.
Okay, so it looks like this game is loading up and getting all set to go. Remember, this is the team's Alpha Doge, if I recall, versus Team Dunkai. Very long name. I should have written it down. I'm sorry. But that is our first 2 teams that we will be playing. Doge is the blue, and Dunkai is the purple team. So this is the first round of a 5-round bracket of a tournament. So stick with us. We have a lot of games in store, and this game is just about to get underway.
Yeah. Nothing particularly surprising out of the summoners here. I would not have been surprised to see Trundle take teleport, but if Trundle is planning on winning the lane and being able to beat Jax, either get ahead of Jax or be able to beat Jax in mid to late game in 1v1s, that Ignite is going to be very important. Trundle also can interrupt a teleport with his Pillar. So being able to be ahead or being able to fight so you can keep Jax in vision so you can pillar him out of teleporting is very important when you're doing the 1v1 split push fights. Ghost is... I really like Ghost on Trundle. We've been seeing more of it. Flash Pillar isn't that strong of an initiate, so he doesn't have that Flash ult capability, and he doesn't really need the Flash Escape. And the Ghost gives him a tremendous amount of stickiness. Ghost is really a much better offensive summoner spell for auto attack champions, and Trundle is certainly one of an auto attack champion.
Oh yeah, he loves his auto attacks just because that bite steals so much AD, and that's part of the reason why he can actually 1v1 Jax is just because he does have that bite, that ability to steal that attack damage, which Jax is a very attack damage oriented champion. He does have a little bit of burst with his leap strike empowered.
Yeah, empower. Yeah, Empower plus his ultimate. He has a lot of damage, and it's mixed between magic and AD, which makes him much harder. I think that's probably why he's one of the premier. He has a lot of amazing built-in stats. If his full attack speed is stacked up, tremendous amount. He has an auto attack reset with his Empower, as well as good damage, tons of mobility, and that sustained damage, that magic damage every 3rd hit. Very, very powerful. And because his damage is split between AD and magic, you can't just build Randuin's Frozen Heart or Randuin's Sunfire and basically become kind of immune to damage from him, because he's still going to hurt pretty hard because his Empower is all magic damage, and his every 3rd attack is all magic damage. Grandmaster's Might, I believe, is the name.
That sounds right.
Yeah. In any case, so this should be pretty interesting. And, on the Ghost versus Flash, why we see Flash on Jax is because his Flash Jump Stun is a very powerful initiation tool.
Yeah.
And also just kind of allows him to go ham. Flash is much better at disengaging from short distances.
So it looks like we are underway. Keep in mind the lane matchups are going to be Nocturne versus Kha'Zix in the jungle. At top lane, it is going to be the Trundle versus the Jax. At mid lane, Yasuo versus Nidalee, and bottom lane will be Graves and Lulu versus Jaina and the Caitlyn.
Yep.
So,
Bai's already a little bit surprised to see this Doran's shield on Trundle here. Doran's shield got nerfed a while back, and we've been kind of theory crafting with it since, and it's pretty much not worth buying. You really need to be auto attacked by your enemy a lot for the Doran's shield to outsustain a Doran's blade. Because that 5 health, you're going to be auto-attacking creeps in the top lane. That 5 health on hit is basically the same or better than the health regen on that Doran's shield.
A little bit of aggressive positioning here at bottom lane. Nidalee putting down a little bit of damage there on Graves. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him go back fairly quickly here, because I doubt we're going to see an actual invade. He drops the ward trinket there just to make sure that if they are aware, if they are going to invade on that. So... and another notable item difference is Lulu decided to go with that Spell Thief's Edge versus Jaina decided to go with that Ancient Coin. So it looks like Lulu is going to be playing aggressive like we normally expect with a Lulu, and Jaina's going a little bit more defensive with that, just trying to keep her her Caitlyn alive as much as possible.
And Jenna has a huge problem triggering Spell Thief's Edge like 3 times every 30 seconds because she doesn't have any abilities that are really longer than auto attack range, except her Whirlwind. And her Whirlwind has a problem that when it's firing that far, it's charged up fully, so it's doing a lot of damage. It's very easy to kill creeps, which disables your Spell Thief's Edge. Yeah. So Janna just doesn't work very, very well with that Spell Thief's Edge. Spell Thief's Edge has much higher gold upside than the coin does. Less health regen, though, which is very important. The coin is actually really good health regen. It's about 30 health regen per wave for every 30 seconds. So,
but yeah, it looks like both of the junglers will be positioning for an early gank here at this roughly 3.5 minute mark up at the top lane. So we should see a lot of action going on up there in a little bit. Yasuo, meanwhile, looks like he's actually playing a pretty tame mid lane right now. Just clearing up those minions a little bit, diving around, trying to abuse that mobility. And bottom lane's playing pretty calm. So pretty calm early game so far.
Yep, junglers are about even on their clear speed. Nocturne just finished up Wolves. They both did Wolves first. They're both going to their respective buffs, blue and red.
Yep. So it looks like we're going to see a very early gank. Little small engage going on at top lane there, just trading a little bit of damage. Both are brought down to about half health, but that's probably because they're both positioning for those early ganks that are going to be going on top lane. So they're both okay with trading that damage, and we'll see how it is. Neither one of them have dropped ward, so nobody knows what's going to happen here, and it looks like we're going to see a giant collision here in this river. Blue team actually does have a vision now of that. Kha'Zix is coming up the side, so Nocturne is in a little bit of trouble. He does get the fear off. A little bit of damage goes down. Kha'Zix jumps back out, but now he is caught out. Jack's coming down, trying to leap strike too, but it looks like nothing's going to come from it. It looks like everybody's going to fall back. Kha'Zix is going to work his way back into the jungle, and Nocturne's just going to show a little preference to give Trundle a little bit more time to clear those minions. So.
Yep, and farm very even so far, except Yasuo is ahead of Nidalee. This is not surprising at all, especially with Kha'Zix showing up top. You know, when you can see Kha'Zix top, Yasuo knows he doesn't have anything to worry about from that Kha'Zix mid. So it's, you know, now he does need to worry. We'll probably see a ward go down from Yasuo pretty soon. And we'll see what side he puts it on. It probably should be top side, but I could see bottom side just because top is the most conventional.
Yeah. And pretty calm pretty much across the board. Bottom lane, we've seen a little bit of pokes, but Jaina, she loves to mitigate a lot of that poke damage that you normally see. And Graves, he's a burst caster versus Caitlyn, the epitome of ranged marksman. So,
yeah.
He doesn't really want to get out on that unless he can ensure a kill.
Yeah.
So
if bottom lanes, you know, if they both decide to play passively, and it looks like Graves Lulu will because they don't have sustain yet. Graves doesn't have his Vamp Scepter or anything like that.
Yeah.
Without sustain, without Lulu having a good mana item, they're just simply not going to be able to out-sustain Janna shields.
So Nocturne positioning for an ambush gank here in this bottom side bush. He has not been seen yet, so they aren't aware of it, but there is a purple team ward in that second bush.
He's just wasting time at this point. This lane is too pushed for him to actually ever be able to do anything unless he wants to walk into that second bush. And maybe they're just timing that ward. If they're waiting for that ward to drop, okay, the ward dropped. Is Nocturne going to move up?
Nope, he's just going to back away. So he did burn a little bit of time there. That gave Kha'Zix a little bit of time to actually catch up in CS, and he is going to get a little bit ahead here. So.
Yeah, just about one camp, which is not a huge deal in the big swing of things. Kha'Zix has also bought, which is very important. Once you have that Spirit Stone, it's very easy to just stay out almost forever, while Nocturne still is going to need to spend the time to go back.
So definitely a farm fest across the board. Everybody is fairly even. Trundle's mildly ahead. He's about a 1 creep wave ahead of Jax, but Jax is also pretty pushed under his turret, so I wouldn't be surprised if that evens up. Yasuo is the biggest differential. He is about 20 creeps up over Nidalee, but like we said, this is to be expected. Without those hard ganks at early, we expect Yasuo to win out the early game of the lane versus a Nidalee.
Yep. Yeah, he's going to win out, and unfortunately, unless Yasuo gets ganked, Nidalee won't be able to go into Cougar form and clear waves against Yasuo. He will just do too much damage. Damage traded up top.
And a little bit at bottom lane, so we're seeing ganks simultaneously. Nocturne's going to be going in up at top, and Jax does not have vision of that. Meanwhile, Kha'Zix at bottom lane looked like he was going to go for an ambush gank, but did not see it.
I don't think that's going to work very well.
Jax face checks, and this is probably going to be first blood. He does flash away. The pillar, though, might be enough for him to keep up.
Nocturne
nice stun.
But I think the bite is going to be enough.
He did try to ward hop, but Trundle does get that first blood. And since it is actually pretty substantially far into the game, he is getting the full effect of that gold. So that is actually a very substantial first blood there for top lane.
Yeah, I feel like it was a very slight misplay on his part, because if he had the ward hop available, what he should have done is he should have gone over the wall instead of around.
Yeah,
if he was planning on ward hopping over, just ward hop over this that short wall just directly to the turret instead of walking around the wall.
Mid lane, Kha'Zix's going for the gank here on Yasuo. He does dive away from him as much as possible, but he is going to take some big damage. There's the flash, but I don't think it's
he has his knockout. No,
he goes down.
Kha'Zix decided to flash for it, but that's pretty reasonable. Trading flashes.
Nidalee landing a nice spear there to ensure the kill there for Kha'Zix.
And that's exactly what Nidalee needed to really get back in this mid lane, because she was, being down 20 creeps is really rough. Yep. This is going to let her catch up a bit, get some free farm, go back, buy some good items, and then be able to fight with Yasuo.
And she's only 100 gold down now, so really not that substantial. And especially if she roams around, this is going to give her a chance to get blue, and then she'll be able to spam spears all day. Yep. And she'll love it and drop as many traps as she could possibly desire, which will ease up a lot of pressure, and she might be able to even start roaming a little bit here, like we normally see with Nidalee's.
Yep. And first buys for top. Jax gets boots in Vamp Scepter, which is pretty standard. We'll probably see him go in Blade of the Rune King. Very, very standard first item for Jax. But Trundle went with Warden's Mill first, which is very powerful against Jax.
Mid lane, Ignite does go down on Nidalee. She took some big damage there, but she did survive, which means she is going to be able to stay in lane here. It looks like Kha'Zix is not in a position to really support her too much, but she does have to be a little careful because the die potential from Yasuo is pretty potent, but he did burn his ultimate not too long ago.
Looks like they're going to go do Dragon? This is pretty... They have A pink down, but I don't feel like it's cleared for sure. Like, I do not feel like they cleared it.
Oh, and there's an execute at red buff from Kha'Zix. A little sloppy play there on that purple side. Just got a little greedy, did not want to go back and try to get the red buff, and actually gave up his life.
Yeah, without enough resources, that's that's pretty costly. That's a lot of time lost, because you lose all of the time spent trying to kill the red buff, as well as your death timer.
And I'm not sure if he actually killed the large lizard and then died to the small ones. I'm not sure. That can't.
The death picture was the large lizard, so he died to the large lizard. It's technically possible to die at the same time as you kill it, but it's very difficult. It's most likely that large lizard.
Top lane, Trundle and Jax once again trading a little bit of damage here, but gold advantage is just slightly in blue team's favor just because they did get that dragon. And Kha'Zix is actually going to be pretty set far behind because of that death. That death is going to be pretty costly. Yep. And it looks like Yasuo is going for the engage. I'm not sure if this is actually the wisest decision because Nidalee, he does have that execute. Nocturne comes in with the ultimate.
Is here, so it's probably
and she throws out the spear, does not quite get it, and it looks like she does manage to leap out of that fear range from Nocturne. Yep. So nice.
We're going to have one more spear come out.
Kha'Zix is coming in. There's the leap. Big damage and a nice wind wall blocks the spear, but Kha'Zix still manages to get the kill there with that isolation damage. So nice play there with Kha'Zix.
Yep, good. Yasuo did the best he could. Trundle's really pushing the crap out of this Jax, which is impressive, because Jax just isn't trading well. I think he's afraid of the creeps or anything like that. He started a fight when there's too many creeps that would be hitting him, but I really feel like Jax should be out sustaining this Trundle here with this Vamp Scepter. The Warden's Mill is good in trades, but Jax gets to heal everything back up off the creeps in between fights. So.
Yeah. Meanwhile, bottom lane is just a farm fest, and Caitlyn is a little bit ahead. Really not that much even.
About what you would expect, like 5 creeps ahead. This is a very even lane, very calm. And some of it is just simply there's no hard engage for either side. And no side really wants to hard engage because hard engaging on a Janna is really rough and just isn't going to end up well for you. And hard engaging on a Lulu is about the same thing, especially against a Graves who has all that armor and magic resist from his passive.
So it looks like Trundle decided to go with that quick phage afterwards. We'll see what he decides to build that into. I would guess Iceborne, the Iceborne Gauntlet, but it...
Trundle? Phage?
Phage.
No, he's almost certainly going to build a Triforce.
Triforce, yeah. Okay, so
he does building a damage item that isn't a lifesteal item. Like Trundle likes Bork, He actually likes Hydra a lot too, especially if he's going to be countering Jack's split push. Because Trundle's wave clear is bad.
Yeah.
The worst thing about Trundle by far is his wave clear, and Hydra fixes all of that.
Yeah, I was thinking of Frozen Mail, and I'm like, wait a moment, nobody builds that anymore.
Yep. Does it even build out of Phage anymore?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, I didn't think it builds out of Phage anymore. It's like pickaxe and giant spell.
Yeah. Anyway, back to the game at hand. Purple team is still getting pushed on nearly every lane, it seems like. But they really aren't that far behind. They're only about 1,000 gold behind right now, and that's mainly that dragon. They've done some pretty solid job of keeping up with this, but they are aware that they did lose out on that dragon, so they're trying to...
Yasuo he does walk out the correct way. He had good ward coverage. That pink ward is still doing tons of work. This is something that I love about Season 4. These pink wards, they last forever. And while that sounds like crazy, it's not, because, they're visible, so it's pretty easy to kill them. But pink wards are a great investment. They're only 25 gold more than a green ward. And, if they only last 3 minutes...
Bottom lane, we do have Nocturne coming in there with the ultimate, and lots of damage actually going down. Not quite the ultimate. He just did a nice little bush gank there, so well played there by Nocturne, but it did force a couple summoner spells, it looks like, just from Caitlyn.
Yeah, just the flash out of Caitlyn, it looks like. She still has that heal as a disengage as well. So yeah, she won't have that flash for the next Nocturne cooldown. Some trading top, but yeah, she won't have that flash for the next Nocturne ult if he just uses it on cooldown down there. But if he waits a couple minutes, it's going to be back up, and it, won't really have done anything, just back to farming.
And they also did force the Jaina ultimate, so they won't have that disengage for a little while. And but all the other ultimates are up, so we are probably going to see a hard engage here fairly shortly from that Graves. Meanwhile, at top lane, big damage going down. Trundle tries to burn the ultimate, manages to stay alive long enough to take down that Jax. So well played there, just using that ultimate to get Jax to overcommit to the fight and then heal up just enough to survive it. So well played by Trundle there.
Yep. And this is kind of what we were talking about up top. Trundle,
bottom lane,
Nidalee, nothing's going to happen. There's no hard
damage. She misses the spear initially. She lands the second one and takes out Graves. So nice aim there with that second spear. So
yeah, it looked like Graves was trying to block for Lulu, but did not expect the damage that was going to come out from Nidalee, and died to the spear.
Nidalee still trying to hunt for this Lulu, but with the vision there, it won't be enough to really do much. And Nocturne might actually be able to catch her out here. She is caught behind the turret.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to do anything here.
And it looks like he was going to try and defend that turret, but I think it's a goner.
Yeah, and I believe this will be the first turret of the game. So 14 minutes, bit of a slow game, 2-3 kills, first turret down. And this is something we've seen. The most recent patch increased the damage reduction, flat damage reduction on turrets. In the first, it used to be 8 minutes, now it's 7 minutes of the game.
Yep.
So, is that a Nocturnal?
Burning the ultimate, going for the engage on Nidalee. Big ignite goes down, but she does manage to flash leap strike out of most of the damage. So, great job mitigating that ultimate and that ignite, but she might be forced back here, and the blue team might be able to do a strong push here at mid lane, since both, Kha'Zix, he's got enough health, but that turret's low enough since Yasuo has been pushing hard all game. Yeah,
this is really dangerous from them to stay around. They don't have any ranged champions. If they had a ranged champion here, purple team did, Nidalee and Kha'Zix would have to back off because they would just get poked down and the turret would get poked down. But because it's just Yasuo and Nocturne, they can't hit the turret. They can't hit the turret without taking a ton of damage from Kha'Zix and Nidalee.
Bottom lane, meanwhile, taking advantage of purple team heading back, and they did take out that tier 1 turret, which happens very often at the bottom lane.
Yep. You kill your turret, you back, and then the other team kills your turret back.
Yep.
So, trading turrets, keeping it very even game. 1,000 gold. Again, it's just this dragon. We're going to see the second dragon, but
right
Kha'Zix
now
was back. So, it's going to be a 3v4 on...
Kha'Zix is not there. Blue team is going to be brought pretty low here. Caitlyn looks like she's trying to poke a little bit here. Nidalee landing some very nice spears, but she is caught a little bit out. Purple team pursuing just a little bit here.
They can't catch Nidalee in the jungle, so she's just going to be harassing them down, but they're not going to get a kill. Not in position.
Blue team once again getting almost a second free dragon there, but it looks like they are going to be forced to actually walk a lot of the way back here from Nidalee, and that might actually allow Purple Team to do enough damage to this mid turret to take it down.
They're gonna. It's pretty full still, so I would be surprised if they lose it.
Nidalee playing very aggressive. She does do a lot of damage to Nocturne, but he does manage to flash out before she can get that killing blow. But that was very aggressive from Nidalee.
Yeah, a little bit too deep. I think she was just assuming that they didn't have vision, and they had just enough and caught her out.
Purple Team still pushing on this mid turret, even though Yasuo is there, and he does have that pretty incredible wave clear, but that is one of the glories of Caitlyn, is she does have that massive range, which allows her to siege turrets very strong. Very strongly. Meanwhile, top lane Trundle, he's still just pushing.
Yep.
Name of the game. Meanwhile, taking a look at some of those items, we do have that Bloodthirster completed by Graves, but not quite by the Caitlyn, so a little bit of a goal difference there, but it looks like she just hasn't
gotten back to buy yet.
Top lane, Kha'Zix going for the gank here on Trundle.
Yeah, I don't think anything's able to get away. Trundle still has his ultimate.
Wow, beautiful stun.
Oh, that's very surprising.
Beautiful stun with enough damage there to take it out, so that's impressive that gank was that effective, especially with vision and the ultimate still up. So
yeah, I feel like Trundle should have ulted Jax just to get the health and the armor and magic resist.
Yeah.
Keep himself much beefier. That health, is very deceptive under turret because it's instant. The first half of it is instant, and that armor and magic resist, you're taking less damage than you should be, and it's very powerful. And Jax has more armor and MR than Kha'Zix does right now. So, but he didn't, and ended up dying. I don't know if it would have saved him or not.
So Yasuo did finish that static shift now, so he does have that absurd wave clear that we've talked about in the past.
And, as well as pretty good poke for a melee champion.
Yeah, this is very true. Kha'Zix, he does have that Spirit of the Elder Lizard now, so he does have a little bit more sustained damage versus targets and pretty substantial versus singles. So he should be doing pretty solid now in these team fights, which are slowly starting to break out here. With the focus on
oh wow, this
going
is
for
very
a hard engage. Even though that turret is still up, it is very low, and it looks like it's just going to be a force to try and get Graves.
Yeah, it was low enough. They did manage to get it down exactly. Low spell shield.
And Graves does take the bullet there for Nocturne, so he is going to be able to get away, but takes another spear, and that's actually going to be pretty huge, because with that 80 carry down, Purple Team should have a strong enough push, especially with Nocturne down.
Yeah, Lulu has no mana, so they're just going to back off this turret. It's not worth.
They might be able to get a second one here.
I would be surprised if they get the second. Oh,
they
wow.
rotate bottom. There is a huge creep wave at bottom, but it looks like they trying to catch Trundle out here, and Trundle is a little deep, but he does have support of Lulu now. And Jaina actually burning the ultimate to try and disengage from this fight. Nidalee still a little bit deep in there. Caitlyn actually doing a great job of bringing people low, and Nidalee comes in along the side, picks up 2 kills there. One with the spear, one with the claw to the face. And this is actually going to be probably Purple Team's big move. Nocturne was forced to go to that bottom lane to try and clear that out. Meanwhile, Jax at top lane pushing it out. Purple Team is just all of a sudden coming together. They've found their little niche right now.
Yeah, well, and I think a lot of it was more they took advantage of Blue Team just getting a little bit spread out. Graves, they spent a lot of resources getting that mid tower down, and they weren't able to withdraw without losing Graves there. Some of it was Nocturne's fault. He did not spell shield the spear. He was late on it.
Yeah.
And then Graves had to block because the spell shield was going to be down when that ace in the hole hit, which would most likely have killed him. Which caused, Graves being in a bad position to eat that spear. Then Trundle came in when his team was low and Graves was dead. And unfortunately, Trundle is not the raid boss that can 1v4 just yet. He needs a couple more items before he can do that.
So gold is extremely even though Purple Team is up a turret in 4 kills. It is very even across the board.
Well, Blue has Blue Team picked up 2 dragons.
Yep.
And they're,
Kha'Zix doing a nice ambush gank here, and Nocturne actually doing a lot of damage, and it might be enough to force a flash here. And it actually just gets the kill. So,
yeah, Nocturne's flash wasn't up for another minute. It was down from the tower dive.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so it wasn't up yet, so, he was just caught out, and Kha'Zix was up.
Oh, Kha'Zix went the wrong way to try and get back home and just gets demolished by the Lulu Graves combo there. Meanwhile, top lane, Trundle did manage to push down that top turret eventually here, but if he overstays his welcome here, he's going to be a little bit of trouble.
He should be fine. All he needs to do is throw down a pillar and... Yep. Yeah, no one's going to be able to catch him. Yeah, a little surprising by Kha'Zix, but great play by Lulu to get the polymorph down on him immediately, because otherwise he could have just jumped over the wall.
Yep. And yeah, so that evens it up once again. Blue team small advantage, but at this mid stage of the game, a 900 gold advantage is really not that substantial.
Yep. The tower and map advantage is almost more important, and we're dead even on that as well. Dragon will be coming up in just 15 seconds, so that's going to be the next objective that we really get to see the fight over.
All outer turrets are down, and vision right now is mainly limited to just the river right now. There is not a lot of offensive or defensive wards, except in that tri-bush. We do have a pink ward there, which Lily looks like she is going to be clearing out right now.
She's going to get rid of that. No one's close to really contest. Purple started this dragon. This is very ambitious.
3v4 Jax is nowhere close. He does have that teleport. Big ultimate from Lulu. Yasuo coming in with the ultimate. Lots of lockdown. Jaina gets picked up. Kha'Zix gets forced out very quickly. Caitlyn is caught off a little bit here. Jax trying to come in, but it's not going to be enough. Nidalee is still very full, and she looks like she is going to try and snipe this dragon, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. We'll see if the timing is right.
Her spear actually does
boom, and she gets it.
Spear actually does, with her items, does more damage than Smite does right now. While it's magic damage, you know, if she has enough, like, you know, magic 10 or just, you know, flat damage, you can, you know, you just need to have someone in the way to block the spear, or you need to, like, combo an ability with that. And Nocturne doesn't really have any high damage abilities to use to combo with his Smite to guarantee that kill. So that's not surprising at all. They just needed to line someone up to block.
And blue team, since they realized that they did win that team fight and two people were forced back, decided to rotate towards mid. Just push that down real quick, and it looks like they're going to try and catch Nidalee, which is not
worth their time. Don't chase Nidalee through a jungle, guys. Not worth your time. It's just going to result in a face full of spears and a lot of frustrations.
Yep. There's three rules, and two of them are don't chase Singed. Like, there are some exceptions to these rules. But
not really. Don't chase Singed, don't chase Nidalee.
Yeah, those are two of the big rules that nearly every summoner should learn at some point. Like, you can chase them a little, but not very far.
Yep. So, in any case, don't step on cupcakes. Is that rule number 3?
Everyone hates Teemo. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, that's a pretty reasonable rule.
I think there's even a TV show about it. Anyway, top lane, a little bit of pokage going on there, but not much is going to come from it. Trundle, he's a beast now with that Warden's Mail, and Jax has a little bit of damage with that Blade of the Rune King, but he's not at that point where he just blows people up. So,
and the problem is he doesn't have enough stickiness to stay on top of Trundle.
Yeah. Yasuo looks like he was going for that Kha'Zix. I think if he landed that knockup, he might have actually been his ultimate.
Yeah. But back to that last team fight, we got to see the Wombo combo we were talking about. Nocturne ulting in, Lulu ult knocking everyone up, and Yasuo ulting to everyone who's knocked up.
Yeah.
You know, just that's the kind of really hard engage you need against a disengaged poke comp.
And then Graves, he just loves it when they're all clumped up like that.
Yeah, he gets like Q ult them, do a ton of damage. They're all going to be very low anyways. So.
He has the spell called Collateral Damage. I wonder what it does, but it.
Yeah. But yeah, so you know that it's they have the damage, but and it's important because you can have all the hard engage in the world, but if you can't kill the enemy, it doesn't matter.
What's curious is Graves actually decided to go with a quick last whisper, and.
Yeah, like so did Yasuo. That's actually extremely surprising that he did not go IE second. And I think maybe he just did it because he felt like they were a little bit behind, and he just wanted the massive damage burst from the armor pen. Graves eats another spear.
Yep, Nocturne goes for the hard engage there, gets knocked up. There's blue ultimate. It's gonna be enough to push back a lot of the purple team, but blue team is low enough where this is actually a very dangerous gambit they've got going on right now. And damage across the board. Trundle is actually proven to be a beast right now. Just absorbing tons of damage in these kills. His passive is just so strong in these team fights once those kills start racking up.
Yep. Yeah. He's already very, very tanky, but that passive giving him 6% of the max health when someone dies near him, it's just so much extra hit points when people start dying that he just snowballs very hard.
Nidalee playing very aggressive here, trying to get some cheese kills. Yeah. Actually, Trundle going in very strong with the ghost, and Nidalee flashes over the wall.
Yeah, flashes into the blue side jungle, but you're not going to be able to catch this Nidalee.
There is a lot of people there, but Caitlyn is there to support, and looks like blue team should give up.
Yeah, they're going to get cut out.
Oh gosh, Nocturne gets wrecked by 2 skill shots in the face there trying to chase that Nidalee.
Saw Nocturne cutting him off, and I was like, this is great if he's full and awful if he's low, and he ends up being low, and exactly what you would expect, gets murdered.
So, a little rough. That puts blue team back just a little bit here. They got to be a little bit more careful with getting caught here, because at this point in the game, losing your jungler like that to cheese kills means often you can lose a Baron. Purple team just doesn't have the positioning to really do it right now.
Yeah.
But
blue team has to worry about it much less than purple team on that Baron steal, because with purple team's poke comp, they don't actually have a tremendous amount of fast Baron kill.
Yeah.
Jax does have his Blade of the Ruined King, and Kha'Zix does do a lot of damage. So, but Caitlyn isn't a very fast Baron killer, and she doesn't have like a Blade of the Ruined King, which would speed it up a lot.
Yeah.
So they don't actually, they have good Baron speed, but not great Baron speed. And they don't want to get caught in a Baron pit.
Yeah.
Because you can't disengage out of the Baron pit like they normally want to disengage. So it's an awful place for purple team to get caught. So they're far less worried. Oh, this is a dead Nidalee. Maybe?
Yasuo is going to try and keep pace, but he is
up,
caught a little bit out. Big damage going down. He does throw out the wind wall and goes down to a Nidalee spear. Caitlyn is taking some pretty solid damage, but blue team is just kind of all over the place right now. And they can't really find a cohesive attack front. And it's
meanwhile, Jax is pushing down top while this entire thing is happening. And Nidalee's going to do her best to keep these guys from going back and stopping him, and she can do a great job at this, especially with how much of a spear magnet Graves is.
And Nocturne's actually caught a little bit out of position here, and now we're going to have a little bit of chase. We'll see what happens here. He doesn't have really good escapes. His flash is down.
I don't like this at all.
Caitlyn almost face checks, drops the ward, but it looks like I think a Nocturne's going to be the dead one here.
Yep.
Goes down and giving Caitlyn up the kill, and Nocturne once again getting caught out is actually going to be very, very rough for this blue team.
Yeah, that's very expensive. They have the dragon timer. They know it's up in 5 seconds. This is going to be a dragon for purple, and they're going to take the first substantial lead of this game in, like 10, 15 minutes.
And just because they managed to force blue team to overcommit to like an engagement that wasn't really in their favor, even though it was the 5v4, it just not quite what we're looking for there, and it allowed Jax to push down a turret, and then Nocturne just overcommitted. So.
Yep. And unfortunately, it would have gone much better. Yasuo missed his Q, so not only his whirlwind knockup. So not only did he not get the kill on Nidalee, he also was in the middle of purple team instead of being way off onto the side on top of Nidalee killing her.
Yeah.
So, tremendous, swinginess of Yasuo that you can kind of see. When he's on, he's amazing. When he's off, he's not really doing anything. He's just kind of a squishy melee champ that dies.
Very, very true. Taking a quick look at the items, we do have that Spirit Visage on the Trundle, which is a massive increase in tankiness. Because not only does it increase his passive, that MR is absolutely huge.
Yep.
Absolutely huge.
It'll let him stand in front of these Nidalee spears and not worry about it too much. It's gonna hurt, but it's not gonna be like on Graves, where Graves loses 60% of his health with one Nidalee spear. Trundle's probably gonna lose like 20% of his health off of a Nidalee spear. And he can heal it back up pretty quick. Oh, Nidalee.
Nidalee gets caught out a little bit.
Good Jaina
ultimate, but Nocturne, it looks like he is going to dive deep, but keep in mind, he is actually relatively far behind and not much tankiness, so he actually gets forced to disengage there. Nidalee spears getting thrown out. Blue team still trying to go for another engage here on this purple team, but not quite getting it. It looks like they're going to fall back because they realized, we burned a lot of our spells.
Yeah, and this is one of the things they're running into the problems with, is Nocturne is too far up for that Lulu ult. So she's queuing up that ult, hoping to get it on him. But it's coming up too late, and this is actually the second time she's not knocked anyone up with that Nocturne ult. Oh, this is dangerous.
Duo goes down to the Kha'Zix, and he manages to stealth out, and they actually pick up Lulu too. Kha'Zix is going to take some big damage and get forced to leap out. But blue team once again forced into a 3v4 situation here, and Jax is just farming. He's just farming up there.
Yep.
So purple team just doing a great job right now.
They're going to be able to put a ton of pressure on this tower. Wow, that Caitlyn Q hit everybody. That's really bad. Nidalee wrapping around. She got killed here before, but I don't think they have the catch potential without Lulu there.
Yeah. She does get pillared, but I think she is going to be able to get away.
Yeah, second hop comes up.
Jax actually burned his teleport, it looks like, and swapped down to bottom lane to try and push that out a little bit. Just trying to put pressure on all the lanes, it looks like, while his team is putting on that heavy pressure on mid.
Well, it's too dangerous to, like, pressuring top. There's no inner turret left.
Yep.
Well, there is one on bottom, so he can take the inner turret pretty safely. Taking it, pressuring a Nexus turret is, or not a Nexus turret, rather, an inhibitor turret is much more dangerous. So I think it was a fine call, not great because his team was going back. I probably just would have pushed another wave top, gone back, and then we could have walked back mid while he walked bottom. He'd still have that teleport up.
Yasuo trying to get the catch there once again on Nidalee. And Nidalee, she will have max cooldown reduction right now because she did finish that Athene's Unholy Realm. She actually got the blue potion, which is going to put her pretty close, not to mention she has blue buff. So we're going to see spears every, 2 seconds.
Not maxed yet. She would need 5% from either like a blue pot or 5% from runes because you only get 5% from masteries.
Yeah.
And blue buff's only 10% cooldown. That got changed a while back. So.
She does.
Yeah, she does have the masteries, so not that surprising. Or not the masteries, rather, the runes, which is not surprising, but you do need to have it.
So blue team once again looking for a hard push here. And it looks like they did manage to do quite a bit of damage, but Nocturne in the process goes down once again.
1 for 1.
And Jax takes a big beating, but it looks like he's also dishing out some solid damage. Kha'Zix trying to keep up here. Graves actually gets forced out of the fight, and he does go down still to that Nidalee. And purple team just solidly winning that fight, only giving up Kha'Zix right now. And Jax, oh my gosh, that heal. That heal off Nidalee is just doing
Yeah, we've gotten
right
late game where that heal is just massive. Several hundred health. It's just insane. Not to mention the attack speed on Jax, because it is also an attack speed buff. Very, very powerful. And unfortunately, they were kind of focusing, if you look at the people that were low, they were focusing Kha'Zix, Nidalee, and Jax. And these are the beefiest and slipperiest people on their team. And unfortunately, most of their team's slippery. Your other choices are Caitlyn and Janna, and Caitlyn's going to stay way back. And Janna's just a support, and you don't really want to be on top of her anyways.
So purple team going for the Baron. They should be able to get this quite easily, and all of them will have the buff. So Kha'Zix is back up, and this should be pretty substantial here. Gold advantage is now about a little under 9,000 in purple team's favor.
Yep, it is not over 9,000 yet, but it very possibly will be very, very soon.
Couldn't resist.
I could not. But yeah, purple team has a very solid handle on this, and blue team felt like they kind of had a catch out, but they just didn't have enough hard CC. They have the Wombo combo, which is good against multiple targets, but when you have to burn those ultimates or burn those abilities on a single target, it tremendously reduces your ability to, really engage on multiple targets. So if you don't get that kill, if you don't get that pick, which they didn't, Kha'Zix got away, Nidalee got away initially, you just don't have the resources left to really, pick people down. So the sustain, the defense, and the peel that purple team has is just going to pick you apart. Not to mention Jax's mass.
I think the main reason why they're losing these team fights is actually, I'm going to say it's item builds right now, because Yasuo, he didn't go for that big damage that you normally see, like the Static Shiv and Infinity Edge. He decided to go with that Last Whisper, even though it wasn't that much armor. So, it's going to make it so he does more consistent damage versus these tanky targets if they do decide to go
but there's no armor items. I don't see any, actually.
I see one Warden's Mail. That is all I'm seeing.
Yeah, I see a Warden's Mail, but he just built that.
Yeah.
He went Triport and Port.
Yep. So, and the other one is Graves. Graves, he decided to go with the Last Whisper as his second item, and then finish a Banshee's Veil. I understand the Banshee's Veil to mitigate some of this damage from Nidalee, and try and mitigate some of the damage. But again, Kha'Zix decides to dive on him. But
yeah, he built that Last Whisper as his second item. But the problem is, when they don't have a lot of armor, it's not that great of a damage item. So again,
blue team just gets caught out again, trying to overcommit to that turret, try and save it. And once again, this purple team just being unrelenting with that Baron buff. The Nidalee spears, the Jaina just throwing down these shields, which are probably shielding for horrendous amounts of damage for this Caitlyn, and she's just allowed to just pick away here.
Jaina doesn't have a lot of AP right now, so they're not shielding for horrendous amounts, but it's enough. The biggest problem is this Nidalee. She's just, she's had blue buff most of these fights. She's just poking like crazy.
Yeah.
And Yasuo didn't win wall the spear, so he went down to 20%. And then Kha'Zix is just able to jump in and pick him off.
So blue team They did a great job at the early game kind of controlling those objectives, but now purple team, they've just found their rhythm, and they're just winning across the board right now, and blue team is just giving up kills, trying to defend turrets that are more than lost. And it looks like this game will be winding down here in just a few moments. It's going to come down to these last couple fights. Blue team is still fighting it out here on these Nexus turrets, but these Nidalee Spears and Caitlyn damage is just absolutely absurd right now. Almost gets to Caitlyn there with a giant combo damage, but they're still going down. Purple team, they are fairly low, but with that Baron buff, they have a ton of sustain, and there goes the Jaina ultimate. Can be enough to bring them up fairly full, and keep in mind, Nidalee heals are huge right now. So look at that, Jackson back at full, and purple team still pushing out here. Legendary Nidalee is all I have to say.
Yep, if she's hitting spears, you're in trouble, because that's all of her damage. Yeah, it's almost no damage unless you can really get in there and do this. So this should be the game right here.
Purple team wailing away at this Nexus, and there goes the
that is a very big troll, but not enough.
Not enough. But yeah, I would say the major downfalls here was the damage dealers for blue team just didn't build damage, and Nocturne kept getting caught out. Those are the two big things, is what I would say for this first game.
We also have to okay. You also have to talk about, Graves was a big spear magnet, and he had to build that Banshee's Veil, because if you can't dodge spears, you need to not die to them. And so the Banshee's Veil will not only reduce the incoming damage, but the first one isn't gonna, do anything to you. So that's pretty big. But yeah, that last Whisper instead of an attack speed item, because that's a huge thing. Like when you're building your ADs, you have to remember all of these stats scale with each other. So you build crit, that makes your attack speed and your attack damage do more damage. You build attack speed, that makes your AD and your crit do more damage because you're attacking more, you're critting more, all of that. So all these stats scale well together. So if you're skipping one of them, you're falling way, way behind on the multiplicative damage stacking and damage increase that ADs pick up, which is why you need to build an AD item first. Then you generally build an attack speed item. Then you generally build your last Whisper to get some penetration. And then you build your defensive item. This is a tried and true, this is the tried and true method. A lot of people skip the defensive item and they just go straight to Infinity Edge fourth. It's BT into Static Shiv, into Last Whisper, into Infinity Edge. That's very dangerous. That requires you to have excellent positioning, good peel, and excellent AD mechanics. And I'm not saying anyone in these tournaments don't. I'm just saying, when you're building in solo queue, you need to be aware that is, you're going to get blown up. They're going to see, oh, you don't have any defensive items? Everyone's going to murder you. But yeah, you need to build that attack speed item.
So, okay, we will be going to break here in just a few moments. Stick with us. That was the end of just our first mini round here, just for kind of a challenger round. And now we're getting into the actual meat and vegetables of this tournament here. With the first round, we'll have 16 teams still left in this tournament. So stick around. We'll see you in a little bit, guys.
Several hours of a great league in front of us. Have a good one. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are into the second round of this Warrior Esports tournament, and my name is Rubel.
I'm Bobble, and we'll be skipping Champion Select on this next game, just with how the structure is working. We should be able to get full games next time, but no promises. In any case, we'll be watching the full game, just not getting to watch it from Champion Select. So we'll be getting into that very, very shortly.
So we didn't really go over all the teams that were playing, so we had kind of a faux round there in our first round, just because we did have 18 teams originally.
Yep.
And the way the bracket system works, it really likes powers of 2, so we had to have 2 teams face off there to essentially get into the real meat of the tournament. So the first 2 games were between Nintendo Only and Team Electric, and then the second game was Alpha Doge, or Doge, however you pronounce it, versus 4 Nepo Senpai Daisuke. Anyway, can't pronounce it. Those were the 2 teams. Team Electric came out ahead. And for Nepo Senpai Daisuke, they're going to be Daisuke from now on. Okay, so it looks like we are going to go into this next game, which is going to be for the Big Booty Bandits. And the Big Booty Bandits versus Temporary IGN. And we'll be underway in just a few minutes. And it looks like we are dealing with that little bit of delay going on right now for the during the Champion Select.
Yeah, so we're going to be getting into that very, very shortly. Prior to that, we can talk a little bit more about patch notes. Let's see, I believe we talked about Summoner Heal. In any case, Summoner Heal no longer removes Grievous Wounds. The most important part of that was Ignite. They really pushed Summoner Heal very hard, and it got a little bit weaker with this not removing Grievous Wounds, but it's already pretty much better than Barrier. So
okay, so it looks like some of the champions that have been chosen on this, we have the Thresh, Darius, Vi, LeBlanc, and Caitlyn for the blue team. And then purple team, we do have that Jarvan 4, Lux Pantheon, Varus, and Morgana.
Yeah, and Jarvan 4 got some buffs recently. They increased the damage on his passive and, made it higher damage at all levels. And the cooldown is a little bit longer at early levels, just to kind of balance that out. And the cooldown is shorter than it was at higher levels, making it just stronger across the board. They also reduced the mana cost significantly on his shield, just to give him a little bit more abilities that he can cast. But he still has the very narrow range on his knockup. And that was the change that happened a while ago when J4 was everywhere, and then they nerfed him pretty hard. I still feel he's a little bit weak because it's very hard to hit multiple people with the knockup with how tiny the radius is on it now. But his ultimate is still a very powerful crowd control ability if people don't have flash abilities up to get out of it.
But it looks like the Temporary IGN, which is that purple team, they are going for that kind of catch comp with the Morgana and Lux. Those are 2 very popular, just kind of want to catch them out, but they also do still have some AoE potential there with J4, Morgana, and Pantheon. There is definitely some AoE potential.
Well, and they have a tremendous amount. If they catch someone with anything, Panth Stun can guarantee a Lux Bind or a Morg Bind, and if any of those hit, or even a Varus Bind, and if any of those hit, that's just 8 seconds of not moving. Just an absurd amount of single target CC. So they have a tremendous amount of catch, and Lux has great single target damage, just for really bursting people down if they're stuck in one place with her ultimate. So
it looks like we are going to be into the game here in just a moment. And
it's just loading up on our screens. But very interesting too, Pantheon's been a very popular jungle, but J4 is actually jungling, but it's Pantheon top for this team. So he's been a top. He was a solo laner really before he was a jungler. They pushed his jungling ability kind of mid season 3, and he's shown up a lot more then, and a lot in season 4 just with his powerful catch ability. And his ultimate's actually more powerful out of the jungle because you don't know it's coming. You see him leave lane when he goes to ultimate someone else's lane when he's your mid laner or your top laner. But out of the jungle, you just never see him, so you can't really plan for that ultimate. And he does have teleport as well, which gives him a tremendous amount of mobility. He can ult mid or ult bottom and then teleport back into his top lane and not miss anything, really.
Yeah, and both of these teams are actually running pretty heavy catch comps here. Vi is also another one of those that she really likes to catch people out, and Thresh, he loves them hooks. So
Yeah, so Darius has a great pull too. If he hits it, you're in a lot of trouble.
And LeBlanc, she is like one of the queens of assassinating people. Because like once she gets that Deathfire Grasp, which is one of the most common first items, because once she gets it, she can blow up literally, maybe not literally, but nearly every target.
Yeah, and she really likes the cooldown reduction on it as well. She is, she has a lot of single target abilities, so she really needs to be casting those abilities multiple times to have a large effect in a team fight, aside from just blowing someone up.
So yeah, it should be a pretty solid game here. Bottom is going to be very aggressive with Lucian and Lucian Morgana. That is definitely a very aggressive bottom lane. Meanwhile,
Varus Morgana.
Varus, I'm sorry. Lucian.
There's no Lucian.
Oh, it's that Arctic Ops.
Yeah,
really messing with me.
Yeah, the new skin is kind of crazy, and the sounds on it are a little bit weird too. They're kind of off. But yeah, so the Varus Morgana versus the Caitlyn.
It's definitely going to be an extremely aggressive bottom lane, and I wouldn't be surprised if top is actually pretty aggressive too, because Jarvan, he has pretty solid trading potential and early game, and Darius loves it when people get in melee, and he just. So I wouldn't be surprised, because both of those, they don't have a ton of sustain, but they have a ton of trading potential with both of those champions.
Yeah, they're also both very mana constrained. Both Pantheon and Darius have huge mana issues up in that lane.
Oh yeah, that's right.
When they're trying to trade well. So, whoever runs out of mana first, whoever manages their mana worse, will often lose that lane. And interesting items. I'm surprised Darius went with that Doran's Shield, because Pantheon is very heavily reliant on spell damage, and that Doran's Shield doesn't mitigate that at all. He auto-attacks some, but not a lot. I think that's kind of an interesting... I personally think a Flask 3 pots is a much better sustain. One, to help with that mana issue, with those mana issues that Darius has, and two, just because it's a lot more health, overall, especially against a Panth than that Doran's Shield. And if you're getting pushed out of lane too, that Flask just keeps getting better.
We definitely have some interesting things going on, especially a mid lane. We got LeBlanc versus Lux. We have the Queen of Skill Shots versus the Queen of Dodging Things. So it's going to be interesting to see who wins out on that, because if Lux can land those binds, LeBlanc is going to be in a little bit of pain. But if she can't land those binds...
Landing a bind on LeBlanc's really hard. So it'll be interesting. I give the lane squarely advantage to LeBlanc, just simply because she is a top tier champion, and we don't see Lux mid very much, just because she needs to hit everything to really be a powerful damage dealer. I think the most interesting thing out of all these items, though, is that Morgana, she did not start a gold item. She started Doran's Ring.
Yeah, and she is going full aggressive.
That's very exciting, and I don't think it's bad, because Varus has very good level 3 damage and decent poke, and Morgana has good poke as well. So I think and Morgana's kind of considered a hard counter to Thresh. Her shield basically makes Thresh worthless, because he relies heavily on his CC, and she just magic shields up, and then his death sentence does nothing, his play does nothing, and then he's just kind of an auto attack bot.
And it looks like we're going to see a gank up at top lane before we see one at bottom lane. Vi is positioning for a quick gank at bottom, and Jarvan looks like he's going for that top lane gank, but Darius did just drop a ward up in that top dry bush there, so it is going to mitigate a lot of that effectiveness there. There goes the ping, and Darius sees it, so he just backs off immediately, and that should nullify that.
Unfortunately for Darius, Vi started blue instead of red, which is a little bit weird, so she's not going to be able to help him out at all. So he's just going to kind of hang out back, because he doesn't have vision in the close brush, and he doesn't have a Vi to cover for him. So he basically is just getting zoned out of XP simply because of his jungler's position.
Yep.
And she's just farming at this point. She's not putting any pressure either. Jarvan's taking her jungle. Yeah, that start, I'm not a fan of it, because you don't get help from the ADC either. They're going to run into each other.
Yeah, we're going to see exciting. A battle in the jungle here. Both have double buff. Jarvan is the same level as her, and we'll see who wins out on this fight.
She hits her Q. I can't imagine Jarvan winning this fight.
He does manage to jump over. LeBlanc, beautiful flash, but does go down to that Q, and LeBlanc doesn't even look like she's going to miss out on too much CS.
Yeah, missed 2 melee minions for first blood plus double buffs. This is. I already gave it to. I was already I think. Yep.
Oh, that's bad. Lux taking some huge damage there. That's gonna be enough to force her out of lane, and LeBlanc just won her lane easily. with that little play. So Jarvan getting a little too greedy there, going for that Wolves. Definitely a little greedy because Vi, she has massive trading potential. I didn't realize how strong it was compared to Jarvan because now that I think about it, it's like Jarvan, he has that initial burst sustain kind of damage, but bottom lane, we do have that gank going on from Vi. Oh. And there's the hook on Morgana, and that's more than likely going to ensure this kill. She does try to flash. Heal might be enough.
Yeah, it's going to be enough. And unfortunately, Kate got a little bit cute going for like the net Q combo without having that Q up.
Yeah.
Or, just not having that Q up. And, if she just stayed in auto-attacked, it probably would have been enough to kill that board.
LeBlanc is going to be coming for this Pantheon, and we'll see if she can get this kill. It looks like she is going to go for the Dower Dive, and she does have that double buff, so she's going to have tremendous amounts of damage here. Big minion wave. Darius comes in, gets the auto attack, gets the turret aggro, and down he goes. He didn't even try to dodge or anything.
No, Darius didn't even hit the Q there, by the way. That's how ridiculous that gank was. Darius misses the Q. And oh no,
that's why. Okay, so we did have a disconnect there. So hopefully we can pause the game.
Yep.
But he is down.
This is really dangerous for Vi.
Vi, she does get caught out a little bit. LeBlanc still managing to force a flash there from Lux there, because if she'd landed that chain, it would have been really rough for her. But
yeah, and that's some spell order things. I'm not a fan of how she did that. She gets the damage right away from that Q, but if she comes in chains first, the chain's more likely to hit.
Yeah.
And then if you do the chain Q fast enough, the Q can actually be triggered by the chain, even though you fired the chain first, just with the projectile speeds. But the chain hits a second time when it roots. So if you hit the first chain and then you hit the Q, you hit the first chain, hit the Q, the second trigger of the chain, when the chain roots, it does damage as well. That'll trigger the Q, silence, and additional damage as well. And so that's that's probably what I would have done there, because you really need your chains to hit to get kills with LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Especially in that situation. So you really want to be firing those chains first. It's greedy to fire the Q first, especially at max range.
So we do have a pause going on right now. It is because Pantheon did disconnect not too long ago. We did see some of the effects of that, so hopefully it doesn't play a major role into this game. But it did play a minor role. I think regardless that Pantheon was in trouble. Because it looked like he DC'd in the middle of it. He might have been able to get a kill on Darius if he landed a stun right after he got tower aggro.
As soon as one of them got tower aggro, he lands a stun. Maybe on LeBlanc or something. Get out of the melee range of Darius.
Yeah.
It would have been interesting. It certainly would have been a much more interesting fight than just kind of walk in, walk out with Darius having a third health left and LeBlanc just being full. I expect Panth was still going to be dead. Oh, he was out of mana.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
He might have had mana for a stun. If he didn't, he had mana for a spear. But he definitely didn't have mana for all three of his spells. So,
so we're still trying to figure out what's going on here with Pantheon. And, but in the meanwhile, nobody's really gotten back. We do have Darius. He does have that first major item with the Giant spell, which is going to provide a lot of tankiness. The big thing that it does is it does take a lot longer for him to get into that critical range that Pantheon does have. He goes down below 15%. I believe it is where he ensures automatic crits with his spears and his auto attacks.
Yeah, his Qs and his auto attacks. So
that does make it harder for him to get in that range. And Pantheon, he is kind of like a burst caster, kind of AD carry sort of thing. It
does at the same time make that range bigger.
Yeah.
So once it makes that range bigger, and once that spear, if you're at 15% or lower, Pantheon's Qs are generally going to kill you.
Yeah.
So making that range bigger isn't actually that much stronger. My biggest worry is again about the mana. Pantheon was out of mana before Darius, so Darius might be running mana regen masteries. He might even have some runes there. He might have managed his mana through those abilities because he wasn't running out. He might have just been managing it better. Pantheon runs out of mana really, really quickly if he's trying to trade in lane. So. But he didn't buy mana items. If Pantheon gets some mana and can still trade with Darius, that's going to be very, very powerful up in that top lane because both those champions really don't do much when they're out of mana.
Yeah. And other than that, nobody's really bought too much. Jarvan on his first back there after his death, he did buy that Spirit Stone, but other than that, really not too much. We do have those red totems, the sweeping lenses. We do have those purchased for the jungle so that they can start clearing out a lot of those vision trinkets that are going on. But other than it's still too early to tell really what's going on with this game. Blue team has a small, well, it's pretty substantial actually this early. 2K gold.
Yeah,
almost.
it's pretty big. They're basically ahead in every lane. The first blood was huge. The Pantheon kill was decent, but like just being ahead on items. That J4, with the jungle, you really want to buy your starter jungle item, either your razors or your Spirit Stone and boots, because you're moving around so much that extra speed is actually a tremendous amount of time saver, both in ganks and in jungle clear speed. So because he invaded and didn't just died basically, he didn't get his boots.
Yeah.
So
the other big thing is he did lose his blue buff.
Yeah.
And Jarvan loves the red buff to increase his clear speed, but he is fairly reliant on that blue buff in order for him to actually use his abilities, because Jarvan, his abilities aren't that cheap.
It's not that big. It's not that big of a deal, because if you die losing it, you get your Spirit Stone almost always, and your Spirit Stone solves most of Jarvan's jungle mana problems. Not all of them, but enough of them that if you're managing your abilities correctly, you can still clear pretty well, and keep your mana at a point where you can still gank lanes. Especially with the shield change. Previously, you pretty much couldn't shield at all in the jungle. It was just too expensive mana-wise, like you would just Umi immediately. Yeah. And now with the mana reduction, you can actually shield occasionally and, keep your health higher with it. So, this disconnect, they apparently can't get a hold of him. They don't know what's going on. So maybe his internet's gone out or anything.
Yeah, it looks like his internet has gone out. It says his internet is OP lol, is what the chat just said. So apparently we are trying to resolve the issue. It should be up here in just a moment. Hopefully it's not too long. But
anything else? LeBlanc hasn't bought yet. Unfortunately, Lux ended up having to get pushed out of the lane because of those double buffs before she could buy a big item. Generally you wanna have the 900 gold to go buy a chalice.
Yeah.
And she was only able to buy that null magic mantle, so she's only really halfway to that chalice. She bought some wards.
Yep, and with the assist there on Vi, she's actually already sitting at almost 1,200 gold, which is enough to go back and buy let's say Spirit Stone boots and a little bit into probably Elder Lizard.
Spirit Stone boots and a longsword, assuming she's buying Elder Lizard, which I think she will, but she will have to buy Merc Treads, which is fine. Merc Treads is a good item. It's great against this team. There's a lot of magic damage on it with Morgana, Lux, and then Varus actually does some of the most magic damage of... he does the most magic damage of the playable, like the top tier AD champs. The next one is Corki, and I'm not sure whether Varus or Corki does more magic damage. I think Corki does, but I think not Corki positive.
Does too.
Varus has % health magic damage triggered on his W, which is very powerful. His ultimate also does magic damage, and his rain of arrows. So he has a lot of inherent magic damage.
Otherwise, it's just phosphorus spell on the ultimate. Anyway, the intricacies of AD carries, they're so sensitive because just a little tweak makes them like the worst AD carry, or just a little bit of
tiny
more
changes, or just a visual update, as we saw with Twitch recently. Twitch got a visual update and went from being played in less than 5% of games to showing up in being a top tier ADC, which is pretty hilarious because he only got a visual update. There was actually no mechanical changes done to him. It was just a visual update. But I think it was just kind of reminding people that Twitch existed, and his stealth ganks are extremely powerful.
Yeah.
And
his ultimate, when his ultimate lines up, it is possibly one of the most devastating AD carry abilities in the game. Yeah,
he is one of the hyper carries, and he's probably a better hyper carry than Cog, because while Cog has powerful magic shred, it's all single target. And Twitch, he's just going to blow an entire team up if they're all stacked on top of each other. And you can, there's several abilities that can really keep them stacked. It looks like Pantheon has gotten back into the game.
He has gotten back. He's still finishing up loading, and we should be underway in probably less than a minute here.
Yeah, hopefully less than a minute, assuming there's no like re-disconnect or anything, and he loads quickly. So
sorry about this little delay, guys. Internet happens. It's a pain when it happens, but unfortunately, we would love to fly you all out and have you work on our own internet and all that sort of fun stuff. But
well, not only has Riot not given us the LAN client, we don't have the equipment.
And I'm still waiting on my private plane. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's probably holding us back too.
So anyway, we're back in the game. It looks like we've got a little action going down at mid lane. LeBlanc and Jarvan duking it out a little bit here. Jarvan is going to barely stay alive, but oh, it's so close. So close. Meanwhile, at bottom lane, a little trading going on, and top lane, the mighty Pantheon is back with that Dragon Slayer skin. It's a pretty skin.
It's very pretty.
It's brand spanking new, in case you guys didn't know, like brand spanking new.
Yeah, like less than a week old on live. So yeah, very pretty. All the graphics look very cool. So you know, Darius just like kind of zoning him out. Doesn't look like he wants to fight because he's been in full range a couple times.
Thresh misses a pretty big flay there and takes some damage in return, but it looks like they managed to put enough damage on Varus in order to force him back. So that's actually going to be pretty substantial here at bottom lane, because that is going to be enough for Caitlyn to actually get pretty far ahead in this bottom lane.
Yeah, she is already 8 creeps ahead, and she's not pushing, which is interesting. I would be pushing hard as Kate. Yeah. She's giving she's just letting, you know, the problem is with the lane pushing, not many of the creeps are going to die. So she's, you know, this isn't going to get to tower. Like, the cannon creep is going to die and nothing else until Varus gets here. And actually, the cannon creep isn't even going to die. Varus is going to get there for the cannon creep. I think this is a massive mistake by blue team. You know, they're going to... Morg's even getting to hang it off the tower. Yeah. Varus misses nothing. He misses a melee creep or 2.
Yeah. So, well played there by Morgana, just being able to hold it off from that range. And she actually dodged a couple hooks in there, it looked like. So, doing a pretty solid job. Meanwhile, top lane, they're just trading it out, and you don't want to do this.
Yep.
You don't want to do this, Pantheon. This is what Darius loves. He loves for you to stay in sustained melee and get those bleed stacks, because then all of a sudden his ult hits for tremendous damage.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he ulted instead of queuing. Yeah. If he had waited just that second to like flash Q ult, he probably would have gotten that kill, because that Q missed because Pantheon flashed.
Yep, but Pantheon, he should be trying to hit and run a little bit more versus Darius, because Darius, he just loves it because like he can get his W up faster the more bleed stacks you have, and then his ultimate does huge damage if he has max bleed stacks.
Yep. Oh wow, this is a pretty good catch by J4.
Yeah, look at that. Vi, she is going to be able to dash away there onto the other side.
Yeah, but
and
I think this is going to be a red buff for J4. No, LeBlanc's here. I think it's, yep. He's going to try and smite it. He did not get vision with that spear, unfortunately. So there's no way he's going to be able to smite it. LeBlanc, that's pretty...
ballsy. She does manage to get some nice damage, and Vi gets the ultimate on to that Jarvan. He does try to flash the wall, burns the flash, and goes down, though, to one final auto attack before that actually went off, it looked like. So.
Yep. So good play by LeBlanc. Little weird that her chain's projectile seemed to go right through J4. I was very surprised that it didn't hit.
Yeah.
You know, a little weird there. I don't know if it was glitchy or just our screen or just kind of the latency between the individual people's computers and the terminal, like it missed on his screen or missed on her screen. But, you know, in those point-blank projectiles, wow, LeBlanc dishing out tons of poke to Lux here. She needs to get those shields off as soon as she sees LeBlanc like walking in range.
Yeah, or distortion.
Yeah, she needs to throw those shields up. And or hit a root. You can root LeBlanc mid distortion.
And unfortunately, up at top lane, Darius does have that chain vest, which means Pantheon, he burns a ton of mana to try and dish out a lot of damage for this Darius, and it's not doing much right now. So LeBlanc is actually rotating up here. And the trading potential is actually pretty devastating here for this Pantheon.
Yeah, that's
and LeBlanc is coming up. There's the distortion.
There she goes.
Big damage. There's the lockdown, and another kill there for Darius. Jarvan is rotating up, but he does not have the damage to take on 2 people.
Yeah, and we saw the chain first there. Worked much better. Guaranteed the chain. Hit with
nice.
the 2
Look at bottom lane. Varus getting caught out, but actually overcommitting a little bit to that fight. Thresh gets brought down low enough for a final auto attack to pick up the kill there. There is the ace in the hole, and Varus manages to take a lot of that damage, but they both are incredibly low. Nice binding there, and a dodge with the Pillow over Peacemaker. So doing a great job of dodging these skill shots here at bottom lane.
Yep, and that and that's kind of the other problem with Morgana. She heals off of her passive when she does magic damage, so she has a deceptive amount of hit points.
Yeah.
And her magic shield, not only does it stop the CC, it absorbs damage. So, there's a tremendous amount of extra hit points. LeBlanc invading J4 in the jungle. I don't know what's going to happen here. I think probably nothing.
A little aggressive. I think she just wanted to check it, see what his health was at, and maybe try and steal a little XP, because she just distortioned over the wall and quickly flipped right back. So she really likes doing that, apparently.
Yep. Yeah, so, part of the problem, especially with Kate's low damage and these early things, it's going to be really rough for Thresh Kate to kill Morgana, and that's another reason why Morgana AD is a hard counter.
Pantheon, once again, trying to do an auto attack, just fight with Darius, and Darius just ravages him once again, because Darius, he absolutely loves it when you stay in auto attack range like that.
I can't support Pantheon fighting that fight. If you look at what he bought on his last buy, he just bought that longsword. He bought Boots of Mobility. Boots of Mobility are not a dueling item. You spent like 800 gold. Yeah, you spent like 800 gold on basically no combat stats. That's almost a pickaxe. That's like 25 AD or 40 armor off of a chain vest or anything like that, or almost 400 health. All of the dueling stats that you could get off of that are just, blank. So if you're already behind in lane, buying Boots of Mobility and then trying to all-in someone that's ahead of you, it's going to end up exactly how we keep seeing it, where you're going to die. He does get to chase down this Darius now.
But unfortunately, comes in from the back, and he's just going to get destroyed here. He has no tanky items. There's a heal actually going down from, who's that from? Rotated up with a heal. LeBlanc has a heal. Interesting. Yep. Anyway, he manages to come up and save that guy, and Jarvan manages to barely escape there with the Banner Dragon Story combo. But right now, it's looking pretty rough for all of Purple Team except for this bottom lane. This bottom lane is the only saving grace right now, and they're actually even a little bit behind. They did get a kill, and so the gold is pretty even, but in terms of CS, they're just a tiny bit behind.
Yeah, just a wave, a little like 100 gold, give or take. But yeah, unfortunately, and like Pantheon doesn't play well from behind. That's the champion is very all-in, and all-in champions being behind just means they're not going to be able to do a lot in fights. He probably should start roaming. He should push the lane and then just like jump into other lanes and hope to get kills. Unfortunately, his other lanes involve LeBlanc, who's almost impossible to kill in lane, and roaming all the way to bottom. Morg Varus is a possible lane, but Morg can just spell shield the Pantheon jump, and so there's going to be no lockdown.
And unfortunately, Darius did finish that Sunfire Cape, so he is going to be doing tremendous amounts of damage now in those melee, and Pantheon just will not be able to contest. And Darius is going to be able to push up.
Joss goes down on Varus here, but there's a lot of damage going down. Forces the Varus flash, but I think that's all it's going to do.
Thresh ultimate does go down, and it does slow up Morgana a little bit here. Caitlyn gets forced way out, and Morgana actually misses the binding there, and that's going to be enough for blue team to get out. Vi is rotating down, so is Lux, but Lux gets caught out by the LeBlanc there and just destroyed by that Deathfire QR combo that we know and love.
Yeah, walking in, face checking a bush against a LeBlanc that's missing, especially that bush where LeBlanc, like if you've watched solo queue some, she can blow up the bottom lane.
She comes back down. Morgana gets caught a little bit out, might be able to get the kill. There's the flash. Ace in the hole goes down. Lucian, why do I keep doing that? Varus blocks that Ace in the hole. It is that skin. It is messing with me. It is such a cool skin, but it's just
in any case, I messed up the teams earlier. Morgana's on the same team as Pantheon, so he would be jumping on Kate Thresh, which is a little bit better, but at the same time, Thresh can Lantern Kate out if she's too far overextended. They have a ton of CC if Pantheon jumps in too hard. So it's a little bit better than jumping on a Morgana, but not a lot.
And first turret goes down, bringing that gold advantage to just under 5K.
Yep, 4.5K.
just under 5K in blue team's favor. But they are winning pretty substantially across the board, and they're going for a dragon right now. So this gold advantage is just going to spiral more and more out of control the later this goes on, unless purple team can get some big catches, which blue team looks like they're just not going to give him.
Yeah, there's not a lot of people to catch. Thresh is great against stopping catches. Vi is tremendously slippery. Kate's one of the best ADs for being slippery. LeBlanc, obviously. And then, you know, Darius is just hanging around RPGing up in top lane against Pantheon and doing a great time. So Darius is really the best target for catches. So you should really just be rotating up there, trying to kill him. He is 301, so he has a streak as well, so that's a bunch of extra gold they can pick up.
Yeah, they really need to land one of these bindings on one of these very potent targets like LeBlanc, Darius, that's worth a lot of gold, and get that huge gold influx on some of these targets that really need it. Like, I would say Lux would be a really good candidate for this, or Varus. But Pantheon, I think he's a little too far behind right now. I think you gotta just kind of like let him go and hope to God that he will get the chance to farm and make his way back. Because right now he is very far behind.
Yeah, and he has been farming okay for being under tower. Not great, but okay, especially against a bully like Darius.
Yeah, but Caitlyn trying to do what she can here, and she is actually going to keep maintaining that advantage at bottom lane, and both of them do have their blood.
Big rotation coming up to top. Lux and Vi both rotating top. J4 will be there after red, most likely.
Oh, there's the dunk. Big damage go down here on Pantheon. He does go down. They are going to be able to get the turret. Lux is coming, but Lux does not want to get into this by herself. If she gets caught out, she will go down. Yep.
Yeah, she doesn't even have her Athenes done yet.
Yeah,
so.
She needs that on Athenes before, because once she gets that cooldown reduction, she can actually do a lot of sustained damage versus targets.
Yeah, but she doesn't have the burst, and Vi will just Vault Break her away. So
J4 looks like he's trying to go for a catch there, but not quite able to do it. And meanwhile, blue team rotating towards mid. Looks like they are going to be able to push down this turret here with LeBlanc and Caitlyn. Should be more than enough to take down this mid turret. And looks like all of purple team is trying to respond to try and hold this off, but I think it's going to be too little too late.
Yeah,
might be
a good
enough
Q
to
hitting
save
two people by Varus. So, you know, that's some decent pokes, scare them away a bit. And they have everyone here, so it looks like they're going to be able to defend this turret. Whether they get to do anything else with it is going to be, you know, because they have all 5 mids, so, you know, and it looks like...
I think we're finally at the team fight stage, and I think blue team wants to fight this. They're just waiting for Darius and Vi to come in here, because if Vi can get a good initiate, it's going to be pretty rough for this this purple team. But purple team, they do have that wombo combo. Like, this is not over. If they can land the wombo combo, and
it's not really a wombo combo. It's more of just a lot of CC.
LeBlanc does big damage to J4, and now they lost their initiator right now. So unless Morgana can get a huge catch here, but LeBlanc has so much damage right now where it's not really doing too much. Thresh burns the ultimate here back in the mid lane, and it's going to be enough to pick up the kill there for Darius on the Varus. And Morgana goes down for the Vi as well. So now, once again, it is a 5v3 here at this mid turret, and blue team is just pushing out very strongly. Jarvan is actually forced back. LeBlanc actually manages to stop that from going down. She is going to try and get this kill, just kind of cheesing over the wall here. We'll see if she can actually get it. I think he is dead, because all it takes is one more distortion Q, and I think he's going to go down. He decides to, he's like, nope, I'm out. I'm going to manually walk home. So blue team's still pushing out.
Definitely the right call by J4, just getting out of there without dying. But blue team, if you saw that, like, they didn't even have a very good engage. LeBlanc DFG'd Lux and then did most of her damage to J4, and still like ended up getting him almost dead.
Well, she does have DFG into Sork boots right now, and she probably has enough gold to actually go back and buy like a needless, just a blasted one right now. So
yeah, well, I mean, you know, with where she's at, she might not even go hat. She might just get Void Staff.
Yeah. And
just make it so like no one can ever do anything about her, because she has enough base damage that magic pen is very valuable.
So it looks like we are still seeing like a little bit of defense here from blue team. LeBlanc looks like she's going to try and go for a catch once again. Jarvan actually getting a nice knockup on her, but once again it's LeBlanc. She is slippery.
She's just going to distortion away. You know, you got to catch her when she uses her distortion in instead of her distortion out.
Yeah. or a prolonged engage where she's forced to use her distortion, jukes back.
And you can keep, yeah, she has to juke back to it, or you can keep on, you can get on past her dash, which is pretty hard, with Pantheon being as behind it is. That is a great thing. Lux really
that was a beautiful binding there from LeBlanc, but unfortunately nobody else was really there to follow it up.
Yeah, I don't think we've even seen a final spark out of Lux.
Yeah,
that was a beautiful time. She had 2 squishies lined up for, triggering it on, triggering the passive on it too.
Vera's doing some nice poke here, but yeah, we need to see a nice binding here from LeBlanc, followed up by a final spark to get 2 people out of the fight. Whether they're killed or forced
I don't think it's going to kill him, but it is going to poke him way down, or just make it so, the follow-up from, J4 and Varus can kill people before they go deep. Too deep. Pantheon as well. They're hitting catches, they're just not taking full advantage of it. I want to see, Lux hit a binding and then go into slow ult.
I'm actually kind of rooting for Purple Team because I want to see this comeback. Because,
they got to catch, but it's on Thresh.
It's going to be all on Morgana here. Morgana, she just got to land a bind, or Lux has got to land a bind, and that's got to be enough for Blue Team to try and, overcommit.
Another bind on Thresh. Are they going on this? No.
Nope, they're still just poking. But meanwhile, LeBlanc and Vi are rotating around the side. Purple Team is aware of this, so they are backing away. Blue Team actually manages to steal the blue buff there, which is going to be enough to kind of diffuse the situation.
And unfortunately, Purple Team had a feel for it, but they didn't do anything. They should have engaged mid while it was 3v5.
LeBlanc does take a little bit of damage here, and it looks like Blue Team wants to fight this dragon, but they are aware. They're like, okay, this team has a lot of AoE. We got to be a little careful here. So, decide to play it safe, back off a little bit, just clear the jungle out a little, and then
they're ahead. They don't need to force fights.
Yep.
They need to win, they need to take objectives, but they don't need to force fights that could be bad. Just keep farming, keep your lead. Your lead will diminish, even if you keep it at the same, total amount of gold. The power of that lead will diminish over time, but, if you just keep taking objectives with it, you're going to do fine. Although they aren't taking objectives right now, they're just kind of...
Yeah, right now we're just dancing around. Lux still throwing out bindings, but nobody's able really to find these bindings, and LeBlanc does some big damage. That's going to be enough to force Morgana back, and this might be the opening that Blue Team needs to actually force this engage. But maybe not. It looks like she's healing back up.
Ult.
Big damage.
Ult.
Ace in the hole. Is it going to happen?
No. Yeah, I'm just hoping, I want to see these Lux combos, but she just doesn't want to use her ult.
Flash goes down there from Jarvan to actually mitigate that ethereal chains there from the LeBlanc. So Purple Team actually forced to burn quite a few cooldowns here, and that's going to be enough to force them all the way back. Now Blue Team is going to be able to get a free dragon, it looks like. Well, yeah, Vi engaged it. Okay, I was like, are they going for it? So another dragon here. Gold advantage is going to be just around 10k here for Blue Team after this dragon. A little bit over, and keep in mind, they only have outer turrets down, so it's not over and done, but Purple Team, they just need to, turtle up, get a little bit of a comeback here, and get a catch. They need a catch.
Yeah, Thresh going back outside the bush on top of a ward, it looked like. Whatever.
It's a little dangerous. Blue Team here just going back, managing to clear some more jungle here. LeBlanc still roaming around, just trying clearing a little bit of vision. Purple Team just running around the map. They're really scared right now, so they're just kind of balling up on mid lane right now. So Blue Team still just kind of roaming around. Caitlyn's free farming at bottom lane, just maintaining that gold advantage, getting it a little bit more out of control. Well, what's actually funny is Varus is more itemized than Caitlyn, but meanwhile she hasn't gone back and she's sitting on 3k gold.
Yeah, so she's gonna go back and buy a full Phantom Dancer. Yep, that's exactly what happened. So she doesn't finish her boots yet, but.
Purple Team actually manages to get a turret out, kind of chipping away a little bit at that gold, but unfortunately, it's still about 10k. So,
yeah, and surprisingly, they're giving Purple Team a chance to get back in this because they're building Banshee's Veils.
Yep.
And that's that's
or the Randuins rather.
Morgana's the Banshee's Veil finished already, which is pretty impressive. First item Banshee's Veil Morgana.
Well, remember she didn't have any gold items, so
yeah, she sold the ring too. Oh man.
Oh, Blue Team actually going for the hard push here because they realize Purple Team committed to top. And there's a Final Spark to clear some of the minions. That's the first time we've seen Final Spark, I think. Yep. And down goes the turret, and they realize LeBlanc is out of position, and down she goes. And now blue team is going to have an extremely strong push here. I don't think they even have to wait for minions.
Yeah. They have minions on the tower. They're gone now, but it doesn't matter. But yeah, that thrush stroke hitting over the wall is very impressive.
Purple team is still pushing up on this top lane. Looks like they think Varus and Morgana is going to be enough to hold off this 5-man push in mid.
Truthfully, a base race might be the best thing they can pull off here. Yeah. They're probably just going to take a couple towers because they knew they couldn't defend the inhibitor.
So that maintains that gold, but the problem is they did get an inhibitor out of here, which means the lane is going to push really hard. Morgana, flash bindings there, and it's actually going to be enough to have Thresh engage on her, and there's a slow, might be enough. There's the Thresh ultimate. There is the ace in the hole, picks up the kill. Now Lux is caught a little bit out, but it's not going to be enough. Caitlyn wants to get out of there, and Thresh just wants to keep playing
He's
around.
Just 1v1ing Lux. No biggie.
Oh god, is he going to win this?
If she didn't have towers, he would have.
Meanwhile, actually...
The base race is still going on. They did stop people from going back, but I think they're going to lose a second inhibitor, so not
And that's very rough.
Oh, this is bad.
Yeah, with these two people down, they're going to lose out on everything. Purple team looks like they are throwing in the proverbial towel here. And blue team, they are going to be able to get the second inhibitor here. We'll see if we see the surrender, but oh man, down goes the Lux. LeBlanc getting her low, and Vi sweeping the floor. So
yeah, I wouldn't call it throwing in the towel. I would just say they took a gamble. Nice pick by Varus. Unfortunately, Pantheon's jumping in. Oh, he's just
clearing minions right now. Yep. So purple team definitely having a little bit of trouble here trying to find their footing, and blue team still pushing out across everywhere. Everything's pushing. They're raiding the jungle right now. Might do a quick Baron here. Regroup, and
with 2 inhibs down, this game with that much advantage and 2 inhibs down, like blue team needs to, DC and not pause or just like not do anything for 15 minutes to give purple team a chance to get back into this.
Yeah.
They can't. Purple team can't win team fights. Their tanks aren't big enough to actually engage against the enemy at all. This Kate's trying,
their Jarvan is their only tank. Pantheon decided to go full.
Morgana has more hit points than J4 right now, so I mean. She's, and she wants to get in there too. So, yeah, it's, who knows? But yeah,
Varus did finish the Infinity Edge, so he does have big damage when he gets those crits, but it's not super consistent.
Yeah, they don't even have vision on Baron. Lux just randomly ulted it. But it also doesn't look like they're going to force it. Should be,
Blue team should really force this Baron because, all they need is purple team to try and overcommit to a Baron, and it should be easy as cake for him. Because all they have to do is have LeBlanc sit there auto-attacking Baron, and as soon as somebody drops a ward, she just jumps over Distortion, kills them, and then jumps back out. Yep. And that will most likely be the game. Are we seeing some cheese here?
Yeah. Well,
cheese.
As we were talking about, I don't see this throwing in the towel. I think they're just going for like a...
he's not going to be able to win this fight. He might be able to take out Caitlyn, but unfortunately Vi is there to support, and down goes Pantheon, turning this into a 5v4 yet again, which means they're going to get something. Blue team is going to get something. It's either going to be 2 turrets and an inhib, or LeBlanc killing everyone.
Yep.
I'm not sure which one. We will call a shot in a little bit.
Yeah, my bet's... I'm going to take the over on LeBlanc killing everyone. But yeah, we'll see. We can hope for 2 turrets and an inhib. Yep, she flashed for it.
And gets it with the ethereal chain. Oh man, blue team, it is now a 5 versus 1. We'll see if we can have a heroic defense here from Lux. Pantheon is in, coming in with the boots of mobility into the home guard. There's the drop, man drop coming in. And all its glory, Pantheon does get out. Oh man, Varus gets hooked back in, and there's the dunk. Not quite dunk enough. Blue team still going out. There's the flame. Purple team getting pulled back in. Down goes Pantheon. Blue team still pushing out, and down goes the Nexus. So blue team taking a commanding victory over that fight. So big booty bandits raiding it up.
Yep. So LeBlanc murdering everybody.
Yes, that was the... I think a very good highlight of that was LeBlanc LeBlanc, LeBlanc, LeBlanc.
Yeah. One of the more interesting things we got to see that game too is when you're in the air, if you have a character that doesn't like turn insubstantial like Maokai, for instance, Pantheon, if you have a dash, it still moves you even though you're in the air. Your z-axis is up. You're still moving across the ground in a straight line. So if you saw that when Pantheon jumped Kate, he actually jumped through her trap. So he landed on her and was rooted, because he had jumped through her trap. So he actually ate cupcakes midair. So this is something to, be aware of, that like things on the ground can still pick you up, even if you're in midair.
Okay, so we did finish a lot of the games in that second round. Right now, where there's one game that still looks like it's going on. So Team Electric versus the 4 Napo Senpei Daisuke. I hate having to say that. They're still going on right now. But the other ones, we had Big Booty Bandits versus Temporary IGN, which is the game you just saw. Big Booty Bandits did come out ahead. Xanarch and Apes versus Prodigy Gaming. Xanarch and Apes came out ahead. Shrek is Life versus Dance Party Tima, T-E-M-A. I'm going to go with Tima. Anyway, the Dance Party TMA was victorious in that. Bye Bye Boomer versus Comfy 2014. Comfy 2014 did come out ahead. And the X Hamsters versus Cascade. Cascade is the victors in that one. Yeah. HSMG or Riot versus Attack on Children. Attack on Children, one of our veterans in our league, did actually come out victorious. And then the Shy Guys versus Redidida, and Redidida came out ahead. So it looks like we're going to have the winners of the final game of that round 2, which is Electric versus Daisuke. That's going to be up against the Big Booty Bandits, who you just saw come out ahead. And Xanarch and Apes versus Dance Party Tima is going to be one of the other games in these. We're still 2 rounds out, so we got 4 games in this one, 2, and then the finals. So, Comfy 2014 versus Cascade, and then Attack on Children versus Redidida. So yeah, we're well on our way through this tournament. We'll be coming up on round 3 here very, very shortly. And it looks like the next game we are watching is going to be Comfy 2014 versus Cascade. So we'll be jumping into that game in just a few moments. And
yeah, I think we're going to go on break for a couple minutes, just for a short one while we get all of the next round set up and waiting for that. So
yep, quick short break here. I'll make sure you stick around. And
don't forget, follow us on Twitch. Helps us out tremendously. Takes almost none of your time, none of your effort. And if you're interested, check out that fantasyesports.com, Warrior Esports Fan League. Take a quick look at that. See if you want to play around. Should be a great time. Be very interesting.
Yeah. So we'll be back in a few minutes, guys. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are approaching in on this third round in this tournament, and it looks like we will be watching this game between Comfy 2014 versus Cascade. So both of these are new runners in this tournament. The only ones that are left in the tournament are, we actually do have quite a few veterans, but there's actually quite a few new people. So right now we have the games that will be going on while we are watching this. Actually, we're jumping right into Champion Select, so we'll come back to that in a few minutes. Let's get into this Champion Select.
Yep. So Comfy 2014 starts with an Evelyn ban. That's not that surprising. She's still considered one of the premier junglers. She's seen a bunch of tweaks and nerfs.
Twitch ban going out very quickly there. I guess they just don't want to deal with that hyper carry. So
yeah, the hyper carry, also the stealth. We've seen 2 stealth bans, and that's something that's not just a bad thing to ban, because normal wards, the free wards you get off your trinkets, they don't see them. You know, they don't protect against Twitches and Evelyns anywhere close to as well as they protect against conventional champions.
And Jack's very solid champion right now. Just all around, he's great at initiating, great at damage dealing. They just go for the quick bans. Syndra and Braum. So Syndra, she has high burst potential, and she has a very strong ability to actually control the battlefield once she gets a little bit more into her push. Yeah. And Braum is just a monster right now. We spent like 20 minutes, but I don't know why he's a monster, but he is a monster right now.
He's very powerful. He's probably overtuned. We'll see some, numbers reductions on him probably in the next patch. Maybe not, but soon. I can't imagine he'll stay like he is on live. But Syndra's a surprising ban. She's good, but she doesn't have any escapes. She doesn't have built-in mobility. And her damage is good, but it's a little bit more single target damage than you'd like. The best thing she has going for her is that long range stun.
Yeah, she does have massive AoE stuns with that.
I mean, it's in a narrow corridor, so they really have to be clumped up to hit that AoE stun. Yep. But but if you can stun like 3 people with her stun, it's a great initiation tool. She has good burst.
So Kha'Zix was that final ban. He is just a very strong jungler right now. He can help do very strong damage to single targets, maintain those key objectives, and then his gank ability is very strong just because he does have that slow with his passive, the stealth feature, and also his leap. His leap is definitely one of his strongest.
We saw him being played to great effect in there too. He's just he's a very slippery assassin right now. Very powerful single target damage, good mobility, and kind of great defense and ability to slip in and slip out with his stealth.
So Comfy decides to go with the quick Lee Sin pick. He is one of the jungle kings right now just because he has high mobility, consistent damage, and the ability to initiate team fights with not only his Q, but his ultimate. He can do all sorts of tricks. He is just a very versatile jungler. Meanwhile, the purple team here, which I'm just reminding myself, Cascade is that team. Cascade, they decided to go with Lucian for their AD carry, it looks like, and Vi for their jungler.
Yeah, both very, very strong, solid picks. Vi has great initiation ability, good defense, good damage. Lucian's just considered like the all-around, like, solidest AD. Riot's already mentioned that he's just good at everything right now. He's not the best at anything maybe, but he's just very, very good at everything. So they're going to be taking a look and trying to put him into more of a niche instead of just I'm really solid. On the blue team, we're back to Thresh and Kate. This is a very, very classic lane.
Yep.
Strong support, very good defensive AD carry. She's very good against Lucian just because her range is much better than his, so she can actually poke him down a fair bit.
Yep, and you've got the synergy with the hooks and traps. You do have some workarounds with those too. And we didn't really mention it too much with Vi. She is very strong just because she has strong initiation. She has very strong dueling potential with her denting blows, and she has high mobility with her Q and her ultimate. So she can be very devastating to a team when she is played correctly. But she is a very strong ganker and a very strong duelist.
Yeah, and she fell out a little bit with the advent of Feral Flare because there was a lot of champs that did what Vi did, but kind of better and just worked a little bit better with Feral Flare. She was actually fine with Feral Flare, but now that Feral Flare's gotten nerfed and we're pretty much the pro scene didn't particularly rotate to Feral Flare junglers with much success anyways, but now that item's gotten nerfed significantly, she's back at the top of really solid junglers.
Looks like Morgana has been locked in as the support, and Shyvana is locked in as top lane, which is usually you see her as a jungler more often, just because she has very strong ganking and she has high mobility. But I could definitely see her being a potent top pick, especially versus we don't know yet.
Yeah, they're probably trolling with Teemo, but Teemo wins all the lanes, and everyone hates him. And then like you need to just control the objectives with mushrooms. Well, mushrooms got nerfed a couple patches back, so. Shyvana's actually been like one of the most contested, especially in Korea, one of the most contested top picks. And it's just because her kit's very powerful. She has great mobility with her movement speed buff, and then her ult is a massive dash. Her sustained damage is insane. She doesn't have mana, so she doesn't have to worry about any of those items. And she gets an insane amount of free stats from Dragon Form. So that's just very, very powerful.
And it looks like we did see a Trundle counter pick because of it. So we are going to see her try and initiate with those Dragon Forms, most likely, and he's going to just sap it all away if given the chance. So, and kind of curious, we do have that Lulu. It looks like she is going for
Lulu mid.
Yeah, I'm guessing we're going to see a swap here because I doubt we're going to see Thresh in a solo lane with teleport.
Yeah, this is a trade. Fire Hazard is going to trade with.
Oh yeah, for sure. Okay, so we do have a Soraka as support, and it looks like a Morgana.
Nope. Morgana support. Yeah. It's going to be a Soraka mid. Yeah, Soraka mid. Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes mids took barriers. Yeah. Before heal got buffed, and heal is just a better barrier at this point.
Okay.
At max rank,
the movement speed,
at max rank, heal is only 40 less health, and it heals another person. So it's actually like 300 more health.
Yeah.
Than barrier is if you're getting full value on both people. It has the move speed buff. It does have a 60-second longer cooldown base than barrier does, but that's not that big of a deal in team fights because generally the 4-minute summoners are up for every team fight late game. So the cooldown isn't that big of a deal. That move speed is huge. That extra healing is huge. On Soraka prior to this patch, heal was almost guaranteed because it stripped Grievous wounds. It stripped the Ignite. So you would pop your summoner heal, and then both of your heals were just full, and it was insane. Because one of the best ways to counter Soraka is your Grievous wounds. So having the ability to just get rid of that, absent Quicksilver Sash. So this game has started. We'll be getting into it in just 3 minutes. We're waiting on the delay.
So looking at the team comps here, we do have that Cascade. They are running kind of like a catchy, sustained team fight sort of comp is what I'm seeing right here. Like Vi and Morgana have very strong catch potential, while Shyvana, Soraka, and Lucian, they're all very good at sustained damage in these long sorts of team fights. So while they might rely a little bit on those catches, they're mainly going for disrupting the team fights with Morgana and Vi, and then just going for the sustained team fights.
Yeah, their sustained team fight is very powerful. Their split push is also very powerful because they have tremendous wave clear in the 4, and Shyvana has great wave clear too, and Shyvana has great dueling potential as long as she doesn't fall significantly behind. So again, we're going to kind of run into this Trundle. Can Trundle beat the top lane? And Trundle has teleport too now. Yep. He did not take Ignite, so he's not going for that early kill, which I think is very good because Trundle really can't kill Shyvana early. She's just going to burn out and walk away. While Shyvana can't really kill Trundle either unless he plays it poorly because he can just bite her and walk away. And then Frozen Tundra or whatever the name is, the Contaminate. He changed it around.
Yeah,
Frozen Domain. He just has all sorts of ways that Shyvana can't stick to him.
As far as their team fights, they're going to be shooting for those Lee Sin Thresh hooks, those sorts of for the initiations, followed by a Lulu ultimate or a nice pillar from
Trundle.
Yeah, the troll. We were just talking
his
about
filthy pillar. But yeah, unless we have Mad Life level, was it Mad Life? He wasn't the Lee Sin. Mad Life was the insane Thresh player. Who was the? I can't remember. The Korean Lee Sin player who could just from across the map get behind their AD carry and kick them into your team. Insec. That was it. So unless we see Insec level Lee Sin plays here, we're probably
Lee Sin is just so much fun to watch.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you guys have all seen the clips, one where Freak is absolutely freaking out, where he kicks the guy over into the golems and then follows him over just so that they get the kill. Lee Sin, he's just a hoot to watch.
Yeah, tremendous amount of mobility. He got nerfed recently, so he's lost some of his insane. I've dashed 3 times in the last 8 seconds, and I'm going to do it twice more in the next 8 seconds. But yeah, they've nerfed that a little bit, but he's still very strong early game. And yeah, I think we just have a lot of poke out of this team. I think they're going to rely heavily on Caitlyn and Lulu.
Yep.
To just poke down and siege. They have a great siege because both Lee Sin and Thresh are great at catches. Trundle can facilitate catches like none other on towers. Like that mid tower, you put up a pillar there, and you can't actually there's wall, pillar, tower, and you're just like super stuck.
The downside to it, though, is they do have Morgana Soraka on the other side, which are very anti-catches in a way. Because, like, if somebody gets hit, or it looks like they're going to hit, all they just takes is dropping the Black Shield to stop it.
Yeah, Black Shield and heals.
And but if they do manage to land the hook, then that heal goes down, and with the Black Shield on top of it, like as a retroactive, that will mitigate a ton of damage. Yep. So we'll see how it works.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to rely heavily on that kick, and it'll rely on how much damage can they really put into someone. Can they get through the Soraka burst? And some of it will be, if you have good poke, Soraka's probably going to have to be using her heal to keep people high, and she won't be able to hold it for a catch.
Yeah.
So you'll just go, because Soraka's heal has a 20-second cooldown. So, you have a window, you'll open up your window there where you can get a catch, and especially if that catch is on Soraka. Because with Lulu's polymorph too, they actually do have a fair amount of lockdown, where they could, they can get like a couple seconds, like Thresh hook into Lulu polymorph. That's enough time where someone can't cast that they might actually be able to, get a kill before that person dies, especially if it's on like their power defenders like Morgana or Soraka. But yeah, we have teleports. Yeah, we have teleports out of both top laners. Otherwise, the summoners are basically, straightforward across the board. Lulu has Ignite, while their mid laner has Heal. That's like the only thing that's a little bit not mirrored. Not surprising at all, even though it doesn't strip that Grievous Wounds anymore. It's still a very powerful defensive spell.
Yeah, and it looks like this game will be loading here in just a moment. This is going to be between Comfy 2014 versus Cascade. Comfy 2014 is that blue team. Cascade is the purple. So, and it looks like we are indeed in. So, yeah, I'm really interested to see the Trundle versus the Shyvana matchup.
Yeah, that's kind of a classic sustainy, difficult. Like neither of them has great built-in stickiness. Neither of their stickiness is bad, but they both basically, neither of them has a real dash. Shyvana has her alt dash, but, it kind of doesn't count because it's just on such a high cooldown. They both have move speed buffs. He's got a pillar. She doesn't have, anything there. But she has her move speed buff, moves her farther away. So it'll be really interesting. I expect it's going to end up being a farm lane.
Oh, I like the way blue team is positioning. I think they seen.
Yeah, they saw the last person walk into the bush.
I wanted to see some level 1 fights. We're going to throw out the binding there just in case if they realize they're not in there, especially with those double vision that they have going on right now. I really wanted to see a level 1 team fight there.
Yeah, level 1 team fights are really hard right now, simply because...
she found him.
Yep. Simply because of you have 4 free wards. You went from 0 free wards to 4 to 5 free wards.
Yeah.
So now, just seeing these big level 1 fights, which were exciting, but also were kind of ridiculous and weren't actually that great for the health of the long game.
Well, Thresh decided to go with that Doran Shield as one of the major item notes out there.
Yeah.
Morgana decided to go with that Spell Thief's Edge. The Doran's shield is actually pretty strong versus Lucian because it does reduce the damage of that passive and his regular attacks.
Yep.
But he will have that diminished gold returns because Spell Thief's Edge is going to provide a lot of gold for Morgana if she can actually utilize its full effect.
And Morgana is by far the best champion to utilize her full effect because after they increase the amount of times that her puddle ticks, she can throw down the puddle on the enemy and get all 3 charges immediately, basically. Yeah. So it's very, very easy for Morgana to get full value out of that Spell Thief's Edge. It's practically, it takes almost no effort.
Early trades at top lane puts Trundle mildly ahead, but nothing exciting there.
Yeah, and he has better built-in sustain than Shiv does, because they both have Doran's Blade, but he has that passive. Oh,
okay,
wow.
It's definitely much more substantial now. She is brought down to a little bit under a quarter. and that's going to actually force her to start using some of those pots. And she does have the Doran's Blade for the sustain, but I don't think it's going to be able to keep up.
He's not going to let her get into creeps. He's going to bite her every time. He knows that he outtrades her right now.
Yep.
Because she started burnout, which, you know, a lot of shivs do, but until she has 2, unless she has that twin bite, she can't win trades because he's just going to bite her every time. And, you know, the attack damage reduction on that, because her burnout scales with AD as well. So it's actually reducing the damage on her burnout.
So it looks like we are going to see a double gank here, probably at mid, because purple team did have that tri-bush warded.
Yeah, Lucian's coming around behind Soraka. We'll see how this works. She sees it coming.
She sees it coming. Vi is coming around the side, so he does need to be a little bit careful here. I doubt they're going to get the catch, and there's the safeguard to safety. But yeah, just because it was mid, because the wardage up at top lane was very aggressive there by Shyvana early, because it looked like she was really actually concerned for a quick gank there from Lee Sin.
Yep.
But
yeah, because like she was low enough that they could dive really easy. Lee Sin lands a Q and she's dead under tower.
Yep, and then he just safeguards out.
Yep.
So.
Yep. No risk kill. Let's see. This is gonna be interesting. I think Lulu should be fine.
Should be fine. Vi goes for it again. Meanwhile, up at top, they're trading, and yeah, Lulu, she's got that shield.
Yep, she was just fine. Didn't even have to flash. Up top, they're trading. You know, Shyvana hasn't gone back yet, but she is very low compared to Trundle, who's almost full. So this is dangerous. Trundle's doing the right thing instead of pushing, just zoning her out.
Yep, and just trying to like freeze the lane as much as possible.
Now it's pushing back towards him, so she's going to have a huge problem. It's just going to keep escalating because, you know, as long as he keeps it so it's pushing towards him, but not too huge, it's going to get farther and farther away from her tower. You know, that's exactly what he's doing. Farther and farther away from her tower, but he's not going to take too much creep damage by fighting. He's taking way too much here. He probably should have backed out, reset the creeps.
Yep, and it looks like he is going to go for the kill. There's
he doesn't have Ignite, so...
Does flash, almost gets it, takes a tower hit, and gives up first blood. Rough.
Doesn't have Ignite, and that's the biggest thing. When you don't have Ignite to secure those kills, doing what he did, flashing for that kill, it, like...
Lee Sin's coming in on the side. Let's see if he can land. The resonating strike gets it, and flashes actually away from the turret just to make sure he didn't go.
Because he didn't have creeps to safeguard too, and he didn't have a ward either. And there's so many creeps. Look at that the creep damage. Yeah. Vi's gonna come in. He tries to farm this.
We're rotating everyone in, it seems like.
Luckily Trundle showed back up. He teleported back into lane. He bought a Vamp Scepter. Oh, that's really good. She got a Giant's Belt, though, so that's pretty huge.
Yep.
This should be very
bottom lane, some nice trading going on here. Caitlyn actually landing the headshot pilled over Peacemaker there. Misses the hook there on Thresh, but did do enough damage to force Lucian actually way back. And now Caitlyn, since the lane is so pushy, is actually going to have a pretty strong advantage here, getting quite a few creeps. So.
Yep. And yeah, anyways, that top lane, like when you don't have Ignite to secure those skills, flashing for it is just really dangerous. You're better off just pushing your advantage. You know, push them out of lane, continue to get ahead of them and farm, than trying to flash for kills. Because, you know, like if you miss it like that, or you're low, you're flashing into creeps, taking a ton of creep damage, you can just lose the entire advantage you've spent your entire laning cultivating by, you know, a bad trade like that. She turns around and twin bites you, and you're dead.
Yeah. So, even though he did give up that kill, he's actually way ahead on CS compared to her. Yep. So, she's actually not ahead very much.
Yeah, she's not ahead very much, but he lost the advantage he had. She would just, like, if he'd gotten the kill or if he'd forced her out of lane, he'd be way ahead. Now he's getting bullied out of lane.
Yeah, because that burnout, man, just doing a lot of sustained damage. She is level 6 now, so I wouldn't actually be surprised if we see a dive, because both of their flashes are down, and she does have that dragon form. But keep in mind, properly timed pillars.
She's too low, and she doesn't have any armor. That tower will shred her.
Yep, he did burn his ultimate there to just
to trade better. Yep.
And, wow, that's a beautiful pillar, and it might be enough to give him the kill here. She actually dragon forms out.
Just gonna force, gonna force the dragon form out. But that's very powerful too. You know, at this level, it doesn't come up that quickly, so he'll have, you know, a solid 60 to 80 seconds where he can really bully her, knowing she doesn't have an escape and knowing that she doesn't have flash backup.
Meanwhile, at bottom lane, Lucian is trying to keep up here as much as possible, and it looks like Lee Sin's actually playing very aggressive. Does get silenced there by Soraka, but it looks like he is going to be fine. And actually, Soraka forced a flash over the wall there from the resonating strike into the Pixie. So.
Yeah, and good flash. It would have been way too dangerous for him to follow up. He did have the opportunity. Oh wow, this is powerful. I don't know if they know that it's not warded or not, but it isn't warded. So they're going to have it dead before Blue can do anything about this.
But they are going to be put in a little bit of a risky position if they can line up the skill shots, but it looks like Lee Sin just barely missing that resonating strike. Not quite enough, and Purple Team manages to get a free dragon.
Yep, free dragon. Ward doesn't hit the bind to get a good initiate on Blue Team. They might not have gone in anyways. So.
And the gold is dead even right now. 1-1.
This is surprising. Trundle's going back. His teleport isn't up yet. Vi goes over the wall. Wow, this is really deep by Blue Team.
Very deep from Blue Team. They are actually behind the turrets, taking quite a bit of damage. In the Blue Team, they didn't quite get the kill, but they are managed to get a nice little catch here on Morgana and Lucian. We'll see if they can get the kill. There's the Lulu ultimate flash from Lucian, and down goes Morgana. Vi comes in a little bit late, and now I think she's going to die. She does flash,
dies anyway,
but gets flayed back into the fight and goes down. So Blue Team managing to get a nice catch there because Purple Team just overcommitting too many of their resources a little bit too late in the fight.
Looks like Trundle ulted Shiv again, but she has her ult, so she doesn't even have to ult out. She can just walk away.
Yeah, that burnout provides just enough movement speed. Meanwhile, at bottom lane, Blue Team is still pushing out and got that bottom turret, and they're still pushing. So the ult advantage is
I expect they're going to go back because they're going to run into a lane where they haven't bought yet. However, Kate has that BF sword where Lucian bought double Dorans and a Vamp Scepter, so he is actually still way behind in trading ability.
Yeah. And Lulu, she does have that Tear of the Goddess, so she is starting to build stacks, most likely going for that Archangels, unless she's going for some crazy weird build, but most likely Archangels into Seraphs. So, Soraka, she loves the Fiends and Holy Grail.
Yep. This is kind of interesting, too. Lulu, against a heavy magic damage mid, you almost always build Chalice for the mana. Lulu built Tear. So we'll see how this works out. She's obviously Lulu's ahead in farm, but only slightly.
Yeah.
Seems to be having some mana issues. But kind of a weird build because, the Tear versus Chalice, Tear is better late.
Yeah, Tear
the Fiend's Unholy Grail is fine. It gives you a lot of CDR. But the shield, when on a fully stacked Seraph's Embrace, is insane.
What I'm guessing she's going for is, since they do have a substantial amount of healing with Soraka, I'm guessing she's going to go for the Morella Namicon and the Tear. So that's my guess.
That makes sense. And she's already got the 2 pieces for Morella Namicon. She's almost there. So that makes a lot of sense. Morella Namicon's a very solid item for mids anyways, instead of the Chalice.
Yeah, so it doesn't provide the massive amount of mana regen, but it does provide the cooldown reduction, and those grievous wounds are hugely important versus high heal teams with Soraka and Morgana, because they both have pretty substantial healing.
Yeah, the biggest problem with that, though, is that Morella Namicon requires the enemy to be pretty low. Yeah. So you can play around it pretty easily just by using your heals preemptively. Morella Namicon wouldn't shred the heal on Lucian right now is at 70%. So you can just heal him first. Morella Namicon doesn't give you the grievous wounds, and then if he gets low, if he gets down to 50% again, you just, you wish. So you can play around it. Yeah, but it does have a pretty solid effect. Lots of trades going on up top. They're trading pretty even, actually, although Trundle has better sustain than
And meanwhile, at mid, Blue Team is sieging crap out of this mid turret here, and Purple Team, they are holding it off, and Lucian is rotating in, so they should be able to hold off this push for now, but they are putting on a lot of pressure there, dropping all sorts of wards to make sure that nobody's sneaking around behind.
Yep. And unfortunately, Shiv builds Ninja Tabi, which is a good buy. Very good against Trundle because all of his damage is basically auto attack damage. But she doesn't have any lane sustain, so he's just out sustaining her.
And defensive ultimates there from Forth the Thresh, trying to keep him alive. He did get caught out by a Morgue Binding, but Blue Team, since they managed to force them to commit, they did manage to pick off Soraka, and they haven't given up a kill yet, but everybody is very low.
But they got the tower, they didn't give up a kill. Purple Team went a little deep. Their ability to follow Vi that deep was not good enough. So she just kind of ulted into the enemy team and didn't have any follow-up.
And Trundle burned the ultimate once again there on Shyvana, trying to pick up that kill, and it's going to be enough to force her out of the lane. But I would like to see her actually rotate down to mid and dragon form, because right now
she's too low to rotate.
Yeah, I know, but she does have her teleport back up here right now.
Yep.
Which means she could do some crazy shenanigans at mid lane. But unfortunately, it's too late at this point. Yeah. Because they were so low there, where I wanted her to just rotate down and dragon form in, because it probably would have been enough for to ensure some kills there for purple.
Nope.
Blue team is still pushing out here up at top. Trundle being extremely aggressive, but Shyvana is back. She did buy some items too, so she is probably going to be able to bully him out of lane now. Morella Namicon finished for Lulu, so she will have a lot of that anti-healing benefits that it is well known for. And more importantly, Caitlyn, she does have that Bloodthirsters completed, while Lucian still doesn't have his BF sword.
Yep, that's very, very powerful. He should be pretty close, although he's been buying pots, which sets him a little bit, a pot is about 2 creeps. So, that sets him a little bit behind. He has basically 4 creeps in his inventory.
And the junglers are pretty even as well, but there is a sight stone is one of the more powerful things. Is Lee Sin does have that sight stone, so he has that ability to drop wards. So he'll have a little bit more mobility with the ability to safeguard more frequently, but it's the vision that is also extremely important with that safeguard.
And Dragon is back up, so we're seeing the Dragon dance.
Oh, nice!
He's gonna go in. Good Morg shield though. Stops Spy from getting played after that. Lee goes hard and
gets Lucian, and that's gonna be enough to ensure this Dragon. His purple team are just like, nope, we can't commit to this fight anymore. You might be able to poke a little bit here, but without Lucian, you don't really have a good long range focus. Morgana, all she can really do is the QW combo. So
yeah, and Blue picks it up, giving themselves almost a 5,000 gold lead.
And Trundle is still winning out on these trades up at top lane, just abusing his massive sustain, since Shyvana decided not to really go too much sustain. She's going more tanky.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about. We got, there's a big fight that went on mid, but she bought Ninja Tabi and that Giant Spell, so she doesn't even have a Vamp Scepter yet. So she just cannot out-sustain Trundle.
Oh man, a big hook there once again on Soraka, and that's going to be enough to force Vi to do kind of like a preemptive sideways engage, just to try and relieve some pressure, because if she didn't have that pressure on, Soraka just would have gotten queued there by Lee Sin, because he had the resonating strike, he just didn't want to overcommit.
Yeah, Trundle burns the flash out of Shyvana, but she still has her ult. I'm a little bit surprised about her using her flash before her ult. I feel like the ult would be better for pushing Trundle, making him take more tower hits, and it's a lower cooldown. Much lower cooldown.
Blue team's rotating up. Looks like they're going to start putting the pressure here on this top turret, and that's going to be the last tier 3 turret, or outer turret here for this purple team. And that brings the gold advantage to just over 6k in blue team's favor, which is pretty substantial, especially when a lot of it's actually on some pretty important targets. Like, you got your mid with the kill, Caitlyn with the kill, big fight breaking out here up at this top lane.
Purple's trying to make stuff happen, but they're really too low to do anything.
Soraka burns the wish, and it might be enough to save some people. Morgana gets brought incredibly low, but purple team should be able to get out relatively unscathed.
It's a max range bind, but not going to be able to follow it up.
And purple team manages to mitigate and not allow blue team to push out too hard, but purple team is going to be okay for now. So it looks like they are going to head back and buy some items here. And we'll see what they all pick up. We got a Blade of the Rune King here for the Trundle. Absolutely. I think that's a good pick for him. It gives him that stick ability that he needs to. Sticks on those targets. The sustain damage, also the sustain in general. Just gives him a lot of deceptive tankiness as well with that active effect.
Yeah, it's a very strong item. He needs the stickiness. It's great great sustain and long-term damage. Biggest problem is it doesn't help his wave clear.
Yeah.
Hydra is very, very good if you're going to be split pushing and wave clear, and it gives you good sustain too. But it doesn't give you the stickiness of that active, as well as that additional healing.
And Shyvana looks like she's just going for raw tankiness AoE sustain. Looks like she is going to be going for that Sunfire as her first major item, which means she's going to do very well in this first major team fight when it comes to sustain damage, because with Burnout and...
if she can stay in there. It could also be Randuin's, but I think it is Sunfire. Just because Randuin's now builds out of Chain Vest and Giant Spell. But I agree with you that I think it is most likely Sunfire, so she has some damage, because otherwise you can just ignore her. She's
she's actually running hybrid pen right now. I was curious about that.
Most people do. Like on Shyvana, I think it's basically essential. Most casters are running hybrid pen because you only lose like 1.5 magic pen or some almost inconsequential number, and amount of damage you get on your auto attacks is just good enough. I don't know why she's trying to trade.
Yeah, she doesn't have the sustain for this.
She's gonna have to ult out, but she's waiting as long. No, she might. Yep, doesn't have to ult out.
Burnout manages to give her enough distance. Blue team rotating down towards bottom lane, clearing that out. Meanwhile, purple team realizes that this is happening. Blue team, it looks like they're just doing a very good job of putting pressure on all the right places. And I think there's a song about that, by the way.
Yeah, but unfortunately, oh wow.
Oh man, there's their catch out there from Lee Sin.
But Lee's a little bit low. This might actually turn out okay for purple.
And Caitlyn gets caught out because of it, and blue team manages to disengage actually fairly well from that. Ace in the hole goes down, bringing all of purple team very low. Trundle, meanwhile, is still split pushing up at top lane, and blue team is still pushing out. Lee Sin getting a little bit of life regen back from where did all that? Oh, where did he get all that healing?
Who, Lee Sin?
Yeah, because he doesn't have any lifesteal items. Safeguard? Only? Really?
Yeah.
Anyway, Lee Sin's just dancing around the jungle trying to heal up a little bit. Meanwhile,
I mean, you lifesteal off of the blue jungle item as well.
Oh yeah.
Spirit of the Elder Lizard gets some lifesteal against
I always forget about those.
Yeah, it's very important.
I know it is. I forget.
Yeah, and unfortunately, like blue team has massive command over this game. Trundle is beating Shyvana in the split push top 1v1, and it doesn't look like that's going to change anytime soon. Although he's probably going to have to get some magic.
She did Dragon Form, but now she is done.
Although if he stays around, Lucian,
he might. Lucian does have that Bloodthirster down, but if
he doesn't have the stickiness to stay on.
Yeah. And it looks like she did decide to actually swap.
Although Trundle's still staying, Vi has the stickiness to stay on this guy.
And there's the pillar. Actually burns it a little early, in my opinion.
Yeah,
might be enough.
Didn't get to interrupt the.
Might be enough. Lucian's still pursuing, but it looks like Trundle is going to head back.
Yeah, she didn't have the ult. If she had the ult, it was probably a kill.
And Shyvana looks like she did change her mind and decided to go with Randu and Zelda. So
yeah. But Trundle, because you can bump Vi, if you bump her with it, it interrupts it so she doesn't get to Volt Breaker at all. But he didn't get that. Yeah, they're just pushing down mid.
And gets the inhibitor very easily, and they just back out. So very good job of keeping their eye on targets, maintaining that map awareness, seeing when members overcommit to a fight. And it looks like they're just abusing Trundle right now, because like Trundle, he hasn't been participating in these team fights, but his sheer presence at top lane is forcing purple team to overcommit. Big engage here just outside mid lane. Purple team gets up a kill in a matter of seconds there on Vi. Picks up Shyvana as well, and that's going to bring down 2 people, bringing this into a 4v3 at mid lane. Meanwhile, at top, Trundle looks like he is going to try to rotate back down, and there's the surrender. Blue team, the comfy 2014 picks up the kill. It's not sheer dominance across the board.
Yep, and I was about to say, that was actually the best person those kills could be on for purple team if they wanted to keep playing, because Lee Sin doesn't scale that well with gold.
Yeah.
He does not scale well late, because none of his abilities, he relies on mobility to be tanky. And all of his items and everything, like, they don't scale like insanely well like a Shyvana or Aurelia or a Trundle do. So he falls way behind. And that's a pretty serious issue. So him getting more of the kills means all the gold's concentrated on someone that doesn't scale very well. So if they held out for another 10 minutes or so, it's very possible Lee becomes irrelevant or mostly irrelevant. And they're big fatties like Soraka and Shyvana just get overpowered, because Trundle's an issue, but he relies on sustained damage, and Soraka has like the best sustained team fight of any single champ in the game. Not only on her heals, but her magic damage and her magic damage shred. It doesn't matter how much MR you make, she's going to strip it all off of you with her Q if you're fighting her long enough.
So that was one of the first. one of the games in this round 3 of this tournament, and it looks like Comfy 2014 did come out ahead. Another one of the games that did finish up just now was Team Electric versus the Big Booty Bandits, and Team Electric actually came out ahead.
Yeah, so, they took down those Big Booty Bandits.
Yeah, the last game that we did watch was the Big Booty Bandits, and they were actually fairly dominant in their game.
Yep.
Like, I think it was a pretty absurd kill ratio going on there. And Team Electric actually took them down. Well, it'll be interesting to see how they are in the finals because Big Booty Bandits, they're veterans. We have seen them try and raid all sorts of other teams in this.
So, in any case, there's a couple matches still going on. So we're we're not going to be able to move on to the next round just yet because of the way the brackets are. Can't even start one of the quarterfinal games yet. Or the semifinals, rather. Excuse me. Those were the quarters. But it will be Team Electric versus the winner of Xanarch and Apes versus Dance Party Teama. So whoever wins in the Xanarch versus Dance Party, they'll go on to face Team Electric. And then Quimpy, the people we just saw win their game, will face the winner of Attack on Children versus Rated.
And those are actually another 2 of our veteran teams. So we're going to see one of our veteran teams get knocked out here for sure. And we'll see if Xanarch and Apes can compete with the Dance Party Teama. We have seen them before. I think they have placed nearly every time that they've been in the tournaments. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure on that.
As far as I remember, they've done very well in all of the Warrior Esports tournaments.
And Attack on Children actually were the winner of our tournament. Not the last one, I think, but I think 2 rounds ago. I believe they were the winners of our tournament. So, and Rita, I think, also was a high-placing one in our previous tournament.
So, if you're just tuning in and you haven't done it yet, please go down and click that follow button on Twitch. Helps us out tremendously. Allows us to keep keep providing these tournaments for you guys, or allow you to keep watching. And it just really helps us. Doesn't cost you anything. Also, fantasyesports.com. Check out the Warrior Sports Fan League. We're putting that together as well. The LCS Riot's putting it together for the the North American LCS and other LCSs, kind of a fantasy league like fantasy football or anything like that. But it's go find it on Fantasy Esports. Should be linked in chat. Otherwise, you could just search for Warrior Esports on fantasyesports.com. Check those things out. Helps us out. Should be a lot of fun. Really exciting, and really gets you involved with the the Warrior Esports community that we're trying to grow and put together here.
So yeah.
We're gonna go to a break for just a couple minutes, and then we'll be back with one of your semifinal matches.
So yeah, we'll see you on the other side, guys. Thanks again. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this semi-final game we will be having in just a few moments of this tournament. My name is Rubel.
And I'm Bobble, and we will be casting Team Electric versus Xanark and Apes very, very shortly for you. They're just finishing up their game.
Yeah, it sounds like it was a very commanding victory, to say the least. Unfortunately, we didn't get to show it to you guys, but it was a little one-sided from what we heard.
Yeah, but these next games should be really, really excellent. We have some really great teams. We've seen a couple of them already. One of the ones we haven't seen yet, Attack on Children. They've gone deep and they've been very, very good in our previous tournaments. So we have a lot of really stellar teams coming up in these semifinal matches. So it will be Team Electric versus most likely Xanark and Apes, and then Comfy 2014 versus Attack on Children.
And we'll have that up and running in just a few moments. So we do have 3 games left for you. We are at the semifinal bracket. Then we will have the grudge match, the 3rd and 4th place players. So whoever loses on the 2 games that are currently going to be going on now or are ongoing will be the next match, and then it will be that championship match. And keep in mind, they aren't playing for just like chump change. They are playing for RP and some skins here. So the 4th place will be getting that 800 RP. 3rd place is going to be the 1600 RP. This is per player, not for the entire team. You're not getting just like 10 RP.
Yeah, getting 160 RP a person. Yes.
Well,
I can buy Ash.
Anyway, 2400 RP is going to be going to that 2nd place team, and the 1st place is going to be getting that 3200 RP with that Triumphant Rise skin. So keep in mind, we do have some goodies for you guys. If you like what you're seeing, make sure you do hit that follow button on the Twitch, and it helps support us. That way we can keep providing some beautiful quality content for you, and you can see our beautiful mugs every Saturday then.
Every Saturday?
I
don't think they could handle seeing our beautiful mugs every Saturday.
Yeah, I know.
We might break the internet.
It's too pretty. Anyway,
plug the tube.
So make sure you hit that follow button. Another thing that you can do, if you like following that esports scene a little bit, we do have a fantasy esports league set up. You just go to fantasyesports.com, find us at Warrior Esports Fan League, and just join there. You can chat with the community, get to know them a little bit. You can bump elbows with the champions of all our tournaments, maybe figure out, just get to know some people, maybe figure out some strategies that you didn't know in the first place, or just kind of check it out. And as always, we have tournaments on a fairly regularly. Right now, it's pretty much like bi-monthly. Not like the next one is going to be the 30th, if I recall, and the following one is going to be the 21st of June. So the 31st, May 31st, which is a Saturday. I'm sorry, they're always on Saturdays, and then we have one on June 21st. So make sure you sign up. You just have to find 5 friends, join up, have a chance of winning some RP, maybe get that Triumphant Rise skin, all sorts of goodies. So
you only have to find 4 friends. Well, unless you want to make that 5th one just like sit around and do nothing for a while because you hate them. Yeah, cheerleaders aren't bad too. Yeah, or they can spectate the other people's matches and get you the sick info. That's actually been happening. No, that's not illegal. You can have your friend
coach. Make sure you get a coach.
Yeah, a full-time analyst. That's what TSM needs. They've actually been talking about that. Reggie's like, I should probably actually have someone that tells me what to do because, well, let me tell you how badly I lost. I lost it for my team at Season 3 Worlds. It was rough. My Fizz was number 1 in Brazil. Anyways, so I want to talk about Mage Fortune.
Okay, in 1 second, looks like the game is out, and we are setting it up, so it's probably just a minute away. But in the meantime, Mage Fortune. Okay.
So anyways, they've been pushing this really hard over the past couple patches because apparently people really want to play AP Misfortune. And
hybrid
I don't blame
maybe.
them. Yeah. Oh man, what's that? Gunsu's?
Gunsu's Rageblade. In case for those of you who never see it, because it is definitely not the most popular item out there. It basically it provides a little bit of attack damage and a little bit of AP, and then it's got a unique passive where every time you land an auto attack or use an ability, you get a stack, and I think it stacks up to 8 times, and it provides attack speed and additional AP damage. Yeah. So you used to see it a little bit in like Season 2 on like Nidalee or Jax.
Yeah, not really.
Hey, I'm just saying, you used to see it a little bit. And I'm not saying at
season
the good
2,
level.
not like not at the good level. But in any case, it also like when you drop under like 25% or something, you get like 10% lifesteal and 10% spell ban.
Yeah, and
some other
it
stats until
you get out of combat. So like there are some benefits, but right now the only people that it's like even remotely effective on is like weird hybrid Teemo builds.
Kale. It's fine on Kale.
Kale, it's fine on.
But there's like so many items that are better on Kale.
Yeah, but that's always the problem. Is they're like, it's not that gold efficient of an item. It's fine, and it requires you to have sustained auto attack damage. And a lot of the champions where it works for, it's hard for them to do that.
You need sustained auto attack damage that scales with AP.
Yeah, because
Teemo, like 2 of these.
Teemo, he's kind of like a burst. He does have the sustain. He's more like a kitey, annoying guy. He just like drops the mushrooms, waits for people to run into him, and then he just like pokes away. Anyway, it looks like our game is up and ready, and I really hope we are going to see Mage Fortune.
Yes. I would bet against it. But we can hope.
We're going to see Mage
Fortune. Up. You heard it on the stream. It's verified. He's going to owe me like
Fortune.
$20.
And counterpick a Braum. That's what I'm calling right now.
Braum's probably going to get banned. But in any case.
Nope. I want to see him in this. Oh, come on!
You owe me so much money.
Come on! I want to see the Braum.
So in any case, the Braum first ban, unsurprising. Character is super overpowered right now. Jax also, one of the top laners, if you will, just very, very strong. Also good out of the jungle. Less good with the Feral Flare nerfs, and he's a little bit slow and fragile early, but he has much better ganks than some of the power Feral Flares like Master Yi, Warwick, Xin, or Nocturne.
But once again, he has that strong engage, disengage. He has a little bit of burst and very strong sustained and split push. So, looks like Nidalee, quick ban on that. So there's a lot of contention going on in her. A lot of people think she's not very good for the game right now just because she has that massive range, the ability to disengage, not be able to really take her down, and she can spam. She's low risk, high reward right now is what a lot of people think because she's got massive heals. Anyway, before we get too much on a tangent, LeBlanc, massive mobility. That's why she gets banned all the time. Is because
she's a powerful AP mobile assassin. She's very safe. She has a lot of burst. Cassidon also like that. He's been all over the place. Like he got rebuffed and then re-nerfed. But the buff, the base move speed that he got is very, very powerful. Because he got 10 points of base move speed.
Twitch ban just because that rework of his
the visual rework reminded people that hey, Twitch is a thing, and he gets to 40 minutes and he'll just kill your entire team with used to be spray and pray, now it's rat-a-tat-tat.
Yeah, rat-a-tat-tat. Yeah. It sounds like a machine gun. Oh, anyway.
Yeah, anyways, bad puns.
Okay, so for these first picks, we got a quick pick on Soraka. That was our first pick, followed up by the Lucian Thresh. Very common lane right now.
100% wife steal lane, very, very powerful. Soraka, but yeah, she's a very powerful pick. I expect we're going to see her in a solo lane, most likely mid. She's much safer out of mid than
Mage
the
Fortune.
long lane.
Mage Fortune, it's happening.
Oh my god, I don't want to lose the money.
It's happening.
No, you guys didn't witness
come
it
on.
stream.
Oh,
no, please. Oh, this is so awful. In any case, let's talk about the real champion, Kha'Zix. I hope they're watching the stream and they're just screwing with us. It's actually very possible.
It's very possible.
Anyway, lock it in, guys. It's worth it.
Kha'Zix, very strong pick right now just because he has that high mobility. He likes to go for that.
The mobile slippery assassin.
Yes! Yes!
Yeah.
I doubt it's AP Mage Fortune.
It's not going to be Mage Fortune, but we were just talking about Misfortune. So I owe you an indeterminate amount of money that we bet.
Anyway, Kha'Zix, like we were saying, he's a very strong jungler that has high mobility, very good assassination, and very strong control of a dragon, baron, whatnot. Looks like we are going to see Pantheon and what's her name? I haven't seen her for a bit. Elise.
She's still like a top level jungler.
Yeah.
Saw her a little bit less when all the Feral Flare was going around, but she is still excellent. She stays very, very high while in the jungle. She has great CC and gank potential, both with her dash out of Repel and her ranged stun, as well as double magic damage, double percent health magic damage abilities. So she's just a very strong champ. I like the change they made to her, where they lowered her early game.
Yeah.
Because they dropped the stun from 1.5 seconds at all ranks to 1 second at early ranks and 2 seconds at later ranks.
Yeah.
So now you actually leveled the stun second on her most of the time, but it gives her, at level 11, when she has that 2-second stun from range, gives her a lot more late game catch potential and team fight value.
But definitely she has some interesting mobility stuff that she can do. It's not quite as crazy mobility as like Kha'Zix and Lee Sin, but it is pretty good still because it does rely on having like a target of some sort for her to repel to. But she has invulnerability instead. So she has some very strong utility. And meanwhile, on the other team, we got a Gragas and Lee Sin pick. Lee Sin, I expect... This is odd. Lee Sin, I expect, is top, and I assume that's a support Gragas.
It's support Gragas. It's going to be... it's almost certainly support Gragas with Lee Sin top. Could be a Kha'Zix top.
That's less common just because it's harder for him to get that isolation damage, which, like, it's not a huge factor, but it is a small factor when it comes to these picks. And he will be up against Pantheon, and I think Lee Sin is a little bit better of going up against Pantheon versus...
Yeah, Lee Sin relies on the spell damage a lot, so he isn't as shut down by Pantheon's passive as someone, say, like Trundle. Where Pantheon's passive can just negate a tremendous amount of his damage.
And that final pick is Annie. Usually we see her more as a support, but looks like she's going to be going mid up against the Soraka, which I actually can see as a counter pick for her just because she does have that strong burst and lockdown potential.
Yeah, she can just all in blow up Soraka, and I'm not surprised at all to see the ignite on her.
And
we've been seeing a lot of heals out of mid.
And she doesn't require the mana nearly as much as some of the other champions. She likes the cooldown reduction, but she, like a lot of the AP mids right now, really like to go with that Athene's Unholy Grail, but she can get away with going with that Morella Namicon and not have major mana issues.
Yep. Yeah, if she wants to go with that Morella Namicon, she can also just build like full damage too, and then just get a lot of value out of that. But we are seeing Gragas support. This is one of the things in the most recent patch. He got 100 additional range on his ultimate.
Yep.
His ultimate was already an amazing displacement tool, and that 100 additional range just means he can knock you towards him with or knock you towards his team from farther away, which is it's very powerful.
And his body slam has that. That's the one with the slowing mechanic, or that's the knockback effect, right? The body slam.
His body slam knocks up. The slow is on his barrel roll. Now.
Yeah, and then he's got the auto attack. Is that just damage? I thought that had a slowing effect or something.
No, the slow is on his barrel. His auto attack just does damage, and it gives him the damage reduction. Because they moved a bunch of his abilities around, but yeah, it's on next hit. He does a bunch of damage, and then like for X amount of seconds, it's
Yeah, sorry, we're looking it up real quick just so we make sure because he's not nearly as popular as he was since he was.
Yeah, well, they got rid of his just AP assassin.
One of the things that they did change in the most recent patch is they did buff his drunken rage steroid just a little bit, and they also made it so that his barrel roll can do vision now. So he's a little bit more like Lux in the fact that he can scout ahead and he's still got that detonate, and it's a slow. So he is one step closer to Lux. But
he was a strong support before because his passive, when they reworked him, his passive went to 4% instantly instead of 2% over 4 seconds.
Yeah.
So it's with an 8% internal cooldown. So it's theoretically the same amount of healing, but the instant is very, very powerful. The Drunken Rage scales on target's max health, the on hit, and it. What they did change is he doesn't get slowed when he's activating his Drunken Rage because he can't do anything for 1 second.
Yeah.
Or he can't cast or attack, but he can move. And he used to be slowed. Now they got rid of that in the most recent patch. But he has a lot of CC for his support. That body slam knockup is very powerful, and he has a great slow on his barrel roll. It lost the attack speed slow, which was one of the other things that made him just really annoying, because the people he wanted to be assassinating, the squishies, were usually AD carries. So if he could just turn them off by getting a massive attack speed slow with his barrel roll, truthfully, they'd much rather have a movement slow than the attack speed slow that he put on them.
So the only downside that I see with Gragas is he is the only one that's got a little bit of anti-synergy with the rest of his team, just because of the fact that you do have that Lee Sin and the Misfortune. So, it can work. It can work very well, but there is also that potential of screwing up the team fight.
Yeah, I don't think they don't have the team. They don't have the Wombo combo team, the Meta fights or the Oris, where or the Curse of the Sad Bullet time, where Mummy goes in and ults and MF gets her full channel ult over everybody. You know, they didn't have anything like that anyways. So they weren't going to be getting like full 5-man ults unless the other team was grouped up poorly.
What I expect to see is the beginning of a Gage trying to catch someone with either the Gragas ultimate or Kha'Zix catch someone, and then they use MF's bullet time more as like a zoning technique, or if ideally they hit everyone.
Yeah.
But
yeah, just like, you know, they force an engage, MF backs out, and then, you know, and then can just kind of ult everyone while they're focusing other targets. Because, you know, you have to kind of focus Kha'Zix or Soraka, otherwise they're just going to take over the fight. And Lee Sin's kind of like that, too. So they have a team where you can't really ignore anyone. There's no one you can ignore on that team unless Lee Sin builds full tank, then you can ignore him, kind of.
And then, meanwhile, purple team is just like pretty much as catch as you can get. They're all about catching someone, blowing up a target very quickly with either Annie or Pantheon. Because you got two very strong bursty champions there with those two.
And they actually have surprising amounts of AoE. Pantheon's Heartseeker Strike is actually a great AoE. Elise has a little bit of AoE in her Spider. Annie, obviously, is all AoE pretty much. Thresh has pretty good AoE. Lucian's the only one who doesn't, you know, it's fine. You know, not amazing, but fine. So, yeah, they just have a strong, solid team fighting comp. I don't think they really have the solid split comp, but they, you know, it's just a solid team. They're all very solid, like, tier 1 champions. Aside from, well, I don't know where Annie sits, you know, like on a tier structure. We don't really see her that much anymore in, like, the high-level LCS or, you know, Korean OGN play. But it's you know, it should be very interesting. We'll just see how this goes, because we have some very interesting picks. MF and Gragas we don't see very much at all. While you know, everything else is kind of just conventional and strong. So
one thing to note that is very important is Lucian decided to run with Ghost instead of.
Oh wow! He's running Flash Ghost.
Yes.
That's very interesting. I loved Flash Ghost for a very long time, but like the health is just always, you know, the barrier or the heal or like cleanse if you need it has always just been considered stronger.
Yeah.
But he also started Longsword 3 pots, which is, you know, an interesting start. It's a lot more
long-term focused.
Yeah, it's long-term item focused and early-term sustain. Because that Doran's Blade will eventually out-sustain that those pots, but it takes a while. So if you're planning on kind of fighting and then going back pretty early and just getting that Map Scepter right away and just kind of skipping the Dorans for the health pad, you know, it's a solid build, but you know, you don't see it very much.
So in case you are wondering, there is a slight pause. It looks like Soraka on Team Electric did DC, and she'll be coming back in just a few moments. So hopefully we'll have this game underway in just a moment, and we don't have any additional technical difficulties. But this is the name of the game.
Yeah,
they have massive servers, and every once in a while there's little hiccups. So
yeah, and we do see on the supports Relic Shield on both sides. This is not surprising, even though Thresh is a range champ. It's a little bit harder to use on the range champs now, but it's still a very strong item. Lots of health regen. Good gold generation, and you know, and Face of the Mountain is just a very strong late game item.
Yeah,
arguably the strongest of the three, but they're all very good. That health, you know, that shield is very strong. The move speed is also very good on Coin. Like all of them are very good in different scenarios. So,
as far as their starting builds go, taking a look at the items, we do have that crystalline flask on Pantheon, which is to be expected just because he likes to spam those spears.
Yeah, we talked about that previous game. He built I don't remember what he built. I think it was a Doran's Blade or something, but you know, he's just gonna have mana problems versus Darius. Yeah. And here, I mean, he even has a mana pot to start. So, you know, he's just fully aware of Pantheon in lane as a mana hog.
And it looks like the game is back underway. Soraka will be back into this, and there we go. So she still hasn't moved quite yet. There it goes. Looks like she's going with the Doran's Ring pot for that strong mana control, because Soraka, she likes to push that.
Yeah. You build a Doran's Ring. Her wave clear is great, so she's going to get a ton of mana off of the mana on kill abilities. She needs the AP to be able to win trades because she can't trade from long range. She has to be in melee. So if you don't have the critical mass of damage to win trades, you lose the lane.
Yep.
She's kind of all or nothing. She doesn't do well behind.
And it looks like we're not going to see any sort of invasions. Just blue team doing strong wards right now all across the board, while purple team is only warding on that that blue side of theirs. So on the south side,
nothing particularly surprising here with the ward change. Invades are a lot riskier and a lot costlier.
Yeah.
It's very possible you'll walk 5v5 into the enemy team, which gives them a large advantage.
Yeah, mainly the assist gold. The first blood gold is not crazy, but giving everyone assists is actually pretty substantial.
Yeah. Actually, with the gold change, it's much less the gold than the experience. If top lane or mid lane gets the experience, instead of them having to push the lane to hit level 2 before you, they can actually just farm normally and hit level 2. And like the jump from level 1 to level 2 is by far the biggest level jump, just because it's a static amount of stats at every level, and so you have less stats. So percentage-wise, it's a massive jump. That level 2 is insane.
So it looks like we are getting this game underway between Team Electric on the blue side versus Xanark and Apes on the purple. So keep in mind that this is the semifinals going on right now. Whoever wins this one will go on to play in our final match. Whoever loses will go play in the grudge match. So we'll see. Regardless who wins or who loses, we'll see them both here in these upcoming next 2 games.
Yep.
So trading all across the board right now. Just top lane, Lee Sin taking a little bit of damage, but that's to be expected. Pantheon, he loves just throwing spears.
Yeah, but he's low on mana already, so he's going to have to start chugging those mana items. You know, it's cost him a lot to start trading with this Lee Sin. Well, Lee Sin is an energy champ.
Yep.
So this is certainly going to be a problem for Pantheon. He maybe should not have started trading this early.
And it looks like he actually decided to go with Safeguard as the second item just for that additional sustain with the Doran's Blade. And it looks like Lee Sin actually is going to head back, maybe?
I think heading back is basically conceding the lane at this point. He's going to miss a lot of XP. Because the lane is slightly pushed, so that those waves are going to clear.
Riskier, because if he stays in the lane, he doesn't have any pots.
Oh, he has teleport. It's fine. Oh. I didn't realize that Lee Sin had teleport.
Oh, that changes things.
Yeah, it doesn't cost him very much at all. But he does have to be careful of Elise till Kha'Zix gets here. They see her. Oh, she's sitting on a ward. That's really dangerous for her.
Yep.
But it looks like they don't want to fight her.
Yeah, and I think Elise at this stage in the game actually wins in the 1v1 versus Kha'Zix.
I think she has to hit her abilities. Like, she needs to hit the stun, otherwise I think Kha'Zix wins.
Oh gosh, in the ambush gap there.
She's going to have to flash the wall.
Kha'Zix keeps up, and first blood goes to Soraka. That's actually really huge.
Are they going to dive this? I think this dive is bad, but yeah, they're not going to dive it. But that first blood, very good.
So nicely played there from Kha'Zix there with a beautiful ambush gate. Just abusing the vision and staying one step ahead of her, figuring out where she's going to go, and it was just a nice ambush game.
Yep, tremendous amount of patience. You saw Elise juke a bit walking into that bush. Yep. And but still face checked it without vision or anything like that. So, you know, ended up working perfectly. And he saved his jump too. He didn't use it early. Made sure to be able to jump past her to flash.
And Soraka did burn her. Both of them burned their flash. It looks like in that engagement, just to ensure that kill. But hey, it's a kill's a kill. So
yeah, Elise rather flashed as well. So
and Soraka actually got double buffs out of that. Is a more relevant
extremely good.
Bottom lane, big trading going down.
Gragas was going deep toward. She has to flash the flay. But he's gonna Thresh is gonna take a ton of damage. There's a heal coming out,
and Thresh flashes away once again. And there's the flay. Gragas forced to flash out. Memef now is in a little bit of danger.
Has to heal.
And the heal goes down. Lucian still keeping pace there with the relentless assault.
But ends up shooting a couple creeps with that relentless assault. So this is gonna be interesting.
Yep, and this might be enough to force blue team back, but I think Elise is gonna try and swing down here.
They're gonna get out in time. Oh no, they haven't gone back yet. So and Lucian has those health pots with that longsword. So while he's hurting on mana, he's gonna be great on health.
Top lane, Lee Sin looks like he wants to go for a gank, but can't quite line up that resonating strike there, getting blocked by those minions. So unfortunately, Pantheon looks like he is going to be able to get away.
Lee Sin might interrupt it with a Q.
Bottom lane, Kha'Zix's coming in there, and it looks like Lucian is going to be able to get the kill there on that Kha'Zix. Dude, a beautiful stun there from Elise to prevent that.
Yeah, Elise being, you know, great in position, exactly what you kind of want to see, where the jungler just has this prescience of this is where I need to be, so I'm going to be in the right place at the right time to get that kill.
And that's 1-1, bringing the gold advantage to absolutely 0. There is no gold advantage right now, and blue team is still holding on here at bottom lane, but they are pretty low versus this 3-man push. Top lane, Lee Sin is pushing out. He's still at pretty close to full health. Kha'Zix is coming in for support at the bottom lane, and we'll see what they decide to do.
Pushing hard. Thresh doesn't hit the hook, so it looks like they're just going to leave.
Yeah, and Lee's backs out. Meanwhile, at mid lane, Soraka's doing what Soraka does best, and that's push.
Yes, pushing Q on waves. High skill champion.
Hey, she's got a silence too. It's not a skill shot.
She has a point and click silence. Yes. All of her ability is very hard to use. So, anyways, yes, but she is pushing the crap out of Annie, which is exactly what you want to do. Because until Annie gets some levels and some cooldown reduction, she doesn't farm very well under tower.
And she just wants to prevent Annie from roaming is another big thing. Because Annie, like, she is... Once she gets level 6, she has that ability to take down targets, but if she has the ability to keep her lane out and she can roam even a little and get those stuns on those lanes, so important. Or even if she can just like mess with the jungler a little bit. Anyway, it looks like we're having a little bit of a pink ward fight here, but I think they're both going to go down. Blue team manages to pick up the one there.
Yeah, fight going on up top. Pantheon gets Lee Sin very low.
Ignite and the spear picks up the kill. Well done there by Pantheon. And meanwhile, bottom lane, beautiful hook from Thresh into the flay, and this is probably going to be enough to pick the kill. Relentless assault to keep pace, and Argent Blaze picks up the kill.
Yep, he interrupted one of his auto attacks, making it a little bit harder, but he still, still managed to get it because he had one more ability left, his Argent Blaze. Yeah, Pantheon winning up top with the old triple longsword build. All you need.
I thought it was love.
No, it's all you need is long swords.
Oh, there's another hook, and that's gonna be enough poke there on Gragas. Thresh has actually been really good at landing his hook. I've only seen him miss 2, and I think one of them was a forced flash. So
yes, he missed one when the person flashed. I haven't seen him. I can't think of any others, but
And meanwhile, mid lane, Annie bears the Soraka, and in comes the Elise to try and get some kills, but the wish and the heal there.
Yeah, just enough, even through ignite.
Yep.
But it did cost her Summoner Heal, which is, it's a pretty big game. She's not pushed out of lane, though. She's going to get to hang around a bit. With Annie's Flash Ignite down, she doesn't have that much to be scared of as long as she manages her position well.
One big notable difference between these two teams is that gold difference between Lucian and Miss Fortune right now. That is fairly substantial. That's where that 1,000 gold is sitting right now, is just on Lucian, and he has a BF.
Oh, beautiful double play on both of them.
Yep. Drops the ultimate. It's going to be enough to keep Miss Fortune in, and Lucian's taking some big hits right now, but I think it's going to be enough with Thresh, because Thresh is the master of keeping people alive. He just loves to keep people alive.
Yeah, his CC very, very good.
Meanwhile, at top lane, Lee Sin manages to pick up a kill on Pantheon, and mid lane it looks like we see an attempted gank here from Kha'Zix, but it got nullified a little bit there with the vision that Elise provided there. So,
yeah, and Lee Sin taking advantage of the fact that his ult does a lot of damage, and Pantheon doesn't have an ult usable in combat, really, so...
But Pantheon, he might actually start being able to trade a little bit more. Lee Sin deciding to duke it out here with Elise, and that is very dangerous.
Yeah, with Kha'Zix here, this is real bad.
She might be able to get away. She's going to put out some damage. She
flashes the Resonating Strike.
Top. Man drop, and
survive?
There is a beautiful repel. Might be enough to keep him alive. Gets the kill on Kha'Zix. Lee Sin forced to run away, and I'm surprised he actually didn't try to pursue that at all. But because he is so very
I don't think it's worth his time. I think he's just like, I don't want to chase Lee Sin. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
But now that he has his team there, they might
hook. No blind hook. That's unfortunate. He checked one bush with the lantern and then decided to figure he was gone. So that was
that
a beautiful play.
Lucian is down 1v2, which is pretty rough. But MF and Gragas aren't using it too much. They're just kind of walking out. Probably going to go Ward Dragon. Soraka's doing rates.
But Elise did a beautiful job of stalling there underneath that turret.
Oh, yeah.
She was caught in an awful position. Nice timing of flash to dodge that resonating strike. Just beautiful reaction time. And then the repel to mitigate the rest of the damage, so Lee Sin could just come up and clean house. Was well done.
Yeah, and saving her abilities in that time, sitting on the rappel until flashing first instead of repelling first.
Oh man, bottom lane, we have an ambush game once again. Fresh lantern, but everybody manages to disentangle the mess that they're in. Top lane, Lee Sin gets behind the Pantheon, picks up the kill with the resonating strike, and barely survives the ignite. Meanwhile, at bottom lane, we still got this kind of extended engage going on. Kha'Zix looks like he wants to engage on this Elise.
Yeah, and this is impressive because Pantheon is actually losing against this Lee Sin with ignite. Lee Sin has teleport. So, again, it's coming back down to these kicks, that damage that Lee Sin kick does.
Thresh tries to do an all-in there on Misfortune, but does not quite land the flay, and it's not enough to knock her into that box. But he did burn his ultimate there, so he doesn't have quite all of his abilities, and it looks like we're going to start seeing a dance here around Dragon, and down goes yet another pink ward.
Yep, so very intense game. Annie fighting Lee Sin in the jungle. It should be a deadly.
And down he goes. So trading kills all over the board. The kills make it seem like Purple Team is winning by a commanding amount, but they're not. Like, it is very even still. Yeah, and Gragas engaging here, taking a lot of damage, gets played back in, forced the flash, goes down, not quite, oh my god.
Yeah, that instant 4% heal is exactly what he needed.
So Kha'Zix comes in from the back, that should be enough for Misfortune to get the
Thresh. Double kill? Nope, not
no. Nope, unfortunately not, but Kha'Zix, beautiful time there, and Gragas barely getting out of there. I think he had like 50 health.
Yeah, that timing on his passive, and again, those changes, making him more of that drunken brawler. Got dragons for free. The purple team, blue's too low. Can't really contest. I don't think they even have good vision of it.
But they didn't lose out too much on it, because they did manage to get a kill and force Lucian way back, so he missed out on a little bit of CS. And the vision right now, purple team has very strong vision of the dragon area, but in general, blue team just has very offensive wards right now on that blue side. So they are aware that that dragon is down. They know they have a pretty good idea.
Yeah, they should have the time. They went over the back too. So.
And unfortunately, it also did cost him a turret. And we'll see if Gragas and Misfortune can keep up with this Lucian. He did burn his ultimate to try and move him into Misfortune's range, but it looks like a relentless assault kind of messed up his plan a little bit there. So blue team still trying to push all across the board.
Actually wishes.
Lee Sin playing with Pantheon here once again at top.
I think she's, just helping out Lee Sin kill this Pantheon and getting the assist on it. So.
And she did get help get that turret as well. So the gold advantage is once again very even, and purple team feeding a blue debuff to Annie. That should be enough to push her into a little bit more of a dangerous position, and we'll see what happens here.
Oh, that Elise stun just missed.
Rash hook goes down on Gragas, and now blue team is chasing. There's a little bit of a slow, but this is a very dangerous game that everyone is playing right now.
Yeah, however, Elise Sin, he doesn't have that Hydra finish yet, but he has that Tiamat, so his wave clear is insane. He's just pressuring the crap out of top. And there's actually 3 blue people mid, too. They're just pressuring all the lanes. Pantheon looked like he wanted to jump somewhere, but decided against it. Not sure why. I think he can beat Lee Sin on tower, but he maybe just didn't want to waste it.
Lee Sin's going for the tower. He's going to take some big damage, and then he's probably going to try and be slippery.
Yeah, but I think he wins this fight.
Oh, yeah, that Tiamat is actually doing quite a lot of work, but it looks like he decides to back away once he realizes that Kha'Zix is holding off.
Kha'Zix is low mana, but if they can get a catch here, it's going to be worth it.
Gragas did come up for support, body slamming over the wall, allows him to support as needed in purple team. They're just searching for someone here, but unable to find it.
Yeah, gold's surprisingly even considering how dominant it feels like blue team really is being right now.
Well, purple team did get that dragon, and they have gotten one turret. So, like, right now it's 2 turrets, and they've lost out on kills. But,
Well, I mean, yeah, they've gotten 1 turret, but, like, blue team's up 3 turrets, and I guess they have 1 more kill than blue team does. It just feels like blue team has, like, massive map control. They're just everywhere.
Lucian right now also has a commanding lead over Misfortune.
Yeah, that's true. That's where it's from. Lucian is almost 43% on that.
Oh, God, big calling there. It's going to be enough to pick up Soraka and Gragas here. And just a nice little combo there from Purple Team. That's going to even up the gold once again, and they should actually be able to push down this mid turret and actually take control of the advantage.
Yeah, that Annie flash ult, and she actually built DFG as her first item, so there's no doubt about what she's trying to do this game. She murders somebody.
Yep.
And that cooldown reduction certainly doesn't hurt either, but I would not be surprised to see distortion boots come out of her.
And Purple Team is still trying to push this 5v3. They're going for MF ult to clear some minions and also do some massive damage. Lee Sin manages to get out Kha'Zix, manages to get out Misfortune, picks up the Thresh, doing some big damage. Lee Sin going for it, but gets speared in the face.
Yeah,
by,
that Pantheon execute. Getting some revenge for all that bullying that Lee Sin was doing to him up top. Yeah, that MF ult was amazing. Just a full channel on the entire team as well as hitting minions. And very powerful.
Yeah, she managed to clear it out, save the turret, pick up a kill. Unfortunately, Lee Sin wanted to support her, gave up a kill, so it lessened that victory just a little bit, but that gold advantage is still even for them taking a turret there. So
yeah, still under 1,000 gold difference. This game is very close, and it feels like after that, despite that MF play, blue team has lost some of that map advantage. Like their deep wards are starting to die, and they're not replacing them. And,
they just redid a lot of the wards in the dragon area.
Soraka just walked by and did those?
Gragas, he's got a sight stone now.
Okay, yeah, he has the sight stone, and he can go over those walls. So yeah, they did just actually refresh those deep wards.
So they have commanding control over the Dragon Pit right now, but it looks like Thresh is going to start playing some aggressive deep wards as well.
Yep.
And so right now, the biggest
control from both teams.
Both teams are incredibly even, but the gold concentrations are in very different places right now. Because like right now, you've got that split a little bit more between the jungle Lee Sin and Soraka, while it's more on Lucian for the purple team. So we'll see how that works out for him. If Raka can get some very clutch wishes in there, it should work out okay for them. But Lucian is going to be very devastating here because he does have that fully stacked Bloodthirster at this point. He does have that Zeal, while we only have the Bloodthirster that's only partially stacked for this Misfortune.
Yeah, this fight doesn't look like it's going very well for Pantheon.
Pantheon is dueling it out here. He does have that Last Whisper now, so he's actually doing a little bit more damage. Yep. And Purple Team rotates up. And Elise comes in. She might be able to get the execute, but a nice kick. Kha'Zix comes in for support, and blue team is all rotated up now. We'll see if Andy tries to go for another bears here, but it looks like they're like, nope, we're backing away from this.
And I don't know who benefited more.
Oh, beautiful relentless assault there from Lucian there. The barrel came out, and he mitigated everything but the damage. So
yeah, and I mean, he was dead if he didn't dash that immediately. But interesting, that Thresh hook over the wall didn't hit on Kha'Zix. I don't know who that was better for. Because Thresh would have almost certainly gone in on that. Or would have stayed a little bit longer. But blue team was converging really, really hard. So it could have actually ended up worse for purple team if you'd hit that, death sentence.
Dragon is back up.
Thresh
do a vision all over.
Hits the
big damage. Kha'Zix a big MF ult, just shredding the entire purple team. Double kill for her, but Annie comes in, picks up a little bit of damage, but it looks like blue team is going to start taking a commanding victory. This is going to be a 4-for-0 exchange, 5-for-0 exchange, and I think they're just going to back away, take the dragon, because they don't really have a good turret to push on right now. But I guess they're just going to man mode it.
Yep. And they have such a massive front line for MF. She's always going to get those because, like, you know, they have the slippery Kha'Zix, they have the slippery Lee Sin, and then they have Soraka and Gragas, both of them who want to be in the middle of a fight, but you also have to kill, because otherwise they're just going to kill you, kill you in the case of Soraka, or CC you to death in the case of Gragas. So, yeah, like, you know, it's actually a surprisingly good team for MF ults, because they basically have to group up to focus any of those champions.
So it was a nice hook by Thresh, but it was a very good counter engage from blue.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was talking about up top too. You know, I wonder who benefited more. I think Thresh, I think purple team might have benefited more from Thresh actually missing that hook up top. Yeah. Because I think they might have had exactly what happened in the river happen up top if he had hit it earlier. And that would have been a guaranteed Baron, or it would have been a oh wow, purple team threshing Baron.
Gambit.
And they're not gonna get there in time.
Oh gosh, okay.
It's down to half. Lee Sin's not going to get there.
This is going to bring the gold fairly even, and it's also going to give him Baron buff.
Actually, Lee Sin might get there in time. They slowed down.
There's a resonating strike. He goes for the steal, but Elise still gets it.
Elise has
Gold advantage is still in blue team's favor, but big engage going on. Gragas goes down. Lee Sin should be able to get away, but purple team is fairly low. It looks like they're going to try and go for it, and beautiful actually bait out there. Thrash managing the lantern save Pantheon, who looked like he was remote. So
yeah, and I think it was planned. I think he was you know, he didn't have flash up. But I think he's like, I'm going to juke around into this Baron pit, act like I'm trapped, and then we can lantern me out of here to guarantee you guys a little bit extra.
And that's actually really big for this purple team, the Xanarch and Apes, because they really needed that. Looks like they managed to catch Lee Sin out. Kha'Zix is coming, but there's a man drop coming in as well. Lee Sin should be able to escape, but now Kha'Zix is in a little bit of trouble. Leaps away. Soraka's coming. There's the silence, but does not quite get the kill because of that astral blessing there.
Yeah, that Soraka heal perfect on time. Not only did the armor help, but getting him above 15% so that Pantheon didn't get back to crit was exactly what he needed.
But yeah, this Baron buff should be enough to keep this purple team in this game, because that team fight was devastating to them. It put them very far behind in gold. They lost 2 key objectives. That tier 2 turret is so important on that mid lane, just because it opens up the map immensely.
Yeah, you lose all sorts of map control. You basically lose safe access to your jungle.
And also the dragon. They lost the dragon, which at this point in the game,
beautiful flash stun by Elise. I think this is almost certainly a dead MF.
And he comes in, burns big damage, and just goes down. And Annie's starting to get some kills that she absolutely needs, because without those death fire graphs, she doesn't have the sustained damage that they really need in an AP carry or a mid. Like Soraka, massive sustained damage.
And that was really dangerous, because getting caught when the enemy team has Baron buff up and forcing it to be 5v4 with Baron, you're gonna lose towers. You might be able to defend them if you had all 5 people, but like you just have to give this tower up. They're just walking off like they have to, because otherwise they're just gonna get killed.
Yep, and it looks like they're just gonna keep pushing mid. They don't really have a good opportunity to rotate unless Pantheon. They just need to clear
Pantheon
the wand.
stopped pushing mid. Because his ult wasn't.
Beautiful hook on Lee Sin.
I don't think it's the best target.
Cullen goes down. Thresh takes some big damage, but a nice heal goes off to mitigate a lot of that big damage. Go down. Soraka goes down. Kha'Zix going in for the support. Lee Sin trying to support as much as possible, and Gragas gets out. Purple team still has a strong 5-man push.
Yeah, Kha'Zix. Yeah, they're backing off. Good, unfortunately, and this is exactly what we're talking about with the Soraka, like that change in 2.7, removing the Grievous wounds.
Yep.
Soraka lived, she got rid of the Grievous wounds.
Man drop, coming in, and boom, Kha'Zix takes some big damage. Blue team overcommits now, and I think Gragas is going to go down for sure.
Yeah,
Lee Sin's in some dangerous position. Purple team still pushing, manages to pick up the kill. They have 5, and oh my gosh, they just took like 7 kills for no exchange.
Yeah, they and like that's the thing. Like they probably just needed to give up that inhibitor, because with all 5 up with Baron buff, they can just trade tower aggro. If you watched it, 3 different people got tower aggro during that fight. They just walked in and out.
And Raka, she is going to be pushing back on this. She will prevent this push pretty hard, but it might not be enough. They do take.
Yeah, she does have Rylai's, so their chase potential is very strong here. But Lucian doing a good job putting out great damage on Soraka.
Yeah, and
they're all very low though.
Lucian, he's still supporting big culling there, doing big damage, picks up Kha'Zix. They managed to catch Gragas back out, but the spider does go down.
Lucian flashes over the wall, picks
Raka. That's huge.
And I don't think Lucian's going to be able to finish.
Can he get the kick? He gets stunned, locked down, manages to let MF pick up the kill, but she is so far out of position now where Lucian should be able to pick this up. Argent Blade blocks though, and he is out of mana. So actually they are okay for now. Gold advantage is just barely in purple team's favor. I would go back, buy, regroup, and then push up top. That's what I would do.
Great comeback by purple team. Blue team just kind of fell apart. They kept getting picked off. It's something you do see is like, when one person gets picked off, and instead of just kind of like doing your best to safely hold objectives, you kind of try and force more fights, and then you get picked off 1 by 1 or 2 by 2, and they can, they just keep pushing and picking you off. You got to wait for all 5 to get up.
And this is a very close game. At 25 minutes with a 3K gold advantage, that's That's very low, and a lot of the gold is probably on the Lucian, who has been picking up a lot of kills, but it's such a minuscule amount right now. And we have some major items going on for the rest of his team as well. Like, we have that Void Staff now on Annie, which is huge because, like, Lee Sin, he rushed Banshee's Veil. He got Tiamat's, and then he went Banshee's Veil. So, because he just didn't want those stuns. And,
And this is actually the worst case scenario for blue team, because bottom lane is pushing.
Yeah.
So you have to defend your bottom lane with Baron coming up in a minute and a half. That's a huge problem because someone has to be down there, and they don't have any teleports, do they?
And it looks like
they have Lee Sin with teleport, but it's down. He used it, so they don't have any way to send someone bottom. They're basically going to have to forfeit Baron or somehow win a 4v5.
And it looks like they did push out that mid, so they don't have to worry about that one as much. This bottom one and this strong push going up this top lane is going to be very relevant. And if Purple Team can get another catch, Misfortune needs to play extremely safe. Soraka also needs to play extremely safe.
It looks like Soraka's going to be the one that has to go down. They sent Kha'Zix, actually. He has the best mobility, but his wave clear is not great. This is going to be a problem. Soraka has the best wave clear against open waves, but not. Her wave clear is great against like waves pushing on the tower.
And it's actually taken some really big damage. Those super minions are actually almost going to take that turret.
They should have sent Soraka. She clears it very quickly.
And it is going to heal back up, but actually, if I was Purple Team, I would consider rotating in.
MF uses their ult basically just to clear the wave.
And big damage go down on Soraka before she can really do too much, but she did manage to flash out. But Annie picks up Misfortune, which is actually really huge. Or Misfortune picks up Annie, rather.
Yeah, blue team looks like they're gonna win this fight pretty well,
and they need to, because otherwise they just lose.
Yeah, so, unfortunately, okay, at least stops chasing Lee Sin. He's gonna get away.
Oh my gosh, they just won 0 for 4.
Yep.
And Elise, I would just let her go right now.
Yeah, they tried to focus down Soraka and didn't get it this time.
And it looks like Lee Sin, he is going to try and go for it.
He's going to die in this fight. No,
there's the flash over the wall. Gragas is keeping pace. Lee Sin deciding to keep pace too. This is ballsy, man.
Oh, she repels over to the golems, and she's going to get away. Are they going to get to her in time?
Baron is back.
They didn't figure out. They don't care. Baron. They should just Baron. Maybe, I don't know. They could take a mid turret.
Their inhibitors are back up, so they don't. They only have one more.
Yeah, Soraka had to go push down bottom. This Baron, I don't know if they can do it quick enough. This is really dangerous. Okay, they're not going to do it.
Okay, good. He just wanted to drop the ward so that they have vision.
He wanted to get safe.
And they actually might lose it again.
If Purple Team rushes it. Pantheon's jumping. Where's he jumping? Oh, he canceled it.
Okay. So Purple Team is still pushing out. They are clearing some vision here. That should buy Blue Team enough time to get back into this.
They did see the last word in there, so it is clear.
But I think they're just going to go for an ambush game.
Yep. Let's see. Yep.
There's the hook. Gragas actually going to take some big damage. Manages to body slam a little bit out. We'll see if Blue Team can deal with this. Gragas ultimate going down.
Good
big MF ultimate hitting 4 targets. Culling actually misses everyone. And Gragas is staying alive throughout all this. And Purple Team
no one's died yet, but Purple Team very low.
Double kill with the Starfall. And Lucian actually getting brought incredibly low. Gragas trying to keep pace with him, but he does manage to both escape. I have no idea how these people are surviving for so long.
Full health Lee Sin chasing down this Lucian, but he's just going to back. It looks like they're just going to take the mid tower, which is the smart thing to do.
Annie is back up. She doesn't have her bear, but she might be able to steal a kill out from someone here. Man drop coming in,
but
I don't
Annie
think
dies
it's
before
Annie goes down.
Gets Soraka's flash. But yeah, they're going to get this tower. Pantheon can't really do anything about this.
Gold advantage is once again in Blue Team's favor. Nice back and forth here once again. And Purple Team is going to lose this inhibitor. Blue Team should probably disengage as soon as this is done because they're in a 5v4 and 2 people are very low.
But he can safeguard out.
And there's the lantern.
And that's trying to give him something to safeguard out. He needs to ward hop.
Oh, he does ward hop, but he might not be the safety. Elise picks up the kill with the execute. So, woo! Purple Team. This is a back and forth, ladies and gentlemen. 1K gold difference here between Blue and Purple Team.
At 30 minutes, 1K gold difference. Baron is up. Lee Sin is down, so we're looking at a 5v4 around Baron. Soraka's going back. That could be the death knell for if purple team figures it out. Could be the death knell for defending against this Baron. They might have to let it go. But it's only Elise and Pantheon doing it. They're not going to do it that fast.
Gragas and MF are going to try and do maybe something here. I think it's a bad idea.
They're standing on a ward. It's a bad idea. They might. I think they're just going to have to let it go.
Yep.
Soraka probably shouldn't have backed.
There's a hook. Misses
Is he going to try and steal it with a barrel?
Yeah. Almost gets it, but not quite enough. MF ultimate goes down. Does enough to do a little bit of damage, and down goes 2, and I think that's going to be the game here. Because they have 2...
no, the death timers aren't that high. We're only 30 minutes in. We're only looking at 30 seconds. I think it's going to be 2 inhibs, but I don't think it's the game.
Well, it's 1 inhib, and they only have 1 Nexus. Oh, they have no Nexus.
Oh, they have no Nexus turrets. That's... yeah, I didn't realize the second Nexus turret had gone down to creeps. Yeesh. That's really rough. But they are just pushing top, so we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, we'll see how low Soraka and Lee Sin can hit them. Gragas, he does a little bit of damage, but he's mainly there for body blocking right now. Lee Sin does go down.
They have no kills. Gragas isn't going to be able to do anything. Soraka can't get enough kills. Kha'Zix is here. Can he get a reset? He does get a reset, but he dies.
Goes down. MF is back in the fight, which might be enough to scare him off. Because Lucian is pretty close to full, but Raka is the only one that's really doing massive damage. And
this Baron buff regen is just doing too much work over this long fight.
We'll see. There's the anti-flash stun into big damage. There's the wish, but not quite enough. And so Raka goes down. And Purple Team takes the win in a very close game. Very close game.
Yeah. Very well played by both teams. They probably should have just let the Baron go. If they were hanging around and juking themselves, it's like you got to go right away, or you really just got to let it go, because if you don't, you're gonna. So
Xanark and Apes taking a very strong win there in that game. Just so close though.
Yeah, back and forth, seeing both teams, really like do what they need to do to come back from behind. Capitalize on mistakes or overextensions by the other team, and pick it up. So it looks like our finals are going to be Xanark and Apes versus Quimphy 2014. Quimphy took out Attack on Children. But first, we're going to be going to that third place grudge match, which will be Attack on Children versus Team Electric. And we just saw Team Electric play an excellent game against Xanark and Apes. And we know Attack on Children has played great in our previous tournaments. So this game coming up should be really, really excellent.
2 veteran teams versus 2 novice teams. And by novice, I mean they're not experienced in our tournament scene before. And clearly they are not bad players, because Comfy played a very strong game two games in a row, and Team Electric just played a very strong game, even though they did lose. Like, it was a very strong game. Just a couple missed positions that I think they should have let the Baron go, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's hard to tell in the heat of the game, and you're always worried about, like, if we let this Baron go, or do we just lose 2 inhibs anyways? But with, no Nexus turrets up, losing 2 inhibs, with people dead is the game, so.
And, so I think we're going to take a quick break here. So make sure you stick around with us. 2 games to go, guys. Semifinals and finals. Well, grudge match and finals, I mean. And, make sure you stick around.
Yeah, we'll be back in just a minute.
Just a minute. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the grudge match of this this Warrior Esports tournament.
Yep. Third and fourth place match we'll be having between two of our veteran teams.
Yep. My name is Rubel.
I'm Bobble, and we keep introducing ourselves. Welcome back.
It's fun.
It's
more intimate this way.
Is it?
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
Anyway, we'll have this game up and running here in just a moment. Right now, we will have the grudge match here between Attack on Children versus Team Electric. And then we'll have the finals match between Xanarkanate versus Comfy. Anyway, Comfy 2014.
Yep.
That's who we'll be playing in this finals match. So it's Quinfy? Is it Quinfy?
And everyone we're going to be watching... everyone we're going to be watching for the next are already in the money, or in the RP, if you will, bathing in that amazing pile of riot points.
Bills,
so it's just going to be how much? Dollar skins, yo? In any case, yes.
So anyway, we're in Champion Select. We should probably get back on topic. It's much more fun.
Blitzcrank, man. Maybe they know something we don't.
So keep in mind, Attack on Children is that blue team, and the Team Electric is that purple. So Blitzcrank ban!
I don't think we haven't seen Team Electric. No, we just saw Team Electric play. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
We saw Team Electric.
But they didn't have Blitzcrank. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what these bronze bands are going on here, but in any case, like Blitzcrank isn't really top tier, but I'm gonna assume that they know way more than I know. So that Blitzcrank band, surprising. But
that was Attack on Children that banned Blitzcrank.
Okay, yeah, against this Team Electric, but we didn't. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. We have seen them play. They did not. Blitzcrank wasn't banned in our last match, and was not picked. So
Rengar, very interesting bans. There's finally the Braum because they're like, we don't want to.
We're gonna hope the other team bans them so we can ban a champ we want to ban instead of Braum.
Yeah. So,
Robot Cat Mustache. Is basically what's happening on the left,
Putty cat?
So,
anyway, we got Soraka, Jackson, LeBlanc for the other bands as well. LeBlanc, once again, we've talked about, I think, all three of these champions except for maybe Soraka.
We've hit on her a bit. Her wave clear is very powerful. Her late game sustain is insane. Once she gets her, her Athene's Unholy Grail plus Rylai's, her sustained damage is crazy, and she's very hard to kill. She's also very hard to run away from because she has that slow coming out. It's the powerful single target slow off of her silence, and that silence has a very good range. And then everyone's just slightly slowed while she's star calling you all the time.
Yep, it looks like they're really considering this first pick. There it is, Gragas.
Wow, Gragas, early pick. That's kind of interesting.
I'm guessing Gragas support yet again. It could be mid, but I bet it's support.
Yeah, I think he's actually better top than mid right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm not positive about this. I have not really seen him played out of a solo lane, but with his swap to being a bruiser, I would not be surprised to see him play top. I think he's much safer in the long lane than many other champions. He has that lane sustain, with his passive. So I would expect him out of top more than mid because I think the bruisers are a much better matchup for him than the ranged AP champions. But it depends who they're going to pick up mid. Nidalee locked in right away.
Yep, locked in Nidalee. Was considering that Misfortune, but decided to lock in Nidalee. We did see Misfortune from Team Electric in that last match. And it went all right, but
yeah, she had some massive ults and she did pretty well. But the problem is when you get late, they can dive on you. Locked in Twitch, not that surprising. He's that hyper carry.
Kha'Zix is going to be the jungler, it looks like, and Renekton's probably going to be the top lane here, even though he's running Smite. But I'm guessing they're going to do a swap. So
yeah, it's just it's pretty standard swaps, which makes it more likely that this is a Gragas jungle, or not a Gragas jungle. I'm sorry, a Gragas support. He can technically jungle, but I don't think it's very fast right now.
Nope, I don't think so either. Even though it is based off the maximum health, that W.
Yeah.
I don't think it's fantastic. Anyway, regardless, looks like there we are finally seeing that Misfortune Thresh pick there for the bottom lane for Team Electric.
They're going to go with MF again. And I don't think actually that percent max health is capped like most of the other percent health abilities are in the jungle. So it might actually be super secret tech. Rammus.
I really want to see Vel'Koz. I still haven't seen Vel'Koz in legitimate play.
He's actually very good out of support. I think his support is his best lane right
Yeah,
now.
because he does absurd raw damage.
Ooh, Cow Rider.
Woo! we got
Wow, we got some exciting picks here.
Sejuani,
Yeah,
she is very powerful initiation. That is like her ult is one of the most devastating initiating things in the game, in my opinion. It's just awesome.
Yep.
And the bear, you can't get away from him very easily, and he does lots of sustained magic damage, and he's got a pretty solid execute. So,
yeah, and we were actually talking about this. Gragas's rework makes him very similar to Sej.
Yep.
They both have a dash that knocks up.
Well,
and they both have a long-range, powerful initiation ult.
Yep.
Like they're kind of very similar. She doesn't have the sustain that Gragas has. But she has like that more powerful slow early, while he has the more powerful range slow. And she has better AoE damage, while he has better like kind of single target damage. So, but yeah, otherwise they're very similar champs with their kit. But yeah, and the bear, I like the bear is interesting.
But...
Yeah, truthfully, is he coming out of the jungle? Like his fling is very good, but he wasn't a very strong Feral Flare jungler. There was just better options basically all around. I don't know if he's going to be out of the jungle. They're swapping. They're messing around with swaps. It does. Wow.
I think Sejuani has got a faster clear time currently in the jungle compared to him, because I know she has.
Possibly.
She's pretty quick, and I'm not sure.
Yeah. But interesting. This looks like it's going to be Gragas jungle, unless they're just messing with us. So it could actually be this Gragas jungle, and like
Yorick support,
Sej support. They're probably just messing with us. In any case, on the teams that we can actually figure out what they're doing side, is pretty standard MF Thresh in the bottom lane, Kha'Zix's jungle, and then the solo lanes are Nidalee and Shyvana. These all very standard picks aside from that MF, but we know that they do like their misfortune. Okay, he did take exhaust, and it is going to be a support
Yorick
bear.
Support. Interesting.
Yep.
He definitely has his abilities to, because he can dish out a lot of damage, and he's got a very deceptive tankiness with his passive. So he can be a very good kind of like lane bully. But the biggest downsides that he does have compared to other supports is he doesn't really have any sort of like lockdown like Morgana or like any of those sort of shielding abilities, any sort of healing abilities. Nothing like that. So mainly, he's just kind of like a kill lane, kind of sort of.
Yeah, and the fling is very, very powerful. He also has that built-in heal, which is actually on a pretty low cooldown.
Yeah.
So he has built-in healing on his own, and he has that execute. So yeah, he's definitely a kill lane. It's also kind of going for late. He's a strong late game champion. He's very tanky. The flings are very, very good. He's one of the 2 champions with a fling, and they're obviously very, very powerful catch tools. His ultimate's kind of weird. Sej, I think I saw like one like high level solo queue person like Sej top, which this almost certain. No, it's Sej mid. Sej, it's because it's Renekton top, unless it's like Renekton mid with teleport
versus Nidalee.
Versus Nidalee. Maybe Sej is the super secret tech versus Nidalee.
She does have a gap closer and massive slows, so it's going to be hard for her to get away.
And she has wave clear.
Yeah,
she probably has pretty good wave clear. So I don't know. I've never, I can't think of like a.
It'll be interesting.
We'll see. They have a crazy team, so let's.
I'm really hoping we get to see some really fun ults here from Sejuani into Renekton, because they do have some pretty scary Wombo combo if they can line it up, because Rattata on the rat.
Rat-a-tat-tat or
whatever. Anyway,
Yeah, I mean, well, they have 4 beefy melees and the rat. However, at the same time, like 4 beefy melees, like if they're not going all in on MF is going to channel a full ult on them.
Yep.
Like they're just gonna have to be going all in on somebody. They have a ton of peel for Kha'Zix and Shyvana, like.
A ton of peel.
Yeah, like literally, you can't go in on this team. They're just like, we're gonna perma CC you while Twitch like casually auto attacks you. Stun, knock up, knock away, stun, fling. Knockups are back on off cooldown. We didn't even use Sej ult yet. It's like Yeah,
I love Sejuani, so I'm actually really happy we're getting to see her.
I
I'm
wish she was a little
hoping
bit
that this
stronger,
is going to be a really interesting game here at mid, but it's definitely going to be unique to say the least. Because I have not seen Sejuani mid, I don't think ever.
Yeah, I cannot remember actually. I think I saw it once, but I cannot remember seeing a Sej solo lane.
Yeah,
I can remember seeing Leona solo lane and
I
Leona
remember
beating an Aurelia. I watched Leona beat an Aurelia top. It was hilarious. It wasn't even with jungle. It was just 1v1. I don't know how it happened. I looked up her runes and masteries. There was nothing that surprising there. Apparently, just Leona is just the super secret OP top. Who knew? That passive. I'm just like, I like this blank passive. It's not blank. That's not true. It makes everyone glow. They're all sunny. But yeah, who knows? So hopefully we should have an awesome game for you guys. There's some crazy stuff going on.
Yeah, definitely a little breaking of the meta here, though.
Yeah, there's no conventional stuff. So hopefully it isn't just like a train wreck of a game. We actually get to see some really awesome league play that we don't normally get to see from champions. You don't get to see that much.
Yep, and one thing to note, they were trolling us a little bit on the spectators because they picked some pretty funny summoner spells there. And I think because I think Sejuani was running teleport revive there for a moment, which is an effective strategy on some people.
I think they were also they're a little bit worried, very possibly, about either they're trolling us or the last minute, what's it called?
The rune and masteries page?
No, the last, they do the last minute changes so the enemy team doesn't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
They don't get the information until they get to character select.
Yeah,
so they can't plan as well.
Yeah. So, but very interesting. Once again, it's another kind of catch comp here with Kha'Zix, Thresh, Shyvana. They're definitely going to be catching people. Nidalee's a poker. Misfortune, she's catch people.
They really only have Nidalee for poke, so I feel like their team, they don't have a solid standard meta team. They're kind of confused on Nidalee pokes and everyone else kind of normal team fights.
Yeah, so we'll see how it works. It'll be interesting to say the least, and I'm looking forward to seeing Gragas in the jungle. See how fast his clear time is, but
yeah, it should be very interesting. I'd like to pay a little bit of attention to that to see how far behind he falls, if he does fall behind.
I expect his ganks are really.
I think they're fine pre-6. He has a dash with a knockup and a slow.
Yeah.
So and his dash is on a pretty low cooldown. So.
Oh gosh, are we gonna see some pretty strong invasion
I'm
here?
a bear.
Oh gosh, and it looks like.
Oh wow, we have a what is that? Scrying orb?
Was that a flash? That was a flash.
Nidalee flash. I don't blame her.
Yeah.
It's a bear. He's gonna fling you.
And that's a small victory there, and we do have the that warning the scrying orb, which is not once again, we're breaking the meta a little bit here. They did buff it, I think, 2 patches ago.
Yeah, they buffed it, increasing the range and the duration.
The later it goes, I think it scales
it goes
now.
up. I don't remember.
I think the size increases too.
You buy it late. You buy it fairly late in professional play, just because you can't afford to face check bushes around Barret. So if you ever lose vision control, you can't safely get it back without a scrying orb. So it's actually showing up a little bit, and they have so much more gold because they're so much better at farming than everyone else that the extra 75 gold for buying real wards is less costly to them.
Quick notes on the items. We got ruby crystals, not gold generation items on both of the supports, and we do have a crystalline flask on Sejuani. So it looks like it is going to be Shyvana versus Renekton.
Yeah, Shyvana tried to start trading with Renekton, which is just the dumbest thing I think she can do right now. I guess she's farming with it, which is fine, but Renekton's going to just...
Yeah, he's going to eat you.
Yeah, he's going to pop his potion. She's going to just teleport back into the lane right away? Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, she wants to try and do as much damage as possible so he's low and then come back? Is that
the thing is, his lane sustain is so good. He's Renekton. What's going on? I don't understand this at all. So she's just hanging out?
She's last hitting. She was just... Oh. She might have missed that one. Anyway, she is last hitting, just dancing around. I think blue team's having
Gragas is a little bit behind in the jungle.
Not awfully so, but... A little bit.
Like, Kha'Zix is about to finish his red. He's only halfway done with his blue.
Yeah. And it looks like back at bottom lane, not too much is happening. Shyvana got pushed back finally. Renekton bullying the crap out of her, and that's going to give him a pretty substantial advantage.
I don't know where Gragas is going. Okay, he's going mid. That's reasonable.
Actually,
or maybe is he going to invade? He might actually be able to beat this Kha'Zix. Nope, he's just going to go gank mid.
He wants to lock down this mid lane because I think he's really worried about it. Bottom lane, we also have an engage going on. And Twitch goes up first blood to Thresh. And just
I don't think Bear can win this. Oh, he gets the flash out of Thresh now.
He's got the heal. But,
Yep.
But
MF's at full health. Yep. So Twitch.
And a little bit of damage going down there once again on mid. Gragas really wants to take her out of that Nidalee, but
Yep. Twitch did not use his flash in that fight either, which is I guess good for him if he was going to die anyways.
And it looks like Kha'Zix is going for a gank here on Sejuani, and we'll see how this works out. And I think she's in a little bit of trouble. There's the dash, and she's knocked back, but there's the counter gank from Gragas. Manages to land a little bit of enough to scare the Kha'Zix away with the flash. And this is weird, man.
All those knockups, it's pretty awesome. We'll see. I'm excited to see them late game. Just the charge knockup.
I'm now going to start calling Gragas an overweight Lux without a bear, without a boar. Because like
overweight Lux.
Yeah, because he's Lux, because he's got the skill shot Lux sort of thing, but he's still he's a Sejuani. I don't know. He's a Lux hybrid in my opinion.
I'm not sure I can get behind this. I think I see what you're trying to do, but
it's like a mix of everything. Anyway, back to
real things that matter. Twitch is dying against Thresh.
Big damage.
Uses his flash, might live.
The hook is down, and he will live. And
Gragas is just dueling MF, but finally the heal goes off.
He drops the barrel, and I think he's just down.
Yep.
I thought Thresh got that kill again. So.
And unfortunately, that is a blue buff on MF.
Which means she can double up all day long now, which makes it very hard to farm safely without trading damage. Anyway, top lane, Shyvana's getting pushed under her once again.
Bear flash flips MF, but it didn't go straight back. It actually went diagonal, so it looks like they just barely don't get the kill on that MF, which is unfortunate.
And it looks like they're really hoping to... Oh, Kha'Zix looked like he was going to try and do a jump the wall sort of fun there, but decides against it. Meanwhile, purple team gets forced back again, once again at top at bottom, so they're actually substantially far behind both top and bottom. Shyvana actually decides to stick around, changing her mind. So, she is still pretty far behind right now. She is about 9 CS behind. And Renekton is at that point where he's going to start out-trading her for sure, because he has that extra longsword right now. And with 2 Doran's Blades, I think he actually outsustains her quite substantially.
Oh, definitely. Like, his built-in sustain is very good. And hers doesn't exist, so...
This is true.
Yep. I don't think they're gonna win this fight.
Which gets,
oh god, especially with this Kha'Zix getting lanterned in.
They managed to bring the Thresh down pretty low. Meanwhile, at top, her Renekton dove, the Shyvana picked her up, and down goes both the supports here at bottom lane.
Yep, trading supports. It's not awful considering they were behind.
And Twitch did get one of the kills, so that might be able to be enough to push him back a little bit more into this game.
We didn't, we missed the kill on Shyvana up top.
Yeah, but Renekton dove. So.
Yeah, not surprising. It's a Renekton.
It's like he's got 2 dashes.
Yep. 2 dashes.
Anyway, Shyvana trying to go for this on Nidalee, and Nidalee is just destroying her. There's the ultimate. Gragas coming in from the side. It looked like they were going to try and time it for a
well, she knew she had her ult. She ulted and then into the dash. Doing a little bit of bear taunting.
A little bit of
pig taunting.
It's a boar.
It's a boar.
She doesn't have the bear right, and that would offend the crap out of Yorick.
You keep calling him Yorick. Polar bear, man. Doesn't even sound the same.
It's a reference to a book.
Sure.
Yeah, the Armored Bears.
Yeah.
Anyway, for those of you who actually read sometimes, it's the
what does that mean? Are you insulting our viewers?
Nope.
Okay, good.
Because they wouldn't read children's books anyway.
Yeah, young adult books about things like murdering children and like kidnapping. And
The Golden
killing
Compass
pets.
by Philip Pullman.
Yeah,
Shout out.
excellent
Anyway.
series, by the way. Complete aside, I highly recommend it. You will find it in young adult fiction, but very adult themes. If you've seen the movie but haven't read the books, ignore it.
Don't see the movie.
Yeah, the movie way worse than the books.
Oh, big MF Hulk going down here at bottom lane.
Twitch is exhausted, but I think they're still going to kill the
Thresh goes down, and MF is actually going to be forced back here because you've got
Nidalee.
Nidalee dodges the spear and
Cat.
once if he can hit away, Cat
I'm a bear.
goes down.
Bear's going to fling, not in time.
And down it goes the rat.
Random spear. I guess it was trying to miss the, made sure it missed the minions.
What's the saying? Cats, rats, bears, oh my.
Yeah, something like that. Well, they joked about that in chat too.
And down goes the. No, she lived? What?
She lived.
Holy
A health pot was running.
Oh, okay.
It was just red buff, not ignite, and red buff won't kill you through a health pot pretty much ever.
And
Renekton burns the ult out of
Kha'Zix. There's a party everywhere right now, and it's still an incredibly close game. There's a party everywhere. It looks like Yorick's going for it.
Yes, Yorick is soloing MF. The Undertaker. He's trying to take her under.
Stop it.
Delivering some ghoulish damage into that
the armored bear. My bad. Normally I don't do this, but the bear. We're just gonna call him the bear from now on.
But anyways, the blue team made some jokes about their team is the fat man and the animals. Because they're a rat, a pig, a bear, a crocodile, and a fat man. So, it's pretty good. We're getting our themes on. And I mean, it's working kind of well. The Sejuani roams. You don't hear this very much. Sej, why aren't you roaming more from
gosh, bottom lane. Twitch gets caught out yet again by both Thresh and the Kha'Zix. It just goes down.
Yeah, his bear wasn't there to protect him.
Yeah,
where's Yorick when you need him?
It's not Yorick. It's the Bola Bear. My bad.
The Bola Bear. Armored bear.
Anyway, mid lane, a little bit of damage going on here. Gragas trying to cover the lane there while Nidalee is dancing around in there. And top lane,
Renekton fighting Sej. This is going to be interesting, but he's going to lose.
And Dragon apparently beats Gator.
She had one more Doran's Blade than he did, so he hadn't bought in a while. He went back and immediately bought Tiamat, so he was sitting in 1,500 gold. Probably shouldn't be fighting on their side of the river, with that much gold stored up. But
it looks like they are contesting the Dragon Wards a little bit here, and blue team is still dancing around this mid. It looks like the Boar and the Fat Man really want to go for this cat. So.
Yeah, I don't know why they're pressuring ganking Nidalee mid so hard.
She has such high mobility where it's proven to be not effective 3 times now. And her flash is almost back up.
Sej, considering I've seen Sej miss 5 or 6 creeps just by not having ideal Sej last hitting mechanics, which isn't that surprising. She's not really a last hitting champ. She's actually winning in farm, which is crazy.
Yeah. And MF burns her ultimate down here at bottom lane to clear out those minions just so that blue team doesn't get a very strong push there at bottom lane. It looks like we got an ambush gank here at bottom.
Fat man roaming into the bush.
Yep. And it looks like the bear is trying to taunt MF into getting a little bit of poke on here so we can get a flip. And everybody's just kind of dancing, taunting. They're having a good time, to say the least.
He definitely waves his arms in a very ridiculous manner.
Anyway, top lane trading going on there between Renekton and Shyvana, and mid lane, what's her name? Sejuani is trying to bully out the cat here. So.
Yep.
And it looks like Gragas decided to fall back, and so now we have another. Looks
like
a
mid.
potential.
How is it going?
Ignite. It looks like the heal's gonna be enough to keep her alive. And Gragas goes in and gets the kill with the flash dash.
Meanwhile, fight going bottom. Kha'Zix is down here, but I think Bear's gonna kill MF.
Oh, nope, but enough sustain, and he is feeling it, but he is gonna go down, and they do get a turret at mid lane while that's going on. And Twitch is actually gonna juke out the back way, but I think he's gonna have to suicide because there is a vision there. It looks like he was going for misfortune. Flashes the wall. Gragas is there, but oh man, that's bad news. Bear's here for Kha'Zix, but he does get lanterned over the wall. and looks like he is going to survive.
Yep. So, interesting turn of events bottom.
Pretty crazy
going
going on.
around. Yeah, sneaks through, gets the...
For all the shenanigans, this game is incredibly even.
Yep, yeah, 400 gold for how ridiculous this game is, which is really excellent. I'm glad this game is ridiculous, but not lopsided.
Yeah, because we definitely have some plays going on all across the board here, and it looks like Renekton did finally get a T-Mats, which is going to increase his trading and wave clear, but unfortunately, Shyvana does have that Bilgewater Cutlass, which is going to increase her dueling capabilities a little bit. And there goes the Dragon Form Initiate. And they're dueling it out. Let's see who wins, and it's Dragon Form. Dominus does not, apparently.
Yep. Tiamat versus Bilgewater Cutlass and triple Dorans. I'm going to put my money on the guy with the more Dorans and the lifesteal. So
just more swords. And apparently she can wield
swords.
them all.
Yeah, she's a dragon. Dragons can wield 4 swords. Well, there's only 1 sword and 3. There's a cutlass and 3 blades.
Indeed. Indeed. So, taking a look at the items, we do have Gragas, who does decide to go with that Spirit of the Ancient Golem for that little bit of CC reduction, and meanwhile, Spirit of the Elder Lizard, very standard pick there on Kha'Zix. Tiamat's on Renekton, we already discussed that, and it's actually AP Sejuani. Just throwing that out there.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's how you build her. She's actually very good with Leandries if you're building her damage.
Yeah, I know, but she decided to go with Sword Boots to start.
Yeah, Gragas is trying to 1v1 this...
Triple Doran Shyvana, who is
doing
the crap out of it right now. And it looks like he decides to get away. Meanwhile, Purple Team gets a dragon there.
Free dragon. I guess, you know, your jungler screws around with the top laner. You're gonna take a free dragon. Bear decides he wants to fight a... Thresh? No.
And really. Twitch is also going with an unconventional build, deciding to go with the on-hit effect.
Blade of the Rune King is very common on Twitch right now, just because it procs on. He needs
all
the
kite. On-hits, yeah.
Yeah, and he gets all the on-hits with his Twitch stuff.
Aw. Renekton trying to back in his nice little lifeguard chair, and Shyvana
so rudely interrupted it. So the game is slowed down a bit. You know, blue team still has like a 500 gold lead, but we're gonna start running into the point where Shyvana starts out scaling Renekton. He needs to go buy though. See, he has the money for that Hydra.
She actually has really good AP coefficients, Sejuani.
Yes, not bad.
Anyway, bottom lane flash there from the Thresh there to try and get away. He did burn his ultimate as well.
May hit an ult.
There's the body slam. The ultimate manages to get the Thresh back into range, and looks like Blade of the Rune King is finished and almost goes down to that ultimate there from Misfortune. So,
yeah, all of them ending fairly low. Nidalee's gonna come and throw some spears.
Rosa Spears barely misses that rat. So, and meanwhile at top lane, it looks like Shyvana is still kicking the crap out of this Renekton.
Yeah, this croc. His sustain's gotten much better, but he's still just gonna take a ton of magic damage from her.
But it looks like she
dodges the ult, which is great for him.
Yeah, well played there. Dyson slicing away from that. So
yeah, because he still has his Dominus, so like the next like 80 seconds is gonna be really good for him. Walks right by her. That's okay. You can just push away.
Yep, just pushing out, getting a little bit of health back because he's got Tiamats.
He does indeed have his Hydra finished.
Hydra, yeah. And looks like Nidalee gets engaged on a little bit there by Gragas at mid lane, but with Thresh's support, nothing's going to come from it. And we still haven't seen a crazy Sejuani ultimate. She still hasn't built really any tank so far. She is strictly damaged right now.
Yeah, she didn't even finish Leandries. It's just like Magic Pen into that rod.
Well, that's probably an extremely gold-efficient item on her because she gets damage coefficients from health as well on her. Anyway, in the jungle we got Nidalee taking big damage.
Fight going on bottom
lane.
too.
Well,
the fight up top, nothing resulted that they just disengaged. Fight bottom, same thing.
Gragas coming in here. Twitch trying to duel it out with Misfortune.
They're probably gonna get this tower out of this. No, it's at full health still, and Kha'Zix is here.
And that's a dead bear.
Yeah, that is a very dead bear. Oh, is he gonna flash the wall?
He does, but goes down to red buff.
Yep.
And maybe ignite? No, just red buff.
Just red buff.
And Nidalee trying to defend that bottom lane. Gold advantage is barely in purple team's favor, right around 900 gold. And it looks like blue team is going to try and hold off this turret. down here, and meanwhile...
there's the threshold on the Fat Man, there's the knockback, but
which takes big damage. Here's
kind of a
teleport
disengage.
from Renekton. Renekton coming in, and there's the ultimate from Thresh trying to disengage from this. There is the bug, and the rack goes down. Yeah, but here comes Renekton. We'll see if he decides to... I was thinking he was going to Dominus there, and oh, it's on cooldown.
It's on cooldown, yep.
I was thinking Dominus and dive, but it looks like he's going to lose top tower as a result. Just because he is fairly low, he is going to be forced back, and top tower is
he's going to farm some golems, it looks like, because the tower's dead anyways, and Shiv's not going to be able to push to the second one in time.
Looks like Twitch is also going to be going for a, not Blade of the Rune King, but the Black Cleaver as his next item. Is what my guess would be, because on hit Twitch loves to shred armor, and if he gets to late game, he will be very, very scary.
Oh, Sej misses her.
That's unfortunate. She would have gotten that kill.
Yep.
Sejuani whiffs the skill shot ultimate there that she does have, and allows Nidalee to get away. Unfortunate.
Yep. Shyvana is meanwhile farming white, and is probably going to fight this Renekton. She's up a level on him. Her items aren't finished. All she has is Toppy, really.
But
he hasn't bought anything since he got Merc Treads. The MR is going to help him a lot.
Oh yeah, with that giant well, she might be able to trade Misfortune burns the ultimate at bottom lane. Just to clear some mini waves. Here comes the dive.
No, they're going to kill this
big
map.
damage.
This bear doesn't care about this tower at all.
And unfortunately, at top lane, it looks like Renekton is going to be able to get away. Gragas engages on this Shyvana, but I think she can outduel him right now.
Yeah,
we'll see. Renekton comes back in. There's the
flashes.
There's the flash. He
doesn't
misses
have
the body
his,
slam.
Yep. And body slam gets interrupted by creeps.
There's another Q. It does get hit by it, and down she goes. And Thresh actually baiting out, trying to scare the blue team here because he threw out the lantern there. Nice little play. Threw out the lantern into the bush there to think that like Kha'Zix was coming or something, and it actually saved the turret. So nice little gambit there.
Mic open.
And meanwhile, Nidalee at mid lane clearing it up, and some major items getting built here. We do have Misfortune. She does have that Bloodthirster into a Zeal. And then we have an Athene's Unholy Grail on the Nidalee, so she should be able to spam spears all day. And with the needlessly large rod, those are actually going to hit pretty hard. Sejuani still hasn't finished a major item. She just has that Haunting Guise and the needlessly large rod in the Swedish Codex. She loves cooldown reduction because she's very reliant on her ult, which has a massive cooldown. I think it's 180 seconds or something like that. Sejuani?
Yeah, it's not that high, but it is pretty high.
And it looks like Renekton decided to go with the...
Purple team's going to pick up another dragon, basically for free.
Yep.
Unfortunately, blue team's kind of just given up on trying to ward that or clear that. Which is...
Sejuani gets caught out.
Yeah,
big damage going down, and she does burn an ultimate, but she is most likely still going to go down to red.
She's going to die to the spear. Oh, nope.
The flame, but no, he gets it with the auto.
Q gets it, yep.
And nice flash there from Thresh managing to escape from that Gragas ultimate. They do manage to hook him back out. Kha'Zix engages. Meanwhile, at bottom lane, Misfortune burns an ultimate. Almost takes out the Twitch.
This fight, though, this bear is doing some work, but everyone's going to be able to disengage.
And it looks like, yep, Nidalee, she did whip out the spear and almost got the Gragas there. But nice double up there from Misfortune. But with the Blade of the Rune King, he's actually got pretty good trading potential. And they trade kills. So, well played by both of them there, even though this Twitch...
Yeah,
Twitch
kept both of his summoners, and it cost him effort flash, so in future fights, Twitch is definitely going to be ahead.
Yep. And so with that Brutalizer...
Renekton's going hard on Shyvana. I don't know how well this is going to turn out. Nope, just poking.
Just poking.
Dash in, QE, dash out.
But with that Brutalizer and the Zeal, which I'm guessing he's going to build that into a static Shiv and keep this on-hit effect going on. And
now that he has a Negatron cloak, he's actually going to be able to trade pretty well with her.
Yeah, top lane Renekton.
This Fresh is coming in, though. This is not going to be good for... She ran away from the lantern.
And Shyvana goes down. She actually burned her dragon form just before and went down to call me.
It just came up, and then she, she used it, but not in time. Uh-oh. Oh, it's
throws
a
out
fake.
the lantern for the Kha'Zix support, but Kha'Zix is already busy dealing with 2 other people here. He did manage to juke around a little bit there and get healed up a little bit by Nidalee.
Large animals chasing.
And,
nice flash flip.
There's the knockback. He does try to flash get over it, but goes down. Gragas
used the ult anyways, though. Just kind of blanks it. Probably didn't need to use it, but I guess he wanted to guarantee.
He didn't. No, he didn't. He didn't. He missed.
Yeah, like, I mean, I think he just wasn't sure that they had it, but he'd already flashed, so I don't think it was.
And
I don't think it was necessary, but it's a low cooldown.
Sejuani actually decided to go with the Deathfire Grasp. She wants to go for that assassination.
Wow, the DFG Sedge.
I guess she just wants to kill Nidalee. Like, she can probably do massive sustained damage now. But it's
and they're just gonna tank this tower down. She's just gonna stampede out a little bit. Twitch is auto-attacking, dodges the death sentence, and very important.
Big damage goes down from the MF ultimate. Thresh is still trying to kite this Fat Fan here. He looks like he wanted to try and flash the wall. And he did burn the flash, but did not make it. So, Purple Team still chasing. Looks like they are going to get the bear. And
unfortunately they stayed a little bit too long. Got a little bit too ham and got picked off pretty bad. This is probably a Baron.
Sejuani clearing some wards here, and Purple Team looks like they're going to go for the Baron. So that's going to bring the gold advantage to probably about 4K in Purple Team's favor.
It looks like Renekton's going to try and contest, which is just not a good idea.
He doesn't have the smite. And Kha'Zix is Kha'Zix. He's got
you can't outsmite us Kha'Zix. I don't know what we're going to try and do here. I guess we're just going to fight him.
And there's the smite. It was a little late, but it did do the job. And Purple Team now will have a very strong gold advantage. And not to mention that Baron buff. So
yeah, only 4,000 gold, so not that huge. But
oh gosh, there's the attempted kill. Apparently,
AP Sedge
with
her murder on
his head.
Yep.
Damn it. Oh, this is kind of fun. Anyway.
Yeah.
So we do have some major items. We do have a not Aegis of Legion, but the follow-up. Locket of Iron Solari there on Gragas there for his major support item. Renekton.
He's building just support and tank.
Yep, and looks like Renekton does have that Spirit Visage, which is going to provide him a lot more tankiness. Nice play there from Thresh, and that's going to get him to be able to commit to this fight. Volibear commits as well, burning the Randuin's Omen and trying to support as much as possible. And big damage go down. Nidalee lands a big spear on the rat, and down he goes there to a claw to the face. And actually misses the stampede over the wall there from Sejuani, and she goes down. And now Purple Team's going to have a very strong push up this mid lane.
Yeah, they pushed hard into a Baron Duff team, even though they'd gotten a pick. And then, like, just kind of, they didn't have Renekton with them. Oh, this is dead Fat Man? No,
Fat Man's still alive for a little bit longer. And Nidalee's spears are going to hit really hard because she's got her death.
Yeah, they only have Thresh for hard CCs. So basically, Thresh needs to hit a death sentence.
Oh, there's one.
Yeah. Hit it through creeps, too. That's pretty crazy.
Yep.
There's a pile of creeps on that. I don't even know how that death sentence hit.
I think they were all purple, but I'm not sure. It was hard to tell.
Yeah. You know, I think you're right.
Those Nidalee spears, they're doing some work now.
Tower goes down. This is a little bit dangerous. Does Sedge have her ult up? She does.
Fortune ultimate goes down. Thresh gets brought pretty low. Blue team is very low. And here comes the Shyvana. Looks like she burns the Randuins, and she is trying to chase here a little bit. Lantern's out. Kha'Zix is very low, and Blue team still has quite a bit of health. And I don't think that Twitch has his spray and pray back up. So if they linger around a little bit longer here, and he gets the rat-a-tat, my bad. I forgot.
Yeah, it's rat-tat, I don't know. Anyway, spray and pray. Yeah, it's going to come up. And they're going for Dragon again. I don't think Blue team... Yep, they still just don't have vision, not contesting. They just don't care, which is pretty rough, because now we're talking large gold keeps.
Yep, this is going to be pretty close to 10,000 gold.
Yep.
And so the only way that I can see Blue team is if they get a beautiful Sejuani ultimate.
Yep. They have a lot of CC, so they just need to get picks. They can certainly do it.
Yep, the picks into the Sejuani ultimate followed by like a spray, rat-a-tat-tat, whatever, I don't care.
Yep.
The ultimate from Twitch is going to be pretty big here because
they're so beefy with low cooldown CC that like if they get a couple picks, they're just gonna clear the team fight.
Curious, he decided to go with Youmuu's. I was expecting Black Cleaver.
I guess he just wants the attack speed.
Yeah,
he just wants to get off his. It also gives him a movement speed buff,
and the
so it lets him kite back more too.
It's just odd because like Black Cleaver does so much on him.
Yeah, Cleaver's very good.
But who knows? Maybe he'll build that as another item. But I expect Static Shiv as his next one. Hook there on Sejuani, but nothing's going to come out of it. Meanwhile, Renekton and Shyvana are dueling around up there at top lane. It looks like purple team is dancing around. I would like to see him push a little bit and try and utilize his Baron buff a little bit more.
Yeah, well, blue team's pushing pretty hard, but again, Shiv isn't there, but Renekton's rotating, so.
Gragas goes to the initiate, doesn't quite burn the ultimate, even though it looks like he was considering it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
so Renekton's here. They need to like go hard now.
And beautiful lantern into MF ultimate, but beautiful Sedge ult into where MF flashes into, and that might be enough to pick up the kill. But meanwhile, Shyvana is
good play.
And it looks like they are going to get fresh as well. So Shyvana might go down here. And but they do manage to pick up the Nidalee as well. Yeah. That is huge.
Shiv is on the inhibitor turret though. This is a problem. But they're all dead.
The Baron,
the Baron goes back.
You might be able to do something here to prevent her from doing something like moving her way and slowing down.
I think he's just like auto attacking her. Yep.
And
but he's gonna stop her from going back, and they're gonna finish.
And Miss Fortune will be back up in 8 seconds. I think blue team. I don't think they can do it. I don't think they can quite get it in time.
He didn't have his fling up. Yeah, Shiv's going hard, but I think she's going to die. The question is, can MF follow? Nope. So Shiv stopped them from getting any Nexus turrets, but she did not get an inhibitor of their own. So 2 exposed inhibitors, but they're all up. Blue team actually has the advantage.
Yes.
Down in gold. Down 9,000, but as you know, they can definitely win 5v4s, and as we saw with the CC, they can catch hard.
And Baron buff. Baron will be back up in another minute and a half or so. So we will be contesting that.
Hopefully they actually get some vision down instead of just not caring about the river at all. As they've been doing basically the entire game.
No one has vision right now. No one. There's not a ward on the map. Even though we all have fortune.
There's like one.
There's one.
Yeah, there's two purple words on the map. One in blue base, one by the dragon.
And it looks like they're going to try and get a catch against Sejuani's ultimate.
And Renekton of all places is bottom
and
doing golems, going back. I don't know. Hopefully he's buying like vision control and is heading to Baron.
Oh, misfortune! You need to head back, right? Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah, she's fine.
And the blue team is still playing very aggressively on this mid turret. I would like to see some wards here over by Baron because all it takes is them to.
They're rotating to reset the dragon timer. Why is there 4 bottom? Are they just? I don't know about this. If they show bottom, like Baron's up in 20 seconds, they're just gonna lose it. And I don't think they're gonna get more than an inhib for this Baron.
Yeah, blue team.
Alternatively, like if they try and rush it. Yeah, purple's gonna rush the Baron. If they try and rush the enemy base, they could easily lose a base race because they have 2 exposed inhibitors here.
Yeah.
This is gonna be a really weird race because Renekton's top too. He does have teleport up.
Yeah, it looks like they're not gonna the Baron. They're gonna just push out.
And they sent Nidalee back to hold the tower. I mean, I guess she has poke.
Shyvana is pushing up mid as well, so they have 3 people on Baron. There it goes.
Baron goes down. Shivs is getting inhibitors. Are they just trading? 4 of their team is going back, so yeah, they have to win here because they're not sending anyone back. They have to win this 5v4, or otherwise they're just going to go 2 inhibs, and they're not going to have Baron buff. Because they can't go back. The enemy team's not going to let them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have to win. They have to win this 5v4.
That one next
going hard. Here we see.
There's the ultimate. Break damage. And MF gets under the turret.
Croc is dead. They're taking too much damage from the towers.
Shyvana's actually heading back.
Yeah, 1 tower is dead. Shiv is okay. I think
Twitch blue team flashes the wall. Gragas is still alive. And
okay,
he
Gragas,
gets out.
yeah, Gragas does get out. Okay, so it's not game over.
And Twitch looks like he's going for the duel.
Yeah.
A little sound effect. And he gets shredded by a claw to the face. And unfortunately, it looks like Purple Team only lost 2 people in that engage. 1? I think it's 2.
Yeah, I think it was only Thresh, actually.
Didn't they lose Kha'Zix too?
I don't think so. Because Thresh died first.
Okay. Anyway, so Purple Team still has 4 Baron buffs on most of their people, and it looks like Blue Team, unless they can get a big catch, they're just not going to be able to do it. So,
yeah, it looks like dead
Shyvana,
which is actually...
she
flashes. Oh,
but
the
a spear kills Gragas, and
Baron
Blue
is chasing Shyvana, which is not good. He's not going to be able to kill her.
Looks like she's going to steal the blue buff, and it looks like Sejuani wants to try and get yet another catch.
Looks like we're going to have a lot more time. Because, like, the inhibs, you know, they kind of got to wait them out.
Yep.
This is weird game.
Purple Team once again getting Dragon. Old advantage is now just about 12k in Purple Team's favor. And I'm not quite sure.
Twitch built Static Shiv. A little bit weird as third item. Not super excited about that. It's got to be Infinity Edge next. Or I guess it could be a BT with that longsword, but I feel like he just has to finish Infinity Edge because he needs as much damage as possible.
Yep.
He has a bunch of like tech items and that Bork and that Static Shiv. But the Bork isn't actually that good because there's not that much hit points on the enemy team. Like the only person with hit points is Shyvana, everyone else is low, so Bork is bad.
They changed the recipe on Black Clover. Is it just pickaxe and brutalizer now?
Is it? I don't remember. I thought it was still built out of Ruby Crystal. I thought it was brutalizer Ruby Crystal still, but I could be wrong.
I know they changed it, and it definitely fell in popularity just because Last Whisper is just in general a better item.
Well, yeah. Ever since they nerfed the League of Cleavers, you know, it's always been a kind of niche item because they don't want it being overpowered because it's not fun. But yeah, it is just Ruby Crystal brutalizer.
It looks like Blue Team's just dancing around. They want to catch someone. Shyvana manages to come up here, and she does have a Guardian Angel, so she's going to go strong here. If she can do enough damage to Sejuani to force her out of the fight, it's actually huge.
She's going hard, but she's already used her Randuin, so she doesn't have any way to lock them in. Okay, good. If that Death Sentence hit on Gragas, this fight would have gone way bad for Blue Team.
And it looks like Sejuani did manage to make it back. Even though she did take a spear.
I don't know what this pushing up the mid is going to do, though, because like they're not going to fight up their Nexus turrets, and they don't have a good rotation unless they're just going to base tank that turret, which they might. Looks like they're going to do.
Looks like Sejuani wants to go for a really hard engage.
Just take the last free turret at 36 minutes. That scrying orb.
See how it goes. It looks like Renekton wants to try and
Oh, yeah, Renekton's trying to force something. His team's a little bit far behind him, but not tremendously.
Him and those golems. He likes them golems.
Yep, we'll see. They're grouping up. They were a little bit spread out. Kha'Zix has a lot of health now, too.
The Purple Team is falling back slowly.
Kha'Zix duped himself. Gets caught. He's going to flash jump into the wall. And Gragas also caught.
It's important ultimate goes down, but it doesn't
do a lot.
It's not a crazy amount.
Sejuani
gets caught, but she did burn her ultimate. It might end up safe, but she does go down, and Italy is cleaning house right now, picking up Renekton and Sejuani, and it looks like the Rat might go for it.
He should have gone for it earlier. Like, there were 2 people low when he...
He burned his ultimate, but the Cat's trying to keep pace here. Big damage going down on the Bear, who is very low. And Rat is still just dancing around trying to hold him off. The Purple Team, all inhibitors are up except for the ones that just went down.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. The Creeps just killed an inhibitor because Purple Team's easily going to be able to kill this middle one now.
Oh, but Blue Team did lose one as well. Purple Team did lose one as well. So if they can hold out long enough, they might be able to hold. They might be able to still be in this game. But
Yeah, the game's still strange. Like, the team fights are very weird. Kozik's not dying there. Like, I feel like Twitch needs to do a little bit more damage. He needs to be a little bit,
we just fixed. Okay, that explains something. But Sejuani's doing massive damage. Unfortunately, she's having trouble staying alive right now. It would be really nice to see an Abyssal Scepter on her or something like that.
I don't think Abyssal is what she needs.
It looks like she's getting Zhonya's.
I mean, Zonia sounds better than Abyssal Scepter. And at this point in the game, like 2 seconds of invulnerability is just way better than like some MR.
Yeah.
She doesn't need more offense. She has Void Staff, the entries, and Deathfire Grasp. Yeah, she doesn't need more offense. She needs to live longer to cast more spells. Because her dash has a massive % damage on it. So she just needs to cast more of those.
Oh man, engage going
okay, hard engage, but it's not like Gragas.
There is 620 ultimate, but unfortunately Zonia has a lot of the follow-up damage, and I think the team's in trouble. Down goes. And
Crocodile's backdooring. I don't think he's gonna get it, but if he kills this MF baby.
She has a Guardian Angel. The Guardian Angel does go down. He can dodge the Nidalee spears and all this. He might have a chance, but it looks like he is gonna go down. Blue team is headed back.
This game.
Are we gonna see a
just
rat?
See a
rat?
Yeah.
Did get Kha'Zix. That's actually relatively important.
Gragas is defending. So
20 seconds until Sejuani's back up. We have the Yorick back up as well here very shortly.
Yeah, so 1 Nexus turret to 2 is actually very, very powerful in this game. But those death timers are very long. They're gonna lose both inhibs for sure. Well, maybe not. No, yeah, they will. But like Bear, Gragas, Sej versus Nidalee and MF. If they don't back out, this would be really messy.
Sej's ult is going to be back up here, which means she should be able to spike down one of these squishies, because I think Zonia's for Nidalee is still down for a little while. It looks like they're about similar timers, so.
Yeah, this game.
Well, purple team is falling back now. Baron is back up, so we might see a contested. Dragon is also back up, but that's very much less relevant.
They buffed the gold on it. It's actually a lot of gold. It's almost the same amount of gold as Baron is at this point in time in the game. So it's a lot of gold. It's not the buff, so that's actually very relevant. But
and the bear, look at his item build. He's got 3 giant spells. Just going for massive health right now. He's probably at 4,000,
just
4,200 health.
Almost not trolling per se, but
having fun. At least they're having fun.
In the words of Jinx, I'm wearing lots of belts. But yes. So in any case, looks like ridiculous and awesome, and I'm glad we're watching it.
So Twitch is clearing out the minion waves. Definitely,
he got the IE finish. That's actually really important. They needed that damage burst because they needed Twitch to
and
kill
he's
stuff.
Getting another major item here.
Kha'Zix is going hard on this Twitch, but.
And Shyvana actually dragging forth in. Blue team gets a nice rando and slows up all 4.
They have a ton of slows going down on this Twitch, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
And they're just waiting for that Banshee's in there. Blue team loves it. They just
that's Sejul.
So hard.
Yeah, Sejul into Twitch, melting them. Unfortunately, Renekton dies to
but he bought his team enough time where I think they might be able to pull it off.
Is Sej going to be able to kill this bug?
And oh gosh, he kills them.
Yeah.
So most of the damage shields are down.
Twitch.
Ratatatat is back up still, and he's just got to heal up.
It is a 3v3. The spear cannot hit. This next one can't hit either. You will die in the well. Okay, Bear takes it.
And they do have their inhibitor up, but they do have minions that they got to blow.
Yeah, they can't lose that next. Oh god, Twitch don't die.
Is back up. To near full, and oh gosh, the Twitch goes down.
The invisible spear, I didn't even see it.
That is most likely the game. Gragas might be able to stay alive, but they just don't have the damage to clear these minion waves.
They don't have the damage to beat Nidalee. Like her heals are obscene. Her melee damage with all the AP she has, she's fully built, isn't she? Yeah, she's fully built.
You don't even have a Lich Bane either. That's just raw damage. Anyway. Very intriguing game. Blue team making a very interesting show of it by picking an AP Sedge with the like Lichbane Deathfire, all sorts of crazy
Lichbane?
stuff.
Wow. That's
bold.
Sure. And then I nerfed into the ground. So yeah.
Yeah, so very interesting. That was Xanarkin versus Team Electric, and I believe Xanarkin Apes came out ahead. I believe that's what happened. Oh, my bad. Yeah. My bad. So Xanarkin is coming up a little bit. It was Attack on Children versus Team Electric, and Team Electric.
Yeah, Team Electric won.
Yeah.
Xanarkin Apes had... Xanarkin Apes had the Fat Man and the animals. It was...
craziness.
Yes, they just picked a bunch of animals.
Okay.
It was crazy. So, and a surprisingly interesting game. So in any case, that was our third place game. So Team Electric took third place, and they'll be getting 1,600 RP each, while Xanarkin Apes is going down and in fourth place, and they're going to be getting 800 RP each. And we're going to be moving on to our finals match between, Attack on Children. Getting them mixed up. They're two of our veteran teams. So Attack on Children is fourth place. Xanarkin Apes will be playing Quimby 2014 in our finals match, which should be happening very shortly.
Yep, we're going to take a quick break and so we can get the lobby all set up, make sure all our ducks in a row, and so we can have a very good finals. So we'll see you guys on the other side. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this final match of this Warrior Esports tournament. The final match will be between Xanarkin Apes versus Comfy 2014. So, should be a good match. Xanarkin Apes is actually one of our veterans, while Comfy, we have seen them in one game, and they played very, very strongly. But we'll see how they match up against our veterans.
Yeah. So, first ban, Jax. Nothing surprising there at all. He's very, very strong, very, very ban-worthy. Happens a lot. Annie ban. It's pretty impressive. She has a very strong stun still. But, her range is a little bit short, and we haven't seen much of her out of mid or support recently at the highest levels of play. But, she still has a lot of burst damage and a very strong CC that actually comes back up fairly quickly.
Yep, Syndra, and then Pantheon, followed by Twitch and Braum. Braum, we always expect, because he's very strong right now. Pantheon, kind of intriguing. I think that's more of a targeted ban, because I feel like, I don't know. But
yeah, maybe they saw him and they didn't like how strong, their jungler was, or one of their solo laners was with Pantheon. But, he's gotten a little bit out of favor, but it's probably just because of the Feral Flare craze. And, he's still seeing a lot of play as, just a very strong jungler with strong early ganks, excellent, almost unbeatable post-level 6 ganks, decent clear speed, and he's a solid character all the way across the board. His passive is, just very, very strong. One of the few things that can actually mitigate tower damage.
So picks going down by really fast here. Thresh is locked down probably as the support for blue team. Purple team decided to go with Lee Sin and Morgana. Morgana most likely going to be a support as well, while Lee Sin's probably in the jungle but could be top. baiting the team out, but we'll see how that goes. Lucian locked in for the 80 carry here for blue team, and most likely Jungle Jarvan is what I would expect.
Yeah, Jungle J4 is stronger than top lane J4, but top lane J4 is actually not bad right now with the buff to his Q. Or not his Q, rather. The buff to his passive.
Yeah.
He actually has a lot of trading potential, and he wasn't awful before. The biggest problem is that nerf to the radius on his knockup is so harsh that it is just very, very easy to dodge that knockup, and it's very hard to knock up multiple people in team fights. The Lee Sin isn't surprising at all for Quimpy. He played it last game to tremendous effect. The last match we saw of him, he knows how to play it. He really knows how to take advantage of that Lee Sin.
Caitlyn and Nidalee were locked in for the last two champions there. I'm guessing Nidalee's going to be going mid with the Caitlyn going bottom, and it looks like we're going to see a Yasuo versus the Nidalee at mid, which is to be it's a very
strong pick against that Nidalee with the wind wall and the early bullying, as well as almost better scaling late. It's kind of tough to tell. His damage certainly scales better than Nidalee's late, but her utility is certainly much better. Although that wind wall is very powerful.
They are also threatening the Twisted Fate as well, which
is locked in.
Which means Yasuo might be still up in the air.
Yeah, that would mean Yasuo top versus unknown.
I guess they could swap it around a little bit.
They could. But I guess they are going to go for it, and he does have that teleport. So it is.
What's kind of odd about that is they don't really have they have the Thresh hook, but other than I guess they have the knockup.
J4 knockup and the flay counts.
Oh yeah, it does.
Multi-person flays count for Yasuo knockup. So yeah, they have plenty of ways to enable. And we could actually see some lane swaps here.
Yeah.
They very possibly might just be like, we're going to have TF 1v2 because he's one of the better 1v2 champions. And, we're going to put Yasuo up against Nidalee wherever she goes.
It'll be interesting to see what they do for their final pick here because it's going to be their top lane most likely. And because Lee Sin is very probably in the jungle once again because that's
it's going to be Lee Sin in the jungle. We saw that before. He's much stronger in the jungle than out of the lane, mainly because he doesn't scale well late.
Yeah.
And he has a harder time winning his lane than he has winning other people's lanes for them.
And Shyvana, a very popular pick recently just because she has strong damage, strong kit, just very strong initiation.
Good initiation, not good CC, but fine. Basically only on that ult. But yeah, she's very slippery, great damage, and just all the free defensive stats she gets out of that dragon form. It makes her really tough to kill.
So yeah.
Yeah, those are the teams. We kind of have the poke catch comp out of purple team. They have Caitlyn and Nidalee. They can do the split push again with the Shyvana. And then, Morg has great disengage. Lee Sin has good disengage.
Yeah.
And if they hit a bind, they can really all in on it. Bind is a guaranteed Nidalee spear. It's a guaranteed Lee Sin Q into either kicking the person back into the team or just lots of damage. They have great ways to follow up, as well as good siege. The other team, I don't know, they're kind of more of a conventional team fighting team. They can get great catches with TF. TF stun guarantees a Jarvan knockup, guarantees a Thresh hook, and any of those, Yasuo, can basically follow up and finish on any of those. Yasuo plus TF is basically a kill too, because Yasuo just needs a piece of hard CC to be able to kill practically anyone, because his damage is insane, and his defenses are fine. His flow is good, but when that's down, he really he really relies on someone else providing hard CC, or he needs to be ahead to out trade them.
They just got a very interesting comp here with Twisted Fate and because Twisted Fate's a really hardcore poke champer. And Lucian, I consider kind of like a pokey 80 carry, even though he does trade a little bit.
He doesn't really poke.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, a little bit, but yeah.
But with Thresh and Jarvan, they have some,
hard engage
wombo stuff, but...
Yeah, I think they have a pretty conventional kind of TF. They basically want to win the ganking phase and just be ahead then. And then they, because if they're ahead... after, the ganking phase, right around 18 minutes, they basically can't lose team fights. because they can just hard engage on the Nidalee. They can ignore, or they're mobile enough that they can just like force the Morgana ult on 2 to 3 people and then get out of it, or just burn her down before it's done if she doesn't have Zhonya's yet. So,
and I think it's now safe to talk about their summoner spells. They are very unique on some cases. Shyvana, she does have that teleport, which is not that surprising. But the
we have double Flash Ghost going on.
Yeah, we have double Flash Ghost and Yasuo with teleport. So Yasuo is definitely going top now. So Twisted Fate, I guess he just wanted to go for that Ghost.
Yeah. And double escapes isn't bad on Twisted Fate either because he doesn't have any built-in escape. It also lets him, Ghost is a very aggressive summoner spell for TF because he can basically, for those 12 seconds, he can stay on top of you and you're not getting away. Assuming he doesn't pull blue cards, you're not getting away. And I don't expect any blue cards, inappropriate blue cards out of Rascot here. So, in any case, we have another 30 seconds before we get into this game. But, the double summoner, double summoner Ghost should be very interesting. I'm very excited in seeing how well, Ghost as kind of a hybrid offensive-defensive summoner works. And I'm also excited about seeing how well this J4 works. Because after the significant buffs to J4, I think he might be viable again. I really wish they would just give him a few more units, like 5 units more on the radius of his knockup. It's just so hard to hit and so hard to hit multiple people with it that I think they over-nerfed it. But we shall see.
So once again, this will be the final game that we're going on, and the teams are going to be Xanark and Apes versus... It's the new guys. The new guys. What are the new guys? I'm sorry, I lost a little.
Yep. Yeah.
Comfy. That's
Comfy
right.
2014.
Yeah, who we didn't watch previously in this tournament.
Yeah, so. They're and the winner of this will be getting the maximum RP and the Triumphant Rise skin. So this is our final match, and we are loading in right now. So we should be having first items and buying in very shortly.
So, in the previous game where we did see Comfy, still not quite sure how you pronounce that. Lee Sin was a very strong playmaker, and their top lane, who was, I believe, Renekton, or was it?
I don't remember. Keep going.
Anyway, basically, their previous game, they had that. They had their top lane just kind of split pushing the entire time, requiring the other team to draw a lot of their resources to that top lane, and then they just abused it by having the rest of the team rotate between priorities like Dragon, Baron, the turrets, and just split pushing in that sort of way. So we'll see if they implement a similar sort of strategy, because they do have a fairly similar comp where they've got kind of a tanky duelist Shyvana up at top lane, while they still have Lee Sin and then 3 very good disengagers and lockdown kind of catch people to support him. So we'll see how that goes for him, and it looks like we will be underway in just a moment.
Yeah, and I haven't seen this matchup actually. I don't actually know how Yasuo versus Shyvana top goes. Early, mid, or late. I know Shyvana scales very, very well. I know Yasuo scales very, very well. So it should be very, very interesting to kind of see how this goes, how it plays out. And we'll only have one data point here. We won't get to see Yasuo, Shyvana even at 30 minutes. Yasuo, Shyvana, Yasuo ahead at 30 minutes, and then, Shyvana ahead at 30 minutes. We'll only get to see one of those. But we should get a bit of a feel of how this matchup goes. And that should be very interesting.
So taking a quick look at the items, things that are a little bit out of the ordinary. We do have the Hunter's Machetes, which is normal, but the boots there on Twisted Fate, he does want that increased mobility. Allows him to trade, have the ability to trade just a little bit more, just because he can get in and out of that auto attack range. Maybe hopefully land those gold cards, land a couple auto attacks, and then back out.
And that's been a very standard TF build, starting with boots, just because you need that mobility. It's become less popular of recent. You lose a tremendous amount of dueling stats and lane pushing stats versus starting AP Quints and Endurance Ring. It's almost 30% of your damage in early levels that you lose by going with that move speed, but it does keep you safer, and it does let you bully a little bit more because you can safely move into auto attack range, gold card someone, wild cards them, and then walk out without actually being worried about people getting on top of you.
Not earned victory this day.
And it looks like Lucian, he did decide to go with that longsword with the 3 health pots, while Thresh decided to go with Relic Shield, when normally you see him do a little bit different. The coin or Doran's shield is a little bit more common.
Yeah. Doran's shield, like ever since the Doran's shield nerf, that really hasn't been popular. It's just not an efficient enough item. It doesn't help you win the duels enough to make up for not having the gold. Relic Shield has basically been the classic top tier pick on Thresh. The biggest problem is you have to actually last hit instead of just like fake last hitting, like melee champions have to. So that's the biggest cost of running Relic Shield on a ranged champion like Thresh. But otherwise, it's very good.
Looks like both of the junglers will be positioning for early ganks at the about 3.5 minute mark up at that purple plane. The top lane is what I meant to say. And we'll try and keep an eye on everything. But Jarvan actually looks like he's going for a very quick.
Wow, level 2. Not that surprising because that's something J4 is very good at. This is going to be guaranteed. She has to flash in.
There's the flash to dodge it. So nice little play there from Nidalee. And good idea there from Jarvan because it did burn a flash. So
yeah, the thing is he can just go do his buff and come right back, and her flash is going to be down for a while. He'll have easily 2 more ganks. However, looks like Lee Sin's going to come contest this buff.
Yeah, it looks like since he realized that.
Hopefully he hasn't smote yet. He's pulling it back.
So he didn't get the resonating strike, but he did use it there, and now I think Jarvan can actually out-trade him just because he has that red buff, and the resonating strike is down.
Yeah, doesn't have the red yet.
There it goes. The gold card comes in. There's the stun, and is he going to get it? Beautiful flash to dodge it, but the Nidalee sniped it, gets double buff and first blood. But Twisted Fate does get that, so beautiful little trade there.
Yeah,
beautiful
spear by Nidalee, but also good play by TF. And now, buffs have been traded to mid lane. So I'm very happy to see that, because if Nidalee got doubles and TF got nothing, that lane was going to be awful. But now that it isn't, lots of fighting going down bottom. Morgana gets hooked.
Yeah, Morgana taking big damage, forced to flash out, and it looks like she will survive. And Caitlyn is full enough to really force back that blue team that just don't quite have the health really to chase down the Morgana.
It did cost Morgana all of her summers, though, which is very rough. Caitlyn still has the heal, which is very valuable. She didn't have to burn that there, but yeah. So that's going to be a little rough. Once she gets Black Shield, that's less likely to happen.
Oh, it looks like they're rotating in on the Lee Sin here, and it looks like they're going to pick some fights. A 3-man gank here. Yasuo was trying to come in, but he wasn't able to quite get in range. There's the gold card, some big damage going down, and it looks like they're trying to shut down this.
Now TF has double buffs too. This is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Great plays by blue team, though, recognizing that Lee Sin was going to go to his red and then reacting appropriately. Shiv probably should have came.
Probably, but
maybe she didn't feel like she could. Maybe she didn't feel it was safe. She's full health. She could have came.
Bottom lane, Thresh is still throwing out hooks, but not quite lining them up. And I'm really keen on watching this mid lane right now, just because it is going to be very volatile with those double buffs. Because as soon as TF lands a gold card, he's going to lock down Nidalee, and she's going to be in very dangerous waters for a little while.
Yeah, they do both have red buffs, and she's making sure to stay in creep, so it's harder for him to hit his stuff.
Bottom lane, they're still just dancing around each other. Yasuo and Shyvana both are relatively
they just traded.
low.
Yep. So Yasuo came out worse on that. However, well, they both have Doran's blades, so.
The wind wall to prevent some of that damage, but it looks
but
like
it didn't do anything. He didn't actually win wall in time, because he was still buffed by her E.
It looks like he is going to clear that out. Meanwhile, at bottom, we got J4 coming in with the gank.
Good. Black Shield
blocks everything. Lee Sin comes in from the back. Looks like he's doing enough damage to kind of scare these blue guys a little bit, but they do manage to push him back. And now Caitlyn is actually very close to full, and it looks like she's putting on a lot of pressure on these bottom laners. Meanwhile, mid lane still dancing around these double buffs.
Just warding, not coming around behind TF.
And actually,
he is coming around TF.
Coming around.
We'll see how this works. This is
got the resonating strike and
I
big
think he's
damage
gonna survive, but he's probably gonna be pushed on a lane.
Maybe not.
He's running a potion. He might be okay.
Yeah, Top lane, meanwhile, Yasuo and Shyvana are still trading. In bottom lane, it looks like Morgana misses the bind. It would have been pretty deadly there if she had landed.
Yeah, I don't think it would have been a kill, but it would have been a lot of damage. Yeah, top, like, Yasuo's evened it up a bit, but it looks like he's going to go back now. No, just warding the tri-brush, make sure Lisa doesn't come around behind him.
Blue team has a small gold advantage, but that's mainly from that extra kill that they have. Yasuo gets forced back underneath the turret, and it looks like Shyvana might go down to the turret as well, and so just trading kills up there.
That was very deep. However, she does make Yasuo miss this entire wave, which is not invaluable. But, you know, it's going to reset the wave as well, which may be worse.
And TF did come down to bottom lane. It looks like he burned that ultimate just to teleport in and get that kill on Morgana. So, nice use of that teleport, and that's what TF does. He gets a small little advantage in lane, and then he tries to boost other lanes.
Yeah, and that was pretty insane, actually. I didn't realize this. He went back to buy after having those 2 kills, and he just started Needlessly Large Rod. That's very powerful this early in the game.
Yep, it makes those wild cards extremely devastating if you can land them, and yeah, it's just very devastating because you can poke for them like forever. Those range on those wild cards is very devastating.
Yep, he's yeah, like with his blue cards, he doesn't need mana, so he can get away with doing this. And that's how TF can actually start boots. Because like everyone else, like you can't really get away with it. You need the mana off Doran's ring. But because he can blue card waves and get a bunch of his mana back, he can actually afford to do that.
Nidalee did get fed a blue buff here, and so she will be able to spam her spears a little bit more than probably TF can spam his wild cards, but we'll see how that poke lines up a little bit. And looks like Caitlyn was forced back, but she did get her BF sword, but it looks like they're very even there on bottom lane, so...
Yeah, everything's pretty even. Blue team does have a little bit of a lead. Almost all that is on TF. Yeah, otherwise, this game's, good lanes, pretty even, surprising with how many kills there are this early.
Small differential between Yasuo and Shyvana, but not crazy significant yet. And, yeah, not crazy. Just a little minor one. And it looks like we're going to see a gank here up at top lane from J4. It looks like he's going to come up. I don't think he realizes that the ward is down. He's thinking about it. I don't know.
Yeah, he's just kind of juking himself around. Like, it's not warded, so he could definitely do it. But, if you're going to do it, you should definitely go for it. If you're not, I think he's just afraid that it's not actually going to... He's just going to get Yasuo killed, and it's not worth his time to, like, trade 1-for-1 up top.
Yeah.
And miss Yasuo creeps.
Meanwhile, Lee Sin getting that red buff. Looks like he will be cycling towards top lane as well. Maybe even mid. Depends where it looks more appetizing, I guess. And J4 decided to rotate down to bottom. Looks like he's going to go for a lane gank here.
Yep.
And we'll see how that works out for him. Thresh just needs to land a nice hook.
Yeah, both flashes are up, so I don't expect much success out of this J4 gank. I expect it to just cost flashes. But we shall see. He's spending a lot of time kind of juking around in lanes, but not making anything happen.
And it looks like TF decided to go back and get that Deathfire Grass, so he really wants to go for those Assassinates. And actually, Jarvan is still coming down, and I think we're going to see a 4-man gank here at bottom lane. Oh, maybe not. Twisted Fate was considering working his way down there, and you're going to see if we're going to get...
Yeah, but Nidalee is pushing quite hard, so he can't just freely go down.
All it takes is a hook into a lantern here. Come on, Thresh, you can do it. I want to see some
Get hit. Okay, he got hit. Letting it. Yep.
And there's the engage. There's the
counter engage though.
Big damage. Nice heal there. Manages to keep Jarvan alive.
Yeah, it looks like no one's gonna die here. Oh, he's gonna flash for it.
And Lucian takes some big damage here.
TF coming in.
It rotates back in with the teleport, picks up the kill on Caitlyn, and brings that Lucian.
Yeah, beautiful, just beautiful coordination. Lucian getting hit by that bind just like set it up perfectly, even though J4 didn't hit his knockup.
Uh-oh, that is bad. Oh, nice little stun there on the Nidalee. She looks like she is going to be able to get away, but he did burn the Deathfire Grass as well. So if she hadn't flashed right there, she was dead.
Oh, she was 100% dead because that flash dodged the death sentence. Yep, she was completely gone.
That's it. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah. Anyways, but yeah, this trading is actually very interesting up top. I'm surprised at how even this landing is. Of course, as soon as I say that, Yasuo walks a little bit too close and just gets comboed by Shiv.
Burned like alive.
Yep.
She does have that max burnout now in Dragon form. That does some nice damage. So.
Yep. And that's part of the problem is like he has to walk into melee range and she's just gonna, EQ him.
And it's not like he can build armor to that much. He really wants to build that damage for those first items, and she shreds armor anyways.
Well, armor doesn't even help that. Armor doesn't even help that much. Armor shred and lots of magic damage.
Death Sentence down at bottom lane. He manages to get Caitlyn out of her, and it looks like with that lantern, they should be able to pick up the kill and do a lot of damage to Morgana. Maybe even pick up this kill, but not quite. So another nice hook once again on Lee Sin. That's going to be enough to force him back. Another relentless assault, and the culling goes down almost enough to pick up both of them. Nidalee rotates in, and he is out of mana, but the lantern is enough to save.
Thresh. Like those entire plays were amazing. Getting Lucian in position, nearly getting all of those kills. He might have had it if he had just let the culling finish instead of canceling it early. And then lanterning him out, just amazing Thresh plays.
Morgana did a very nice job of body blocking those last couple shots from the culling because Lee Sin was incredibly low, and then Nidalee showed her face just early enough to make it feel like Lucian had to peel off.
Well, Morgana started blocking, but Lucian hadn't finished the culling yet, and he canceled to try and just get the kill.
Lucian, with this, because he has finished his Bloodthirster and it's about halfway stacked already, he is abusing the crap out of Caitlyn right now.
Yeah, and this is going to be rough for Caitlyn because he's going to go back. And he's probably going to buy boots, but he might just buy Zeal if he can buy it. Oh, he finishes boots. Yep. Buys pots. So he is way ahead of Kate in items. And that is going to be a big problem because she already doesn't outtrade Lucian. And now being behind in items is going to be even worse. Fight over Dragon. TF is ulting in.
And Yasuo teleported in as well. There's the wind wall to block quite a bit of damage. And Shyvana teleports in as well. So lots of teleports.
Great teleport by Shyvana. Nidalee Spear doesn't hit.
Shyvana doing massive amounts of AoE damage here with her burnout and the Sunfire Cape, managing to bring them low enough for the rest of her team to clean up. Just being able to keep pace there. And now we got 3 members of blue team still up. Shyvana is low, but I don't think they're going to be able to really contest it any much more because the culling is still down.
Yeah. And even taking that dragon, purple team is now only up 700 gold because they have been behind in kills. So they got 2 kills and the dragon, and it got them the lead back, but now it's...
They did also get that top turret, so... Pretty close game here.
Yeah, very close game. Purple team does manage to take the lead after those plays. Great teleport by Shyvana.
Yeah, very nice. So, looking at the items, Yasuo does have that static shiv now, so he shouldn't have to worry about getting pushed down too much more, and he does have that
Good hook. This
nice
is dead Nidalee.
Nidalee manages to leap strike, but not quite enough, and actually Thresh burns the box, and it doesn't do much damage. That's okay. They got the kill, that's all that matters. And Lee Sin is there to try and support this turret, but he's not going to do it on his own, because that is a 4-man push, a very strong one at that.
Are they going to put pressure on the second tower? They're going to put a lot of pressure on the second tower. Lee Sin can't really walk in from that side. It's really dangerous. He has to wait at least till Kate's here.
Oh, lands on a hook.
But it was on a small wolf. It's the second thing.
Cataclysm locks Caitlyn in, and she is in trouble. It looks like she might get out. Nope.
Good ult by Morg. She's going to die before it's
down. And now it's just Nidalee and Lee Sin. Lee Sin tries to come in through the back. Almost picks up the kill on TF, but Nidalee Spear finishes him off. Jarvan manages to get out. Yasuo rotates into the fight. Shyvana is coming down as well, and blue team decides to back out.
Yep, Yasuo just showing up a little bit late, but he does make sure to discourage any sort of chases and any sort of like shiv, tomfoolery that may come in. But yeah, probably going to get just go back to a little bit of farming. Everyone's going to kind of clear their jungles, go buy items, lick their wounds. But great push by blue team. Good catches, good pushes in. Unfortunately, TF did die. But it was a great combination play by Lee Sin coming in late, and then Nidalee throwing a great spear, which he couldn't really juke.
And once again, the gold advantage swung about 700 gold in blue team's favor. So we're seeing this swing back and forth, and Yasuo looks like he wants to go for this on Shyvana.
TF ults, and I'm not sure, he's not going to flash it.
He did manage to get a nice move guard on her, and there's some actually big damage. She does Dragon Form over the wall. There's the death sentence. And that's going to be, there's the flash over the wall, and it looks like Shyvana is going to be able to get away here. And yeah, very solid play. This Thresh has been all over the board. Almost get the max death sentence there on Morgana.
Yeah, she had the black shield, so even if it had hit, it wouldn't have done anything. But still, yeah, very great plays by everyone involved. Training summoners, just excellently reacting to each other.
And it looks like Jarvan's just clearing some wards up there. Meanwhile, Lucian is free farming down at bottom lane. And we'll see what happens here. Thresh gets caught a little bit here by Lee Sin, but he misses the resonating strike and brings Yasuo into this fight. And now it is a 1v3, and Yasuo is going to die.
Yep.
What? Oh, I thought he was going to live
Mort
there.
did have to
Soul
flash
shackles
to make sure the soul shackles hit Yasuo.
And he did pick up also the Thresh as well. So now the gold has swung about 100 gold in purple team's favor. So back and forth, back and forth.
That looked a little bit too ambitious and deep for blue team there, just because they didn't have vision on anyone.
Yeah.
So you don't really want to be fighting in the river when you don't have vision and your team isn't close.
And TF is going to probably be able to hold this out from pushing too much more. Gold advantage is still about 300 gold because they did manage to take that turret, but blue team's doing a nice job of keeping pace here.
Yeah, Dragon coming up in a couple minutes. But yeah, TF, he's already chunking Kate. One combo, and not even like an E proc either, puts her down to half. So, she really has to worry about TF just murdering her.
And he's going to probably have a Lich Bane here fairly shortly. Not quite yet. He almost has enough for the Sheen portion of that. But we'll see if he decides to go with something a little bit else. He does have a portion of that. That Lich Bane. And once he has that, he'll be able to pop someone. Just like outright. Blue team just farming the jungle, trying to get a little bit of this gold advantage back in their favor, and it's swung 300 gold in their favor yet again. So it's just back and forth today with this match. Lucian, he does have that Bloodthirster into his Zeal. Looks like he's going to be building that into a Phantom Dancer. Caitlyn has just a portion of her Zeal done, so just a slight advantage there for Lucian. Nidalee does have the needlessly large rod, and so she is going to be starting to hit pretty hard, and with the Athene's Unholy Grail that she already had, she will be doing tons of spears all over the place. Yasuo has the... no, he hasn't bought a major item since the last time I looked at him, really.
Yep. And I mean, he is 1-4. He spent a lot of time roaming and trying to make plays and not succeeding. So that's kind of why he hasn't really progressed his item very much. And part of the problem is, like, IE is the next item. So that's, that's big. It costs a lot of money, and all the pieces are big and expensive, too.
So it looks like Jarvan is just going your raw tank. Looks like he's going to be going for a Banshee's Veil here, probably as his next item. Maybe a Spirit Visage. It really depends.
No, it's definitely Banshee's Veils. He doesn't have enough.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was...
Yep.
And
yeah, with the CDR being down to 10%, you basically don't feel the Spirit Visage unless you're getting a good bonus out of the extra healing. So,
yeah. We do have a Dragon Dance on. Dragon is up. I don't think
they don't have a pink ward, so I don't think they're going to hang out very long because there's just not enough value. They have a pink ward in that bush, but not on Dragon. Thresh misses the death sentence. They have to keep dodging spears, but trying to dodge spears and Borg Vines is a losing proposition over a long period of time. You will eventually fail, and it will be very bad for you. They do have vision. TF ults. Just to get there, they do have to peel off.
But he takes a spear in the face. Teleport here coming in from
Shiv's teleporting in too.
Shiv is actually getting a little far away. We'll see if she can get into the fight in time. Lucian actually relentless assaults, and Shyvana is not in this fight. He flashes back over the wall, juking back and forth. I think he might go down to Shyvana here, but he is doing a nice culling. Blue team doing a good job of cleaning, but they have only traded 2 for 2. Down goes the Lucian, and Yasuo is going to be able to pick up Caitlyn here, but he is most likely going to go down as well. to the Nidalee, very close, and I think there is going to be an ace.
Yep, so 5 for 3, very powerful. Both of them are very low.
I don't think they could drag it, but they might.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I think Yasuo probably should have taken the lantern.
Yeah.
Because then they only have to dodge a spear instead of worrying about whether he can out-execute.
Yeah.
And Nidalee actually has an execute among, her kit. Like, you kind of forget about it, but, part of her melee kit is, a powerful AP execute ability. So you really do have to be careful. You don't really want to be dueling her with the low. So yeah, I would like to have seen how that fight would have gone if he had taken the lantern, tried to kill Shyvana, who is very low, and possibly could have been CC'd while he was trying to kill her by Thresh, and then dodge the spear from Nidalee, or the spear kills one of them, but then they might get the ace instead.
Yeah.
So
well, we got some major items here. Phantom Dancer there on Lucian. It's actually a huge damage increase. They also got Lichbane just recently on Twisted Fate, and we got a Blade of the Rune King now on Shyvana. So pretty solid damage. Finished the hat there on Nidalee. Static Shiv there on Caitlyn, and it looks like the beginning components of Azonia's on.
Yeah, and that Phantom Dancer on Lucian is kind of surprising, because most Lucians build Trinity Force these days. He just has a ton of ways to proc it. This TF, small ult, yeah, gold cards into a force shield.
Destroyed.
Yeah, get melted.
But he does go down. Cataclysm ensures that kill, and now Lucian is just dominating. It looks like in this team fight.
But TF got melted, but they did 1 for 2. Now they have to fight Shiv. This is going to be rough. We'll see what she can pull off. She has Dragon Form still.
There's the Dragon Form. Spear's going out. He still manages to jump the wall there with a ride. He does go back in with an ult, and Lucian picks up the kill with an auto attack, but he is going to go down, and yet another ace, another 5 for 3. So Purple Team, once again, just playing it just right enough where they get a small advantage, and now they should be able to get a turret out.
Yeah, and now we're running into the problem where TF built his first 2 items, and neither of them were Zonias.
Yeah.
What he needed there was a Zonias, because you poured in, you EW, you gold card someone. It doesn't matter if they happen to be black shielded like they were. You throw your wild cards, and then when they all jump on you like they will, Zonias. And then they're out of position, they can't kill you, and then both of your abilities are back up, because your cooldowns are so short when that Zonias drops. So yeah, that not having a Zonias at this point is really, really rough. And with how brutal this game is, how often these people are fighting against each other, it's going to be a while till they can farm that. So that's a big problem. He also, is that distortion on his boots? It looks like it is.
I think it is.
Yeah. It is distortion on his boots. So, he's running the Flash Ghost, so he's getting both benefits. But he's that's that's also another investment into items that aren't keeping him alive. Like they buff his summoner spells. It allows him to use his summoners to stay alive more, but he seems to just kind of be dying when he gets melted immediately. And the summoners don't help as much at that, especially if he's just hard engaging. Ghost doesn't help it when you teleport into the enemy team. And Flash can help you get out. This enemy team has a ton of mobility. Lee Sin, Kate, and Shyvana don't necessarily care about your Flash.
Shyvana looking for a nice engage there, but her purple team wasn't quite there, so she decided to back away, but she did do some solid damage there to Twisted Fate with her burnout. But keep in mind, Lee Sin, he just finished Randuin's Omen, which is going to make him substantially more tanky, especially versus Lucian, who is the primary damage dealer on this this blue team. And they do also have a Warden's Mail on the Shyvana, so they got a pretty solid front line right now.
Don't forget that mechanic is very powerful versus Yasuo, because the cooldown on his Q is not CDR based; it is attack speed based. So when Yasuo attacks someone with a Warden's Mail, it actually increases the cooldown on his. Same thing with Randuin's Omen. Those abilities like Frozen Heart, very, very powerful against Yasuo, because it actually lowers the cooldown on his primary damage ability, and reduces the number of knockouts he gets in a fight as well, which is powerful. That's a CC. It's also the way to turn on his ult.
So we did get a couple of cloth armors here. It looks like Twisted Fate does want to get that Zonia's next as his third item. but it might be a little late here. Purple team just going for the siege here. Gold advantage just about 4K. Jarvan gets the initiate there with the Cataclysm, but unfortunately the rest of his team is not really there to support him, where he does take enough damage for them to pick off Shyvana, but Yasuo does go down in the fight. So, and blue team, Lucian takes a big spear to the face, but he does manage to pick up Morgana, was hanging back to try and pick up
chasing into this Italy is going to be painful.
There down goes Twisted Fate. So once again, a 2 for 2 exchange so far, but
yep. And when they were all low like that, they probably should have taken their second kill and immediately backed out. Just realizing that chasing into an Italy is going to be an awful proposition. You're gonna take spears to the face like you did, and then they can just heal each other up, really heal whoever's low, get the attack speed buff, and take down objectives. Dragon's coming up in 30 seconds. We'll see if they hang out or if they're going to go back and run right back to it.
So Morgana does now have that Zhonya, so we might see some flash initiates here from her. But since she is that support, her flash is down for quite some time, so it won't probably be the next fight. But she does have that capability now where the Morgana ultimate is going to be a more important factor now in these fights.
Yeah, particularly relevant. Yasuo actually also burned his teleport to go top, but didn't get anything out of it. He got some farm, but not particularly useful, especially considering he just ported right back and is probably now heading to Dragon. But their vision isn't great, and they're basically just hanging around in their own jungle doing wolves and stuff. So they basically kind of ceded objective control. And it looks really good for Comfy.
Yeah, Comfy's doing a very nice job of rotating, getting those major targets, just like we saw in the other game, where it looks like they are slowly starting to work on that strategy that they had before, where they have their top lane just kind of push it out, try and keep that pressure on, while they rotate between objectives and try and poke down this blue team.
Yeah, because blue team's gonna have to send someone top. And they shouldn't be pushing up mid anyways. Like, they can push it up, but like they don't need the whole team there because they're not in a position where they can siege purple team. Like, they're just gonna run into spears all day long, and Morg, Shiv, and Kate are gonna wave clear, and they're just gonna get poked down and accomplish nothing. So they really need to be splitting, or they need to be like forcing fights on objectives. They don't want to be chasing and pushing into this team.
Lee Sin throws out the Renegade Strike, doesn't quite hit it. Morgana does land the biting. Shyvana's going for the hard engage. There's the Dragon Form. Yeah, Grandulin's catching a lot of them. And meanwhile, over off yonder, Jarvan's locked up a couple. Shyvana does go down. Lee Sin gets hooked back into the fight. J4 looks like he is going to be able to get out since Purple Team was forced back here.
Yeah, 1 for 0. Lee Sin's they're still chasing him around.
There's the death sentence, and that might be enough.
Yeah, that's gonna
goes down, and blue team picks up the kill. They should all head back before they get picked off by Nidalee Spears.
Yeah, they're going to have some trouble heading back too. Nope, looks like Nidalee isn't going to harass. Not worth the risk. But yeah, so good plays, getting 2 picks by blue team. Luckily, J4 managed to zone most of the rest of the team out, so Morg can't get in an ult and then get out without dying. That's really what he needs to be doing right now.
Yeah.
Split them up, and then buy the rest of his team enough time to kill Shyvana, basically, because she can 1v3 for a while, as we saw. You know, several seconds. And it's only going to get
massive AoE damage because she's got that Sunfire and that Burnout, so she is doing massive AoE damage.
Yeah, they're good enough that they're split up, so she's not burning on more than 1 or 2 people at a time. But, also, they got really lucky. Thresh, amazing mechanical plays there. He interrupted her Dragon's descent, mid-descent, so she basically didn't move.
Yep.
And that was extremely important in that fight because not only did it stun her, but it also stopped her from being on top of Lucian, and he needed that distance to win that fight.
The blue team looks like they are going to try and push up mid once again. Purple team trying to push out the other 2 lanes as well as having the 3 at mid lane there to try and support that where they can. A couple major items did get done. Thresh did finish that Mikkel's Crucible. So that is a major event. Yasuo got that Infinity Edge, so he does have some massive damage now. Lucian does have the Last Whisper and another BF Sword, so he's got big damage. Big damage. And
they actually do need to send someone top, because otherwise Shiv's just going to keep pushing, which is a problem. She's gonna get a bunch of damage onto this tower. Yeah, TF is porting in. Got the gold card.
That might be enough to pick up a kill.
Let's see. It's all gonna be about whether Yasuo can hit the knockup. Doesn't look like he can.
He drops the wind wall there to prevent some of the damage while they were escaping. Shyvana actually takes a little bit more damage there, but Lucian takes a massive spear to the face, and that's what happens once they get Void Staff.
Yep. Yeah, it's just your 2 spears will kill your squishies. There's nothing you can do about it, aside from build Banshee's Veil, in which case about 3 spears will kill your squishies. And I mean, 3 is way better than 2 because you can dodge them too.
Yeah.
But yeah, you basically your entire team needs to build Banshee's Veils, and there's nothing wrong with that. That item is excellent. The recent, not so recent, but the buffs it got, very very strong. Yeah, this is very dangerous for purple team. They should.
They started
even though they know that they have vision control, they really shouldn't be starting it.
As Twisted Fate, he does have a lot of cooldown reduction, but his ult is down for a little while, so he won't be able to maintain that vision control style. But I think Jarvan would be more than happy to go in there and find all 5 of them grouped up.
Yep, and with all the defense reduction that Baron puts on you, it's really awful to be fighting if you've just been doing Baron. Well, Pops J's for, so he can't take any more spears for anyone else. But luckily everyone's full, so spear won't kill them.
Yep. So blue team once again pushing up this lane. They maintain some nice vision control there of Baron.
But as you know, as I was saying before, I don't think this is a winning proposition. Like you're gonna fail to dodge a spear at some point, and that's gonna be the end of this push. And it's very possibly going to be the end of an objective as well. They might just get an objective because you have to go back because Lucian's at 20%. They also haven't gone. They really should go clear out those pinks. They should just make sure that there's no pinks. There's no reason to allow. Oh, excuse me. There's no reason to allow pinks to stand that long when you get control back. When you don't have control, when it's unsafe, yeah. But when you can move as 5 as a team and just clear out all their vision, make them do it again. You should go do that.
Nice black shield there from Morgana, and Nidalee landed a spear there.
Yeah, on Yasuo, they're going for it immediately. Yasuo looks like he's going to go push mid. Oh, they saw TF bottom as well, that's why. TF is ulting in, it's low.
And it gets them low. They decide to disengage a little bit from Baron, even though they do have Caitlyn still doing it. But Lee Sin manages to get the Baron kill. And Jarvan trying to slow
J4 went
down.
in, but didn't get it and just gets killed. This is going to end up being very bad.
And there is the Caitlyn picking up the kill on Twisted Fate. Thresh is more than dead right now. Shyvana is low, but they do manage to pick up the kill. Yasuo is the only one up. And we'll see if he can live.
Yeah, Yasuo didn't even get that middle turret, which is really... They needed to get like that turret at the very least and probably the inhib if they wanted it to be, you know, as like an even trade. They needed to not lose everyone on the try and steal. They should have just pushed up mid. Sending 4 people to like try and steal and disrupt, 1 person to push mid, just it's not enough. Yeah. Like if you have vision control, it's different, but they hadn't cleared that pink ward in that river brush. So purple team had vision control and blue didn't, so they couldn't really see what was going on, and they kind of had to trickle in. J4 tried to go for the steal.
And purple team, they did manage to get that inhibitor. Now they're unloading onto the dragon. Getting that gold is going to be pretty huge for them because this is going to allow them to finish probably a couple major items here since they haven't gone back since Baron. So we'll see what everybody buys. We got a Last Whisper there on Caitlyn. We got a Thornmail on Shyvana. We got a Zhonya's on Nidalee.
Yeah,
a lot of major items there.
And that's probably the death knell for blue team here. Those items are huge. Caitlyn's also halfway to her Banshee's Veil. Yeah, all of these items are just hugely problematic. Caitlyn is massive. She is a full item ahead of Lucian. Or 2 half items, if you will. It's not actually a full item. TF has Zhonya's finished finally, but it's too late, really. He really needs to have that Zhonya's, and then, like, instead of Lichbane, which is really weak right now, he needs to, like, it needs to be a hat or a Void Staff, so he can really get damage into the beefy people and melt the squishy people.
And right now, Shyvana is a monster for them to deal with because the only one that can really take her out is Twisted Fate, but she's got too much health for him to just really burst her down with the Deathfire Grasp combo.
Yeah,
so
and she's 17, so she has that full, the full amount of that armor and magic resist from her Dragon's Descent, and that is just so much free stats that it's going to be a huge problem. She probably doesn't even need to build MR, but she might be getting a Veil just to make herself unkillable.
Yep, and with that Thornmail, like, they have to ignore her, otherwise they're just gonna kill them.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it goes, because she's barely getting touched and she's
not. Thresh hits a spear. That's probably this tower, or at least a lot of damage on this tower. Because he has to go back. He might. Yeah, he has home guards, so he'll be back in time for this wave. So it was not the end of the world. The timing was good. Good time to eat a spear.
Fortunately, Twisted Fate did not clear the minion wave very quickly there, like you'd want a Twisted Fate to do. He loves clearing minion waves with those wild cards into a red card, blue card, whichever. But it looks like they are going to hold him out for a little while longer. But unfortunately, with that Baron buff, they've got enough sustain. They can siege this all day.
Yep. Yeah, that health regen is just...
Oh, and with the binding on Twisted Fate, that's going to be more than enough to kill him.
He has the Zonias, but dies immediately when he comes out. The tower's down. That's this inhibitor.
They still have
Kate gets caught, but she just...
Enough damage across the board. It looks like these are the final songs here for this blue team. The Xanarch and Apes looks like they're going to give up this fight to Tourney 2014. Down goes the first Nexus turret. Lucian gets bound on. Yasuo throws up a wind wall to try and block some of that. J4 tries to draw a little bit of fodder from him. And Lucian is staying alive with a Spear and Ace more than enough to take him down. Down goes the second Nexus turret. And down goes the Nexus itself. So, your champions, ladies and gentlemen, are Comfy 2014.
Yep. And definitely... no discouragement for Xanarch and Apes.
They played a strong game. They just gave up a couple. There was 2-3 team fights in a row there where they just gave up enough advantage where Comfy could just take it out of control.
Yeah, and unfortunately they weren't really able to shut down that Nidalee. They kind of kept chasing into her and gave her enough kills, made her relevant enough that she was basically too difficult to deal with when it got late. Her heals were too good. The spears were too good. Just allowed him to control the game. And but yeah, very well played by everybody. Got to see a lot of champions highlighted. We got to have a great Fat Man in the Animals game, which was crazy. Got to see AP Sej mid, as well as some really excellent high level play from from all of our teams really, and especially as we got later in the bracket when we had our once we got into the quarterfinals, all those teams were excellent, playing very well. So
once again, your final standings were Team Electric. I apologize. Attack on Children did take 4th place. Team Electric took that 3rd place. Xanarch and Apes took 2nd. And Comfy 2014 is your champions. And we will be having another tournament here on May 31st. It's a Saturday. And it's...
Yeah, and so, starts, sign up deadline is 11 a.m. Start time is noon, so make sure you register early. Make sure you get all checked in on the website and everything like that.
And it's the same tournament prizes: $800 for 4th place, $1,600 for 3rd, $2,400 for 2nd, and $3,200 for that 1st place with the Triumphant Rise skin. That goes to all of the players of the team, and it should be pretty good. We are going to be having an interview, possibly.
Yeah, we're going to see if we can
we're going to hang out a little bit, and we might be having a little discussion here with the...
Yeah, so if you guys want to stick around for that. And again, don't forget to follow us on Twitch. It really does make a huge difference for our ability to keep managing these tournaments, our ability to grow. And if you're interested, and I think you should be, in fantasy esports, you should head over to fantasyesports.com. We'll be linking the link to our fantasy site in Twitch chat, so go check that out. Should be really awesome. Helps us grow our community, and get to know each other, as well as get some more visibility.
For sure.
So we will be checking in pretty shortly on whether we can get an interview with the winners or not.
Yeah.
So
Do you want the
looks
full
like we do
team?
that. We do have.
Okay, yeah, we're going to take a break real quick while we get this interview set up, just like 30 seconds or something like that, and we'll be right back to you with the winning team.
And yep, we'll see you on the other side, guys. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have the winning team here, which is, am I pronouncing this correctly? Is it Comfy 2014?
Comfy 2014.
Comfy.
Comfy.
Like
It is
comfortable,
comfy.
short for
That was,
comfortable.
that was my initial guess, but then we had our doubts. So.
It's been all over the place all day. So in any case, we know it's comfy now. Hopefully you guys will be back so we can pronounce it correctly, all day next tournament. So in any case, if you guys want to introduce yourselves real quick to the stream, that would be awesome. Just name the role you played.
Sure, I'll start. I'm Comfy, I'm the jungler.
Nightwish ADC.
And
Pablo.
I'm here snipe mid.
Pablo on top.
And then our support's Michael, and he's a fire hazard, but he's not in the skip call.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Thanks a lot. For you, Comfy, the team's named after you. You're probably the organizer and everything. You play a lot of Lee Sin. Can you want to talk to us a bit about putting the team together and how why you like Lee Sin, or if there's any other champions you like more than him right now out of the jungle?
In the current meta, Lee Sin's really strong, especially after the current Wriggle's Lantern nerfs. You're seeing a lot more of the Spirit Stone junglers. Lee Sin's one of the best at it. And in terms of the team, I'm actually not the organizer. That's Mighty Carry Nathan Nightwish. He's been putting the team together, and we just kind of call the team Comfy 2014 for fun more than anything.
Okay, awesome. Nightwish, do you have anything more to add on that?
In regards to like our team origins, we're actually based out of Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, so we're a collegiate team. And basically, I think we started calling the team Comfy 2014 after some clutch Baron steals and whatnot. So we all just joke was Comfy 2014 for president, and it just kind of caught on. Okay. So our ranked team's called Comfy, and the ranked tag is also Comfy. So that's
I have some bad news. The next presidential election is 2016. Just throwing that out there.
Oh well, we're a few years behind.
Whatever. I mean, he's blind. It's tough to tell dates, by smell. So, in any case, like Lee Sin, obviously the Nidalee pick, do you think she's also very, this is obviously more for Air Snipe. Do you think she's also like a very premier tier 1 pick? And is that more like solo queue in these lower tournaments or more up at like the LCS high level competitive play?
I think she's a good pick against people like TF, where he's really squishy and really weak to poke. And you saw, like, if I just landed one spear, we were able to take Baron, able to take towers. Yeah. And they picked Yasuo, which is a good pick against Nidalee with his wall. But I just tried to stay out of vision and spear from out of vision so he wouldn't be able to react fast enough. And Nidalee is just a good pick against squishies. And he can't, like a LeBlanc might be able to assassinate you, but TF can't really do that.
Yeah.
Definitely pretty strong.
Certainly agree.
Down in bottom lane, how did you guys do down there? The Fire Hazard and Nightwish. How did you guys feel?
This game was a little bit rough for us. Up to this point, we actually got target banned by a lot of teams. They target banned Air Snipes, Syndra, and my Twitch. My Twitch is kind of like my niche pick right now. So I was playing a champion that I wasn't unfamiliar with, but I wasn't super familiar with, and I was kind of tired from all the breaks in between, so we were making I made a few positional mistakes, which were evident. Got caught a couple of times mid lane, got dunked by J4. But we were feeling pretty good about the lane. Like, we were winning the 2v2, and then we just got ganked by roaming TF and J4. So, I mean, we were feeling pretty good about it, but we just stayed safe, farmed, and went for team fights. Once we struggled a little bit in the mid game, like when I got caught and stuff, and I don't remember if a couple other people got caught or not, but we just had to hold in there, farm, and then just hold out till team fights, and that's what we did, and pulled through with team fighting capabilities. So,
you want to talk about Twitch a little bit in the current meta? Like just a niche pick. He's been showing up a little bit more in the competitive play, which really happened after the visual update, which is kind of hilarious because there's no actual mechanical changes, but everyone's like, oh yeah, this guy can hyper carry late, and stealth is really annoying still.
Yeah, Twitch is really good because it capitalizes a lot. If you have really good positioning and the enemy team has less so positioning, like just not very good positioning, you can really get those, like, you can get the rat-a-tat-tat, I think it's called now, or something.
Yeah, that's what it's called now.
Yeah.
Spray
and pray. Whatever, we all call it spray and pray. But yeah, you can really get those lined up, and you can really just turn a team fight while doing it, like, in safe areas. I don't know what the range of his ult is. It's like something absurd. I think it's like 750 or something. But it's basically, you can basically carry games from the backline. And so it's a lot, in my opinion, I like Twitch more than I like Vayne in the current meta, just because Vayne, even if you get fed, you kind of have to be like tumbling in and out, and you're really mobile, but like you're also in the front line, so it's really easy to get caught. So I just like Twitch because you can really hard carry from the back line, and he's really an assassin of types. And some of the games we played earlier today when I was actually able to play Twitch, made a couple big plays where you just stealth in and you just 1v1 someone and you rotate immediately and take an objective. So you take Dragon, you take Baron, you take 2 towers mid. He's just very, if you have a carry like personality, you can just play Twitch and carry anything basically. So I think he's a really strong pick in the meta. If you're a strong AD carry player, he's a great solo queue champion. He's just a good carry.
Yeah, no, I certainly agree. Can you talk a little bit about his weaknesses? Like, what's his biggest weakness? How do you counter pick him? How do you counter play against him?
The biggest weakness for Twitch, I would probably say that he doesn't actually have an escape, which is why a lot of the time you'll see Twitch Thresh lane. because Twitch is really good if you can just like kite back, like or walk backwards. But if he gets caught, like if he gets caught by a binding or something, like he has no escapes. He doesn't have like Ezreal E or Caitlyn E. So like that Thresh Lantern is really strong in terms of mobility, and so either bringing him into fights or bringing him out of fights. So his weaknesses is definitely don't having an escape. But I mean, I think he has a lot more strengths than he has weaknesses. Definitely, if you're not good at positioning, it's kind of like one of those things where it's like, if you're good at positioning, Twitch is great, but if you're bad at positioning, like, you're not going to be able to go very high with Twitch. So, like, weaknesses, definitely not having an escape, and then just, it requires a lot of mechanical skill and positioning to actually play him correctly. So,
yeah. So
I don't know.
Pablo. So Pablo, you had an extremely strong lane there versus Yasuo, it seemed like. You just could not keep up with your damage. What would you attribute to that?
Shyvana's ridiculously strong right now. She has some nice ranged ways of getting off Yasuo's shield before any engagement that happens, so that helps. That just helps win any trade, really, essentially. You get the E on him, you wait for the shield to back off, you just run up, hit him a few times, and they just get... I mean, he didn't really build much sustain either. So, I mean, it essentially became a contest of he could either try to poke me down and miss a bunch of creeps, or go for the creeps and not poke me down. He went for the latter, and I was just able to harass him down a bunch and essentially just towered out of him a bot.
Yeah, we saw that. It seemed like, I don't know if it was like, just not mechanically familiar with that matchup. We weren't watching it, obviously, the entire time because we're all over the map. But he seemed like he wasn't wind-walling your E as much as he should have been. Would that have made his matchup much better against you?
He actually was quite a bit. The problem is the wind wall's cooldown is a lot higher than the E's, the Flame Breath. I think Flame Breath's got like a 9-second cooldown, wind wall's up to like 20. So, I mean, even if I get every other one off, it's going to mean I'm going to have the victory.
Yeah, it goes down lower than 20, but you don't level that, first and probably not second. Although maybe against a Shiv. In any case, yeah, certainly. Okay, so yeah, we weren't watching up there, but so you noticed that. But yeah, certainly on the cooldowns, that's super relevant. Why do you think Shiv's so strong right now? Is it just the free stats or the mobility or?
It's everything. I mean, the free stats from the ult are fantastic. The way your skills get buffed during her ult is fantastic. I mean, she's got free tankiness. She's got a bunch of free damage. You can really build whatever you want. You're going to just be a terror to the team no matter what you do.
Okay. Do you feel like you need kind of like the items like Randuin and Bork just to have some sort of stickiness so you can actually like stay on top of your targets and they can't just kite you? Or can you get away with not building those items?
The reason I went Bork that game was mostly for the Twisted Fate. He was getting pretty big early there. And knowing Twisted Fates, they tend to get a Lich Bane fairly early on. Yep. So his movement speed and the stuns being thrown out, I wanted some sticking power to stay on him. Other times I'll go Ravenous Hydra just for the split push power, go faster with that.
Okay.
Kufi, you got shut down really hard there in the early game. I think they were just like in your jungle, I want to say like 3 times in the first like 5 minutes of the game. How did you come back from that?
A lot of that was my personal error. I saw that Jarvan went for a level 2 gank on middle, and I was able to contest his blue buff. And although we got a first blood out of it, I wasn't successful in stealing it. I was a tad too late. And because of that, they were able to contest my red buff afterwards. And that really kind of set me behind. But being that Lee Sin is so strong early on, I was able to farm it out and get a couple safe ganks where I was able to kind of grind my way back into the game. Those dragon fights really helped out as well. Just barely winning those in the mid game.
Yeah, those seem to go really well for you, and that just seemed to like have a lot to do with vision control. And I assume you guys were, intentionally working on your vision control and your timings, and you seem to be just a little bit more on top of that than the other opponent. But were you like intentionally like, let's get vision control of dragons so we can force a fight to get back in this game, or was it just something that your team kind of falls into and does?
We tend to be pretty objective focused. That's kind of the thing that we are working towards as a team. We've been working on communication, especially when Dragon, for example, is coming up. We try to plan out getting vision before the Dragon is up and establishing control of the area. So when it comes up, we're able to win those fights. And it gives us a little advantage before the Dragon actually spawns.
So you guys definitely, it was very neck and neck for a long time there. But then there was like 3 consecutive team fights where you guys just won. You traded like 3 kills for 5, and then you'd almost always get like an objective as well. Like you'd get Dragon, or you'd get a turret, or you'd get something very important. Why do you think all of a sudden it turned the tide like that?
I I couldn't really point out a decisive team fight that won us the game up until the very end at the Baron fight. But just winning those fights at Dragon where we had small advantages where we could make an objective out of it, every fight that we won, we had a little bit more of a goldie lead, so the next fight was easier. It sort of snowballed off of maybe the first 2 fights where we were able to get ourselves in a good position for the last Baron fight.
But there wasn't like a single, Morgana did an amazing Black Shield where they overcommitted, or there wasn't like a single factor that you thought like turned those tides just enough where you could get that initial advantage?
I think the
Nibley
fight was
spears
just
were large, especially at the end. We were really giving Jake a lot of props at the end for landing a couple really big spears. He hit a great one on Yasuo that freed up our Baron attempt. And our poke comp really helped out early on where we could kind of poke them down before the fight. So we were able to get an advantage coming into it.
Yeah, because there was like one fight mid-game where they actually like went 2 for 0 on you, but they were kind of low. Like all 4 of them were kind of low that were still in the fight, and then, or it might have been 2 for 1. And then they like chased into you, and you managed to like, you speared someone. I don't think it was an ace. You like speared someone and then took a dragon in the tower or something. So yeah, no, the spears were definitely on point and very, very powerful. I think I'm good on all questions. If you guys have anything more you would like to say, or if you want some shout outs, I mean, you can, real quick. We got a little bit of time, and you want to turn.
I got a couple real quick. How much competitive play have you guys done as like a team? Like, is this like your first tournament?
As a team, we started off. We actually have local tournaments at our college. So, like I said, we're from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. So we'll have LANs every now and then, and I think this is probably our strongest roster that we've had. We've been playing for about 2 quarters together, so only a couple months. But I mean, we've just been playing in those tournaments and just playing ranked teams. Our ranked MMR is actually really high. I mean, we played against Nintendude and Broken Shard last night. We ended up losing, but it's like, so we get a lot of ranked practice in. So this is this is our first time where we're actually looking for tournaments to play in.
Okay.
We have another tournament next Tuesday, I think, that we're playing in. So it's like we're starting to look for those online tournaments, trying to get more practice, trying to get more tournament experience in. But I mean, up till now, it's just kind of been ranked 5s. But yeah, we're just really focusing on getting better as a team and improving individual mechanics, etc. So
cool. Are you guys gonna come back on the next one, you think?
Is it 2 weeks from now?
The 31st.
31st. I think we could probably make that work. Nearing the end of the quarter here, though. So, but we'll definitely try to join the tournament again. It was fun.
You guys play well, so
yeah. It was a real joy casting you guys. So, I think we're about good. So if you guys have anything you want to wrap it up with, otherwise, I think we'll thank you for your interview and wrap this up.
One quick shout out. What are you guys going to spend the RP on?
This
question.
I need a Shyvana skin.
That's a great question.
I need a Shyvana skin, so I'm going to probably get the Ice Trick Shyvana.
Oh, okay.
That is an excellent Shyvana skin.
I've been hovering over Teemo a lot in a Champ Select, so I think I'm going to buy a Teemo skin. And play Teemo ADC.
He doesn't have very many, so, it's going to be kind of rough.
Maybe Astronaut Teemo. But yeah, that's my pick.
I think we need a Dragon Slayer Shyvana skin.
That's what Bane skin's for.
No, the
She's
Dragon
just stabbing
Slayer
herself.
Yeah. She just...
Maybe she's a dragon and then she turns into a human whenever she ults? I don't know.
Yes, inverted Shyvana. Okay. Well, yeah, in any case.
Well, thank you very much, guys. It was a pleasure watching you guys. We hope to see you guys on the next tournament.
Yeah, and thank you so much for coming on Skype with us and just kind of, talking to us, answer our questions, talking about this. And congratulations on winning the tournament.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys. It was a lot of fun.
Yep. Yeah. Thanks again. Well, that'll do it. Ladies and gentlemen. Thank you again for watching. If you did like what you see, I hope you bared with us for the entirety. If you're just joining us, feel free to hit that follow button. You might see the entirety of the next tournament. There's all sorts of goodies here waiting for you. You can even play in the next tournament. So hit that follow button down below. And if you really, if you enjoy our community, come check out our our fantasy esports page. That is Warrior Esports fan page via the fantasyesports.com.
Yeah, it should be linked in chat right now if you want to check it out. Otherwise, go to the fantasyesports.com webpage and search for Warrior Esports, and you'll find us. So yeah, following us, checking us out, the site really helps us out, helps us continue to provide these tournaments and grow our community, and that's really what we're working on doing. So, congratulations to Comfy 2014 for winning our tournament, and all the other places and people who played in our tournament. Thank you for coming out, and have a great day.
Yep, and one final reminder, May 31st, remember the date, that's the next tournament. 11 a.m. is the cutoff for check-in, and noon is when it starts. So make sure you come
11
and check
a.m.
it out.
Central Standard Time.
Central Standard. So anyway, we'll see you guys on the next one. I've been Rubel.
I've been Bobble, and it's been great hosting you guys.